that's good. So open that over here. There's the game in YouTube. Get that up in there. Oops. Link in there. Paste. That's good. Okay, Crow, how you doing, mate? Just, man, you're quick. This thing's been up less than bloody a minute. Minute and 10. So yeah, it's just still getting the links up and out and all that sort of thing. Let me pop out chat happening here. Swing that over there. Alright, I think we're going out to everywhere. That's looking good there. There. Cool. I think we've got it happening. I'm just going to bring my thing back into focus. Yeah, I just pretty much finished for the day here and that, and thought I'd kick it off. Had to go down the road and get some Coke and other supplies. All done, all that sort of thing. So, yeah, I thought I'd kick this off. How you doing there? Hey, there, Zoom bait. Sorry, mate.
Oh,
how you doing?
Good.
No, it's coffee bait today, isn't it? Sorry, mate.
Yes, sir.
How you doing there, Zoom? Oh, he's up there. Not doing too well. All right. Oh, it's good to hear you doing okay. I think Zoom will be back in a sec. I hope so. But yeah, everything's gone. Here he comes again. All right, gotcha. All good. There you go.
Can you hear me? Yep, there we go.
Yep, there we go. Here now.
People gone crazy at my town.
Yeah, Tracy, I was talking to her this morning. She works at the dollar store up there in Oregon and that, and she's hoping corporate will put a limit on stuff and stop everything going crazy.
Yes, sir.
People are buying, 3 or 4 boxes of hand sanitizer. They put 5 boxes on the shelf. The first person along buys 4 boxes.
Yes, sir. We got our stuff to make our own hand sanitizer.
Yep. Well, that's what she's using. I told her how to make it a long time ago, so that's what she does now.
Sir.
And but they're right. It's just her and her sister. They've got plenty of stuff and that and all that sort of thing, without panicking or doing silly stuff. Just keep a goodly supply, 2 or 3 lots of rolls. The big parcels you get, a dozen rolls at a time, 2 or 3, and that'll last you heaps.
Yes, sir.
And besides, if it gets all that really, really bad, you know what I mean? If it's like they're saying doom and gloom and that, half the country's going to die, there's going to be plenty of toilet paper and supplies anyway. You just go to the dead people's houses and help yourself.
So
yes, we are. People are idiots.
So are they going to put us in our houses or is that other people coming from other countries for like 2 weeks in their houses?
Yep. Yeah. Well, that's what some of the Dems want. Some of the Bernie bros, they want all the boomers have got to die off, and that so the immigrants and the unemployed welfare folks and the permanently lazy don't have to work, so they can get a nice house for themselves.
Well, Walmart North Augusta's got plenty of supplies. They just got some more today.
Hey, Zoom, you're going to have to stick your volume up a little bit or talk a little bit closer to the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that one.
Walmart North Augusta has a lot of food and groceries at Walmart in North Augusta. They
Yeah.
just got a they just got a shipment in today. Yep.
Well, so yeah, Crow, you're exactly right. Um, Here's an example just from yesterday. Okay. I went down to the chemist yesterday, cut my leg a little bit, all that sort of thing. I went down there, check on some stuff. The lady said down there, young girl, said, "You stapled yourself up." And I said, yeah, but I'm after, you get these little gauze pads that go over it, they're non-stick and all that sort of thing, and I'm out of them. So I go down to get a couple more, and she said, "Oh, what do you mean? You stapled it up yourself?" So I showed her. She fainted. She's a nurse. Yeah, well, if you got ammo, you're one step in front, and if you got guns and ammo and that toilet paper and fucking hand sanitizer is easy to get. Just go find some anti-gun libtard and take theirs.
Yeah, my friend down the street, he's got his guns clean. My friend down on the other side's got all his guns ready.
Now, Zoom, when you first started talking there, you were
Yes,
clear
sir.
as a bell, but it started to fade off as you were talking.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know. I think you're a little bit away from the microphone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I think my friend was cleaning his gun. Monday it had a banana clip. The old banana clips they used to
Yeah.
sell.
Yep.
Those are nice.
Yeah. What sort of rifle is it?
Um, 22. Yes, sir. 22.
All right. Cool. Like something like a Ruger with the big
Yes, sir.
Ruger banana clips coming out. I got a friend who's got those in the 50 rounds, and
Yes, sir.
he actually buys the 22 traces, and he sticks two tracer rounds, one green, one red. Puts the red one in first, so it's going to come out last, and the green one second in
Yes,
second.
sir.
So the green one lets him know he's only got one round left. Hey, tow
Yeah.
truck, how you doing?
Yeah, that people in Washington are probably laughing at us buying all this stuff.
Yeah, people are going silly. But now they're trying to pass gun control in the name of coronavirus. Some governor somewhere and wanted to ban guns and ammo and that during the coronavirus. Can't understand that.
Well, we had a talk with all our neighbors, and if somebody wants something, we're just gonna give it to them. Just one or two items or three items to make them go on.
Well,
Between all of us, we got enough supplies to give them.
well, hang five, and there's nothing wrong with it. Like if you're talking about like the little Mossberg 22s and that the tube fed 22s, mate, they're all right. You do have to clean them out and that because the tubes get full of shit all the time. And people forget to clean them out, and so that's where you get failed feeds from there. Yeah, like the old Remington tube guns, all that sort of thing. But hey, look, they were a good gun. You just had to clean that mechanism out properly, and that because 22 is actually a dirty round. And that, but you look after it. I've not had it run a dud tube gun. I've had more problems with bloody those Henry clones. You know, the little Henry 22 Plinksters, lever actions. Man, when they get worn, they're hard to feed. But again, because they got soft stuff, but you can actually hard face weld those things up and then machine them, file them back in, and that get them in, and then they last a long time. So yeah, there were some little copies that were similar to the little Golden Boy that was getting around years ago.
Yes, sir.
Um,
Yes, sir.
they came out in a white cardboard box, and it had a cowboy and Indian on the front. I forget who made it, but they were very common out here as a kid's rifle. You know, you one of these little lever action when I was younger.
Well, I'm taking 1,000 milligram packet of Energy C every morning with the bottled water.
Yeah. So, but again, you know, like tow truck, I found the little Rugers and that. Oh, the Remingtons. Winchester had them. Northern Sports had them out here, which is a Lithgow off branch. Yeah, you done too, right? No, you're right, mate. We've only just been going, not even 10 minutes. So it's all good. But yeah, those little ones, all those little tube fed rifles and that, because the way they extract and all that sort of thing, you get stuff spraying out still. Um, you that the 22 is a dirty round. It fills up blocks of feed or picks up stuff or bits get fed in with it, or you feed the next round, and then you get a case stuck. So it's failed to extract. Um, I'll people laugh at you and that if you don't have the right car and the right watch or the right fucking phone and all that sort of thing.
Yep.
Stuff. What you got. If you can use what you've got and that to the best of your capability, and then you're doing right. That's all that matters, man.
I use an Android LG Stylo 4. Those are good smartphones for the price.
Well, I was talking to a bloke in the US. We're over there and that, and you're sort of taking the Mickey out of Aussies and all that sort of thing because guns and all that sort of stuff out went over here. And he's got this beautiful. It was an M14 base but customised, and that someone's making clones of the M14 rifle, and that in 7.62 NATO, and it was a bloody nice rifle, but you couldn't hit shit with it. Right, freestanding from the shoulder, you have three targets down the end, ask him to hit three in 3 shots, and you did nothing. I'm there and with a black powder rifle,
Yes.
50 caliber bore, 45 slug with a sabot, all that sort of thing. Bang, each shot, I'm hitting the bloody target. I'd rather have my rifle and be able to use it and hit what I'm aiming at and have the best gun in the world, not be able to hit shit. Yep. Well, I think this one was a customized Ruger one, the civilian version that had been redone. Oh, hang five, no, it wasn't. It was a Norinco clone of the M14. That's what it was. But he had all the big rails on it and had all the sight gear and all the rest of the stuff, and still couldn't hit shit from the shoulder. Lying down with the bipod and all that sort of thing, he's hitting stuff. But snap shooting from the shoulder, you know, target, bang, bang, bang. No, he's getting nothing.
Yeah,
you give him 5 seconds, hit three rounds.
There's some of our supplies, Jack. Gatorade, water. We got water in this bucket. We got plenty of water.
Cool. Well, you need water.
Yes, sir. Gatorade, and I got a closet full. We got 2 waters over here. We got
Cool.
Yeah, we had to drive an hour to get more hand sanitizer wipes. I got a closet full of stuff in there. I hid some stuff in my closet in case it got real bad. Because I don't want nobody stealing.
M1 is a good size round. You can carry a shitload of them. They're for most of your stuff, you're working at 300 yards or less, right? Yeah, so it's a perfect round for that. It'll take out a man-sized target, do quite nice damage. You can carry a shitload of ammo, and the thing overall weight of it is not that bad. It's like 6.5 pounds.
Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff in my closet. We got a bunch of stuff in my mom's closet and my underneath our bed.
M14 is different. The M14 is the Springfield. The Mini 14 is the Ruger. Sorry, and that's so don't get the mixing. I'm talking about an M14, which is the Springfield rifle. The Mini 14 is the Ruger, and that in 5.56, and the Mini 30 is the 7.62 version. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we got
and the M1 carbine, yeah, also, and that the Paras had the folding wire stock and and a pistol grip, I think, in some of them. It was at the Johnson. Actually, both had variants with folding stocks and grips. No, yeah, I know. We're getting across because sometimes they've got different names. So severe names, Mini 14, similar action. But yeah, I was talking about the Springfield, the M14. But there was a Norinco clone, and this guy had that. Now the Norincos use military barrels, so the accuracy of the thing was fine because I actually shot the thing, but he couldn't hit shit on a snap shoot. I borrowed it, put 3 rounds into three, put a round into each 3 targets, and then went back to my black powder rifle and that. And every time I fired, bang, hit, because you can ring. It's a steel plate, so. Dark track. I'm not sure where Wizard is, but it's Friday over there, so probably won't be too far away.
yes, sir. I talked to Wizard. I think he was in town, and I think he got some more stuff.
There he is. He's getting something to eat, and then he'll be on.
Yes, sir. He is. And I think I called him around 3 today, 3:30. When the
Give you a bit of
president.
what? You're getting your own stuff for eating, aren't you? I got some pretzels.
Yeah.
Good ones too. Parker's.
Yeah, I called him when the president was on too. He was getting some more pies and groceries.
Tomatoes. I just cooked up some roast corned beef there, Don. So if you can reach, help yourself. But by the time it's finished up, it's probably weighing about 3.5 pound corned beef. So I was cooking for a couple of hours this morning. Just took it out and it's draining now. So I've been in with the onions, the apple, the bay leaves, and peppercorns. So I've got a cabbage out there in the garden that I'm going to cut out later. And instead of boiling it, I'm going to stir fry the cabbage and that with a little bit of salt, vinegar, and black pepper, sort of sauerkraut it a little bit, and then just have my corned beef and cabbage that way.
They say they probably won't have the Masters golf tournament till May or July, Jack.
Well, they can afford to put it off for a little while, can't they?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's the people. I think the people who rent the houses out are gonna be the ones that are gonna be mad. That
Oh,
people.
well, look, they're just missing out on a few bucks now, but when they put it back on, they'll make their money
Yes,
again
sir.
and all that sort of thing. This is the thing. I noticed the Reserve Bank last night forked out $500 billion to banks all
Yes,
around
sir.
the US. Right? Did you also see what they did with the interest rates?
Yes, sir.
Profiteering bastards. Now you've got pretty close to zero or negative interest rates at the moment. They've been throwing that out at 2%, and that's like 1.5 to 1.75% more than the prime. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's
Yes, sir.
all that
Yes,
does is create inflation and panic. It's pretty good if you've got a lot of money, and that because then your investments and that and interest rates go up on your investments and all that sort of stuff.
yes, sir.
But the folks out there trying to buy stuff and deal with their weekly wages and all that sort of stuff, paying mortgages, paying car finances, all those rates go up, and that's what it does.
I know the gas prices are pretty good in the U.S. right now.
Yeah, well, that was Trump telling Saudi and that, hey, now we're making all the steel and all the pipes, and then how about
Yes,
cutting
sir.
steel? Otherwise, source it from Germany, and Germany's fucking getting out of the game because of the
Yes, sir.
environmental stuff, and the Saudis know that. So where
Yeah.
are they going to get else? And that Russia doesn't have the high quality pipes yet. They're working on it, but they're not quite there yet, and their prices aren't great. China,
Yes, sir.
people are sick of buying Chinese steel and that and having it fail.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, there's too many shotties out there. You get some real good stuff, and then you'll get a load, and it'll tear and all that, so it won't take pressure, all the rest of it. G'day, Canoes, how you doing?
All I know is we're in a world of trouble if we chicken locked in our can't get out of our houses and stuff.
Uh, well, prayers for you all over there, man, that it don't get
Yes,
that
sir.
bad.
Yes, sir.
It's all a flash in the pan, and well, it just turns out to be like another flu, and it's all a mad panic and
Yes,
all the
sir.
rest of it. And then we can get rid of these idiots who panic.
Yes, sir.
Don't clean delis, I ex-wife them.
I know Yellowstone hasn't had any earthquakes lately.
Say again, mate?
Yellowstone volcano hasn't had any earthquakes in a while.
Yeah, it's gone quiet. A lot of earthquakes coming out of Siberia at the moment, but that's just I guess going underneath. The same thing under the surface and that deep down, can play across both. That's how big that thing. It comes up two ways. One comes up Yellowstone, and the other one comes
Yes,
up
sir.
half of
Yes, sir.
Siberia. It's the biggest They're both the biggest volcanoes on the planet, and they're
Yes, sir.
connected.
Yes, sir.
So one is generally playing up, and the other one isn't. And that if they're both playing up, that's when everybody starts to look, and they start taking measurements seriously, and that, and holidays
Yes,
are
sir.
cancelled, and all that sort of stuff.
Well,
Hey, Lizard, how you doing?
I did notice there's a lot of air travel over my house today.
Yeah. Hey, Mariam. Um, Bill, what's a hogmoors? He's got my hogmoors and turnip greens and hot sauce. Well, I know what turnip greens are. Prefer mustard greens myself.
How's the weather over there, Jack? It looks nice.
It chilled down overnight, and that's why I got my hunting jacket on. Until it warms up.
Yes, sir.
Gretel. Oh, Gretel. You mean Greta? She coming here, or is it we talking Gretel like in Hansel and Gretel and that, and the old witch in the house? All right, they might be good eating, but what are hogmoors? I don't know. Pig stomach, he thinks. Oh, you mean tripe? Pig tripe. We call it tripe here, and that cow's guts, sheep's guts, the white filamenty stuff. You generally cook them up in a white sauce with peas.
Yes, sir.
We call it tripe over here. I'm not a big fan of it.
Yes, sir.
Um, don't mind haggis though, but the haggis is this is a sheep's stomach, but it's filled full of minced meat and herbs and spices and garlic and onions and good
Yes,
stuff.
sir. Yes, sir.
Pig stomach. All right. Yep. So I don't mind haggis when it's done right. I've had some bad haggis too. Sorry, Mum, but when my mother tried to cook haggis once, and thankfully she never tried again. Well, I know what pork jowls are. I had some the other night. I quite like them. It's a good piece of meat. Beef cheek too. That's another one. All nice meat and all that sort of thing. got a good flavour to it, all that sort of stuff. That's what you make mock turtle out of, is actually beef cheek.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So mock turtle soup, you actually make it with beef cheek. But it's all good. A lot of people waste so much of an animal. They really, really do. So, cat, the other way, mate. Yeah. You all fly wash with that? Oh, kitty, 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 kitty. You're good. 5 minutes. All good. So I did in deep fried chitlins, deep fried chicken's feet. Go the other way. Asian. Man, sit down with a big plate full of yum cha and steamed pork dumplings and barbecued chicken's feet and chicken necks.
I know all at Chattanooga.
Oxen Kraut. Yeah, that. Well, see, we're doing that. Well, that was the plan when Tracy was coming over here. We were going to go to the German restaurant, and exactly that. 8 an hour slow roasted ham hocks. You got to order them the day before, and yeah, and their sauerkraut done proper, and big steins of beer. You know, the 2 litre steins. Sit down for that, 2 people, $60, and that includes
Yes, sir.
a beer each. So you get 2 hocks, you're serving a kraut, and 2 steins. Oh, I think $65 for 2 people. So that's Aussie. Think of about $50 for 2 people. That's a deal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Pork rind.
I know all North Georgia schools are closed. North Georgia schools are closed for 2 weeks.
The stores are closed for
Uh,
2 weeks.
uh, the schools. Yeah, yeah. The school North Georgia schools are closed for 2 weeks.
North Georgia store. Yeah. Actually, I was having a look last night. They fired off a Civil War naval cannon last
Yes,
night
sir.
over there at the there's a Navy gun,
Yes, sir.
but they brought it out there. It's at that thing just north of Georgia there at the National Military Park.
Yes, sir. Chickamauga Battlefield. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
just up from Chickamauga. So if I watched that live stream, they did that the midnight shot, so it was early this morning my time.
Yes, sir.
But they did that in there. So everybody doing it. Yeah, let's get it. Now we go home and hoping nobody gets this bloody coronavirus. They were worried about it there.
Yes.
Not one of the politician turned up. Not one.
Yes, sir. Well, I was talking to my dad's brother, and the school is closed for 2 weeks in Hamilton County, Fulton County. We're can't remember the county he's in. But his county's out of school for 2 weeks. Yep, 2 weeks and no school. So they're closing schools over here.
Yep. They're going to be doing that here as well.
Yes, sir.
Depends on where you
Yes,
are.
sir.
Cities, yes, and all that sort of stuff.
Yes, sir.
But if we shut down, long distance transport and all that sort of
Yes,
stuff,
sir.
we might be able. The country schools might still keep going because we don't have any coronavirus in the inland
Yes,
or
sir.
regional areas. It's all in the cities.
Yes, sir. I think if we do all that, I don't think Trump will keep us in our house for a week. I think if he does what he's doing, if we don't go much, I think we'll be fine as long as we don't go much and if people can
Yeah.
work
Well, this is
work.
how it is. Everybody pulls their head in for a few weeks and all that
Yes,
sort of
sir.
stuff. Problem is, you got to keep it going longer than say 21, 28 days. All right, so people
Yes,
need
sir.
a month's worth of supplies.
Yes, sir.
They don't need 6 months supplies, a month. So
Yes, sir.
it's not spreading, and then it burns itself out because it's got no more victims to hook up with. except through the medical thing. So if you leave it go a month, everybody self-isolates for a month. This thing's deader than toast. How you doing, Huck? But yeah, I'm sort of thinking that way too. But you got to. What you do is you call for a natural convention of all conservatives and that, make it mandatory out of their thing. So you get the folks from San Francisco and get them out up into the mountains up there and that for the day, put on buses and that, and then
Yes, sir.
just nuke it, nuke it from orbit just to be sure. Same thing with New York and LA. Oh, what's that other place? Portland. Yeah. Hey, Battery, get out of Portland. There's a party up in the hills behind Portland. Get out of town for a day. Take your family. Oops.
The last time the Masters was closed, I think it was World War.
Coronavirus. Yeah. You end up dead in front of the coroner. Sorry, Zoom. What was that?
Yes, sir. It was like World War II, when World War II was going on. That was the last time the Masters was postponed.
Well, this is important too, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Keeping people healthy and all that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
Problem is, America is very much an aging population. You've got a shitload of old folks over there, over
Yes,
65.
sir.
What I was reading last night, about 80 odd million of them over 70. So they're all prime targets for this virus. So we've got to keep those folks as safe as possible, and the best way to do it is again, this self-isolation and all that sort of stuff.
Yes, sir.
If nobody goes anywhere for a month, this thing will burn out because you'll show symptoms, all that sort of stuff. There goes the drill.
Yes, sir.
Oh dear. Is it true over there that people are selling toilet paper on eBay now for big money? I don't know. I haven't had. I couldn't be bothered even looking, and I'd opened up eBay, and I'd just been reading about this stuff. And here he comes. He's all good.
Can you hear me better, Jack?
A lot better now. A lot better, mate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That Apple iPads, their mics are not as good as the old ones.
Yeah. Well, look, they're not making the things better. They're just fiddling with parts now and that and shapes.
Yes, sir.
And calling them new.
Yes, sir.
Problem is, there's over 2 gigabytes of internal data on all the iPhones to make them work, but the main operating system only something like around about 204 kilobytes.
Yes,
What's all the rest of the junk there? It's all spying on you. It's all spying on you, and telling everybody where you are and what you're doing and who you're close to and all that sort of thing, and which stores you're going into, where you're buying your gasoline. You know what I mean? Everything. It's crazy. I just don't understand, that all the social justice warriors out there. Oh, you got to have an iPhone. You got to have an iPhone. But they don't seem. They talk about corporate slavery and that, but Apple actually has products that are the actual products of slavery, both using children in Africa to mine for the rare earth elements under Chinese Kalashnikov clones. To a lot of prison labour in the Apple factory, to the people who have voluntary jobs there, working in slave-like conditions, sleeping next to their workbenches, and that so they can keep up with the quotas that they're given. Suicide rates are 200 or 300 per year in the Apple iPhone factory. Some people just go up to the lunchroom and dive out the window, and then onto the production floor. Well, if you've got a decent sharp blade, get a jigsaw blade, the long ones, and take the teeth off it and just grind it down to a nice sharp edge. That'll go through and turn paper towel into a teepee. Get 3 rolls per roll. Don't use the saw; it gets a bit jaggedy on the edges, so you want the smooth. JSU cases are putting TP and sanitizer in the crane games in the arcades. You used a bread knife and you got away with it? Sanitizer Enforcement Agency. Yeah, right here. What am I going to do because I'm making my own? Am I producing illicit, unlicensed hand sanitizer? Cool, bread knife. Well done. Yeah, that's knife control. Actually, what I'll do for a shit stir, I'm just going to duck over to eBay. And I'm going to go toilet paper. Search. You're kidding me. $10 rolls for 20. I'm going to put this on the screen. Share screen. Chrome tab. Share. $2.39 a roll. So you might as well just say the thing. Free postage. Crazy. This is eBay over here. $41 for 30 rolls. Plus $20 postage. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. No, ain't that. That is crazy. Use your socks? Oh, gross. Yeah, don't use the outside. Actually, we busted some clown over there in Sydney somewhere, and they'd taken a crap in the street outside somebody's house, and they came home for a night out. And there's this bloke, German tourist, and it's just crap on their front lawn. He said, all I'm doing is taking a shit. And the guy said, oh, look, that's okay, you stay there, I'll just go inside and get my gun and that, and I'll shoot you in the ass. That's all I'm doing. It's all okay. And so the guy took off and that, and leaving trail and smear up the street. Shover handle. If anybody gets closer than that, you nudge them back with it. If they persist, you beat the hell out of them. Hey, that sounds like good. You could use a lot of things, like a hockey stick for that. You know what I mean? I've watched ice hockey games, and people are pretty good at pushing people off with the stick and then whacking them over the head with it. Change your dog's name to Charmin. Poop scoot in the grass. Yeah, it's strange. all these enlightened ideas and that, and driving society backwards. Now we're pooping and everything in the street, and it's acceptable. And you know, we're 1,000 years developing sewage system to cart this stuff away, so we don't get mass disease and infections and all that sort of stuff. And that, and we're going backwards. All of that technology, all that thought, all of that effort over the centuries to take poop away from where we live, get it treated with and all that sort of thing, so we don't pollute and all that sort of thing. And now we're just back to just pooping in the street. Well done. Well done. Isn't that progress? Weed sprayer. Yeah, with gasoline. Don't let it come back though. You get it might crispy. Yeah, scary. But plug it up, Bubba. Yeah. Well, you know what happens, don't you? If you don't poop, you die. It's true. Well, don't anybody, you folks over there, have sprinklers in the garden? And you turn it on, nice fine spray that goes up and all that sort of thing. Just squat over the top of it and give it a wipe and all that sort of thing. Rinse your hands off and that. It's all good. That's what the French do. Then they moved it inside and called it a bidet. Yeah, put them next to the toilet even. I thought they were bush washers the first time I seen one. Oh, here comes Zumba again. He's back. Can't keep this guy here.
Yes, sir. How you like that? That's my friend's boat. The blue
That's a bloody
boat.
nice boat.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's something like that worth?
I think he paid around $8,000 $8,000 for it. That's $7,000.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's a lot more affordable. That last one you showed me, that was a $50,000 boat. That's
yes,
about
sir.
75 grand Australian dollars. That's half the value of my whole house.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I got a little plastic paddle board and an old beat up tin thing out the back there, and that's what I use for my watercraft.
Yes, sir.
I'll stick with them because they don't cost me anything. Well, I've already paid for them. So one I paid $100 for, and I think I traded the other one for a couple of nights.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think me and my friend are going to try and go fishing Monday, see how it is.
Well, I wish you good luck with your fishing. Hope you have a good
Yes,
time.
sir. Yes, sir.
And I hope you bring up good food.
Yes, sir. We usually were catch and release.
Catch and release?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You don't eat any of them?
No, sir. I like white bass. White bass are good. Blue catfish is really good.
Cool. Well, let's hope you get some white bass or some blue catfish.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I actually caught some catfish on soft plastics before.
Hey, Uncle Bubba, you know those big guns they put on the tankers and that? They just steer, from inside the cab, and it's that high pressure. It's got to be mounted to the truck all the time. Just get everybody to line up, and then after their little session, bend over, spread their cheeks, and just like this. Tell them to clench though.
Luckily, our car's in a garage, so nobody won't mess with it.
So that's a good use for cats.
Yes, sir.
I'm told, and actually cat skins and that were used in the Middle Ages because you
Yes,
could
sir.
wash them out, and they go like sort of like suede, soft, and you'd clean them out and all that sort of thing, hang them up. But you always keep them a little bit damp, and they used to use that. Um, so there's a little bit of history for you. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yes, sir.
That's
Yes,
a
sir.
couple of books I read. That cat skin was highly prized by people who could afford it.
Yes, sir.
There
Yes,
was
sir.
a shitload of native leaves and rags and all that sort of thing they used. Just if you ever come to Australia, we've got a tree over here called the giant stinging now. And it's got
Yes,
these
sir.
heart-shaped leaves or spade-shaped leaves. Don't use them to wet your bum. People
Yes, sir.
died from that. This is a stinging nettle that, if it causes anaphylactic shock, and you can then
Yes, sir.
stop breathing and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, don't wipe your bum with big heart-shaped leaves here in Australia,
Yes,
please.
sir. Yes,
Use a
sir.
cat.
Our owls get luck, Jack. I got one that comes to my backyard. It's a bar owl. It's really big. Bar owls. Are they good luck?
Well, they eat snakes and mice and rats, mate. So I don't knock that sort of company back. That's all
Yes, sir.
good. So if he's eating rats and mice, he's keeping sickness and disease out of your house. And if he's eating snakes, then he's even more well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks for now. Who are you addressing there, tow truck? Are you talking to cats or Beavis was a prophet? All right. Oh, you mean Beavis and Butthead, like keep in the manhole. That dude.
Yes, sir.
Sort of looked like a former Australian Prime Minister.
I noticed the only thing people aren't buying is gas, like stocking up on gas. That's one thing I noticed. That's good. They haven't started stocking up on gas yet.
That's one thing I'm stocking up. I've got two 44-gallon drums, and I've got
Yes, sir.
three
Yes, sir.
liter drums um, of diesel. I've got two of regular gasoline um, for generators and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm actually stocking up on fuel because that's one of the things that will drop off here in remote areas. If you're in the country area and all that sort of thing,
Yes, sir.
if
Yes,
they
sir.
stop shipments and all that sort of thing, or shipments slow down, country areas get cut off first because they're the furthest away, so they don't send more out. Yes, they don't have the great traffic flow and all that sort of thing, but your tanks can dry out anyway. So
Yes, sir. Yep. I
I'm just
got to go. My mom's back.
all right, cool. Oh, you have a good feed there, Zoom. We'll catch you later. Mars back. So, you have no bunghole. Well, get thyself to a doctor and that and find out why. His tail was removed 3 days after he was born. All right. You sure they didn't call it a Brit?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Oh,
His tail was removed 3 days after he was born. All right.
Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm making tea and just finished up my dishes, and I'm about ready
You
to
sure
sit
they
down.
didn't call it a Brit?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing? His tail was removed 3 days after he was born. All right. I'm just going to mute Wizard there for a second because all we're getting is double feedback there. So, Wizard, kill your second stream. We're getting an echo out of you. when you can get to it, it's all good till then. So yeah, he's just washing his plates and getting some pie and all the usual stuff, rolling a joint or three. Fucking missed. I haven't missed in weeks. Excuse me for a second, I'm going to pick up my ash. But yeah, it's all good. You still have it in a plastic bag. Yeah, well, I suppose you were attached to it. Oh, no one got my little Jewish joke. But anyway. Oh, 4 inches and all dried up. That sounds like a former Prime Minister here again. Jesus. The quinky dinks in the world, aren't you? Although they did close the borders. I did see a report from your border patrol down there. There was a surge of folks. There was every day now. There's Chinese trying to sneak in across the border. Every day, they're sending them back. They're Chinese nationals. Now, what are they doing there? And how did they get there? And all of this sort of fucking thing. So everything's so regulated through China and all that sort of thing that, you know, you've got to have permits to leave the country. You've got to have permits to buy tickets there and all that sort of thing. And you can't buy tickets once you're outside the country and all that sort of thing. And these guys are all in good standing. They're not, you know, once you break any of those laws, you're a fugitive and all that sort of thing. You face jail time and all that sort of thing. But they've got no problem going back to mainland China. Thank God. Folks who come here to Australia on tourist visas and then and they've snuck money out of the country. You know, the small business folks, all that sort of thing. They sneak the money out of the country. They rock out to come over here, buy stuff, some equipment or whatever, and then they stop here. And, oh, no, I'm not going back. Those folks are fucked. Because if they do go back after that, they go straight back into jail. All right, so that we know. Rightio. So these guys have been turned around at your border. Some of them have already gone back to China. This has been going on for a month now. So we're all finding out. Mainstream media is not carrying the news. You've got to read Border Patrol bloody posts directly, their Facebook and Twitter and all that sort of thing. And they're getting shadow banned as well. All of a sudden their readerships, you know, hits and all that sort of stuff on their Twitter stuff down to something like about 3,000 people with like 3 million followers. No, you know, that's a good indication that a lot of people ain't seeing what's out.
Right.
But heck, that's what you have zero clean jokes making response.
Right.
I'd like to know a Hebrew one about that.
Hey, Tojo. Hey, Miriam. Buffalo Bill. Huckleberry, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I was running behind. I had to take my cousin back to the city. I told him I was sorry I was taking him back to the city. What do you mean? Well, we're going back into the war zone. Oh man, but yeah, no, I was reading about that Chinese people coming in last week. I don't know if I haven't.
This has been going on for a month. It's like, what the heck is going on?
Right.
And all of a sudden, these people go back to China just on a flight. Yeah, no dramas and all that sort of thing. They've broken every fucking law in it. China can tell, and now they're getting, you know, Mexico saying you're not staying here, and so they've got no option. They're going back home to China, but they're, you know, back, no dramas. That's sus as hell. That's sus as hell. They've tried to do the bulk on the Chinese government, and the Chinese government's doing nothing.
Right.
There were two blokes that absconded in Africa. Oh, yeah, they went over there as part of this mining thing and all that sort of stuff. While they were there, they fucked off. Thought they'd slip away. They got caught. They got sent back to China under thing, under armed guard and all that sort of thing. And they shot one of them. The other one's doing 20 years. They took everything they had. The state confiscated everything.
Right.
You know, mining company and all that sort of stuff. Mining, manufacturing. And yeah, so one's in jail now. All his assets are things. His family's been tossed out of their properties and all that sort of thing. Everything's been forfeited to the state. That's what they do. These guys who have tried to slip in through the southern border, I'd be watching coming up through Canada because they've got a shitload of Chinese in Canada, and you can filter in it and a shitload more, and they don't give a fuck. And then sneak them in across your border that way. Come in right on New York, fill the whole place up.
Yeah, then you can't even turn it. You know, they had a TV on up there and nothing. Every time they switch the channel, it was coronavirus this, coronavirus that, COVID-19 this. You know, I was like, holy cow, you guys are gonna get sick watching that TV. It's got coronavirus all over it. I said, I can't watch that TV stuff. They say, why? I said, it's got coronavirus all over it.
Yeah, but it's okay. You take the top off and you put a little section of lemon or lime down the neck of the bottle, and it's all good then.
Oh, okay. Is that what it is?
Yeah. You got to have the lemon or the lime in it, and then it's good Corona.
Filters it on the way out. There you go.
I don't know what it is, but apparently, if you drink 36 of them bottles a day, you can't get sick off the virus.
Right.
So yeah.
That blood alcohol level thing, right?
Yeah. You got to drink 36 of them a day. Well, that's what the Corona company's saying. Yeah, drink 36 of these a day, and you won't get the coronavirus. You might die of alcoholic poisoning, but yeah, the virus ain't going to get you.
Right, the virus ain't gonna get you.
Yeah, Uncle Bubba. Yo, I can roll of toilet paper. Looking to trade for a 3-bedroom home on at least 6 acres.
Right. I'll give you a whole pack for the whole lot. There you go. Yeah.
Hey, Uncle Bubba, what would you say to somebody who's got 80 rolls of toilet paper on the back shelf? And without panic buying, that was here before the coronavirus fucking got here.
I don't want to say how much I got.
No, mate, you're out in the sticks. You don't know. You know, you could be cut off for a month or two and that before you get into town.
Yeah. That's crazy. What the hell is up with the toilet paper thing?
Oh, I had
that's
eBay Australia up before, and it's up to about $4 a roll.
$4 a roll.
$4
Holy
a roll
shit.
On eBay. And there was one there, and that was 20 rolls for $60 plus $20 postage and handling.
So my 36 roll, double rolls, they'd go for big money right now. So I get about $150 a pop.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm just working it out. This one here's got $1,400.
Right. Holy shit.
What's that? I got 4 of these. They're 18 roll packs.
Wow, you're rich. Oh my.
I go out in the storeroom. I did a thing, countdown with Tracy this morning. She said, "Oh, what do you want me to bring over?" I said, "I'm pretty all right for a bit, darling." Don't waste a thing. No, I just don't get into the cities all that and the big stores all that often. When Tracy's here, we go every 2 weeks, rightio. When I'm out here myself, I can't be bothered. I go maybe once every 3 months. I get everything I need here in town. I don't have to go far. I only go when Tracy, because you got to live nicer and all that sort of stuff. But no, it's all good. But we did the thing of 4 or 5 bottles of hand sanitizer. I buy the refills and keep on using the original pump packs. So that sort of stuff. We've got 2 litres of isopropyl alcohol. I've got 8 litres of natural soap. I've got a bottle of glycerin, hydrogen peroxide. So I've got everything to make hand sanitizer or disinfectant or all that sort of stuff. A fridge full of meat, garden full of veggies and taters. Don't have to go anywhere. I agree. So yeah. I'm rich for toilet paper.
So it'd take you 4 ounces of silver to buy a pack of toilet paper. That's crazy.
Yep, it's crazy.
12-roll pack. Yeah.
You know what real wealth is?
Oh shit! Yeah. Well, I was at the store this evening. I had to make a deposit at the bank, and I went out to the garden department and picked up all the seeds.
Yep.
So
the only thing I've gone out and dashed with this coronavirus, I got an extra 2 drums of diesel fuel out the back, and I get an extra 20 litres of regular gasoline for the generator and all that sort of thing, just in case. But also, I'm going to be, I'm going to get the weed whacker out and smash everything up in the next few days. Anyway, it's starting to get long again, so that's a day's job. So yeah, I'll probably go through half of that anyway. I'm just doing there, so I'm not really stocking up.
The goods was all picked over pretty hard in the store. The canned goods were picked over pretty hard. Now, all the fresh food and fresh fruit and vegetables out there, they were hardly touched. But the canned good aisle, that was picked through. There was almost nothing on the water jug level and shit. I was like,
so this is where if you've got a home canning, the foul of a cola type jars, you can can all that fruit and veggies and all that sort of stuff.
Right,
man. Because if that's what's all that's available, the price on that'll drop. Right, so you scoop it all up. I got a box of lemons last that way.
I'm waiting for all. How they come out with all the fruit trees and stuff like that.
Yeah,
those prices are going to drop through the floor because they're going to be growing right there on the damn store lot. I can't wait. I mean, they're already like 25. Normally they come out, they're like 38, $40 a piece. Now they're already 25. So I'm waiting for them to drop down another $10. I'm going to go buy them all.
That was already on Monday here. Sean McCollis, Mad as Hell. This is an Australian TV program put out by the Communist Broadcasting Corporation over here. And he's the new fashion statement now in Australia for upping is a gold chain and that with a roll of toilet paper sitting there, and that can share your wealth, tear off as much and throw it out to your fans.
Right.
Yeah,
Trump's gonna look like a prophet when he's doing paper towel paper out to the crowds and stuff for the down after one of the storms or something. They went off on Trump because he was throwing toilet paper and towels at people out in the crowd. Yeah. See, you bastards had it backwards again, didn't you? Huh?
Yeah. Hey, look, I finally finished off the Democrat fucking proposal and all that sort of thing and all the add-ins, rightio. $1.9 billion for the coronavirus, of which almost $1 billion is for fucking actually abortions.
Yeah, I don't even understand how that,
It's a
relative to the
rider. You
situation.
know how they tack on a pay rise for themselves or a little deal for this? This is what the Dems tacked on the end of it, rightio? But they took the money from the emergency management budget, which is illegal because all that's supposed to be used only for emergencies. So what's an emergency abortion?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Nothing about it.
And considering that out of every cent that the federal government historically has given, excuse me,
Bless you.
mm,
God bless you.
mm.
Now that's getting contested. That got contested in the Senate. They're still fighting over it.
Yeah, I know, and
Far
this is what they're doing. But historically, Planned Parenthood, out of every dollar that they get off the federal government, they give 20 cents back to the Democrats.
Oh, of course. At least.
Oh, yeah, so $1 billion, there's 200 million quick back.
At least. I think it's I think it's bigger than that.
So it's just on $1 billion. I added the numbers up. 980. Yeah, 980 million, almost close to 1,000 million.
Your Charmin is your Charmin. Oh man, I gotta go shut off the generator here in a minute.
Yeah, that's it. All good.
Well, I'm gonna start with first. Oh, but damn.
Did you see where France has took down Pelosi's speech as fake news?
Pelosi's?
Yeah, Pelosi's speech was relayed on Mond TV last night, or early this morning, my time, but it had a warning label in French. Please note, this is not a trusted news source. This person has proven to be not honest in the past.
Nice. That's funny as hell. I like that. That's funny.
She's cracking up to it too, and she's straight on to Macron over there. He's jumped on to Mon. I think that Mon's had a gut full of Macron, and they told him to get fucked before. So,
right.
They said, we don't see you as a leader of the French people. You're leading all the illegal immigrants against the French people. And his response was he got up and left the studio. It's fine. They've got to put him on the spot. He doesn't have an answer because he can't.
Right. I got to put him on the spot.
Did you see him pat him on the head?
Yeah.
You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, settle down, son. It's all good.
It's going to be all right.
Oh, dear.
I know, right? Just like, just timeless, man. Just timeless.
I did that to a major one time. I was a sergeant. I was a lance corporal the next morning.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I just passed by. Yeah, settle down, mate. That's all good. And just pat him on the head. He fucking went straight off the fucking CO. RSM come down 5 minutes later. Fucking up on charges. Like first thing, 9 o'clock in the morning. Bang, bang, bang. Salute at the front, salute. You are summarily charging that and disrespecting his lawful authority. How you plead, Bob? Guilty, sir. So do you have anything to say? Yeah, the guy's an idiot and shouldn't be an officer.
Right.
But that's your call, sir. And he says, I'll take that up with him, and that I'm dealing with you, and you know better. And I said, yes, I do, sir. And to you, I apologise. I don't apologise to him. I know, but to you, yeah, I let you down. He said, right, fine, reduction in rank, and that for 6 months, and confined to barracks for 14 days, which is hard when you're married, and loss of pay for the 14 days. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's usually.
And on Lance Corporal's fucking pay for the next 6 months.
I had a full-board colonel that I had to tell to get out of the way. One time, it was a medical situation. I had authority to do it. And I was like, sir, you need to get out the way. You know who the hell I am? I says, yes, Colonel, you're our commander. I need you to get the hell out of my way so I can fix this boy. Well, that didn't go so well. I didn't lose any rank, but I got Article 15 over disrespecting commanding officer.
Yeah, no, my Lance Corporal again. Oh, that was all right.
No, I didn't lose a rank. They already.
Oh, they're going to drop me down to private, but you've got to be a minimum Lance Corporal to be in charge of the armament party. And that, so.
Yeah, my defense was I was following regulations, and it showed right there where I was following regulations. So they dropped all the bad stuff. Yeah.
No. Well, this guy got transferred to signals, and I think he's probably still a major in signals. Yeah, they moved him sideways, and that would no. This is 30 years later. He's probably still there as a major. Either that, or he's selling used cars on Parramatta Road. That's what I think his lifetime vocation should have been: used car salesman.
Right. Well, that who was it? That financial guy, the Italian guy, the
What's the name?
Trends, Trends magazine guy.
Oh yeah. Not Bertolucci or Bartoloni or whatever his name is. Yeah.
He's on Alex Jones all the time.
Yeah. Used to be mates with the former Italian Prime Minister and all that sort of stuff, and that was getting the country back on track, and then they all went left.
And well, he turns around and he's like the New York Times, the toilet paper of record.
Well, at the moment, and that with the New York Times subscription deal they got, 3 months of the New York Times, $1 a day, no obligation after that. That's cheaper than toilet paper, and they deliver it for free.
Right, and they'll deliver it.
Yeah, for free. So, like, everybody who wants toilet paper, subscribe to the New York Times, take their 90-day deal. There's 3 months worth of newspapers, and that's for $1 a day. It's cheaper than fucking toilet paper.
Right. Who was that guy that put out that book, Everything the Democrats Know About Politics?
Oh, and
like 200 pages of it were empty. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's some funny shit. Yeah.
Yeah, Huckleberry. I see you on YouTube. Yes, we see you on YouTube. With lots of eyes. 5 pairs of eyes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. There's Marion.
There was nothing to think you're on Twitter.
Yeah, there was nothing to publish, is what she's just responded to my.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, actually, there should have been a lot, Chapter 1, lie.
Right.
Chapter 2, blame everybody else for what you're doing. Chapter 3, on that, how to get backhanders. Kickbacks, all that sort of thing. Well, look at the Planned Parenthood. You keep on funding them, they give you back 20% of what the thing in your party. All that sort of stuff. So there's plenty actually what they know about politics, but none of it's honest. And they never debate anybody. They never debate on anything.
No, they can't. They have nothing.
And all that sort of thing.
Well, they have no argument.
Yeah,
they just want it their way, and that's the way it is. All right, let me go make my tea. Turn off this generator. I'll be back in about less than 3 or 4 minutes.
You do that.
All right. Be right back.
Now, what's that there? That's all good over there. That's all good over there. And the Washington Post gave Biden 4 Pinocchios for editing the video used using coronavirus to 1, attack Trump, and 2, fundraise. So, yeah, that's quite funny. Well, look, from what I understand, and that in Mexico, and that, how they've got the open sewers over there, and that, it runs under the housing estate, and then it turns into an open sewer, and a lot of paper gets hung up and dried out and all that sort of thing. They just use that stuff over there and make out all their pinatas out of there, and then they export them up to the US. That's why they've got E. coli through them and all that sort of stuff and poisoning kids. Candy falling out of the donkey's ass. Sure, that's candy. Yeah, well, I'm not going to ask how you found out they were hot, mate. I really don't want to know.
Well, that was perfect.
Hey, Zoomy's back. Let's throw that in there. So I'm sticking it in every thing. I've got a little clicker over here. I'll just turn it around, and in 8 minutes I'll post it in again. How's that? Just surprised you. All right. Well, there's oil. 2 different types of oil in there. So you've got to get it hot to move it. That's what the thing is. And that's generally around about, I think it's about 160 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's not super hot. But yeah. Well, the light's underneath it, and it's got an oil, 2 types of oil inside of it. One they generally use a thing they call soluble oil. That's the clear part. And then they use it's that metral oil, and which takes dyes really good, and so you can put the bright reds in it and all that sort of thing, and it bonds. Sort of like acrylic and water doesn't mix. Oil and water don't mix. These 2 oils are very different substances, so they never mix. So, but yeah. That, as you know, if you've ever got a machine shop and you use that soluble oil, that's the stuff you put in there and you add a whole pile of water to it and it goes white, and that's your cooling fluid for cutting. That's stuff made to actually mix with water, but it won't mix with other oils. And that's why they use that. And the other reason, it's cheap. But it's thick and gluggy, so you've got to get it warmed up to get the other stuff flowing. Your spelling has Alzheimer's. Mine's just simply uneducated. So I'm grateful that it's not sick. It's just, yeah, just done. So you got more stuff from the store? More water, more TP, more hand sanitizer? Did you get ammo? I'm putting they're putting up the price of it, saying they're air freighting it up. And you expect to see that somewhere. Oh, we had to fly some in. We've got it couriered in especially and all that sort of thing. But unfortunately now it's $6 a roll. When it's been sitting out the back the whole time. Look, there's scam artists everywhere. Yeah, and that so the demand is high. You say there's a low supply, and that people pay more. That big roll 18 that I had out here before, that's still got the price tag on it. It's $6.29 for 18 rolls, so about 30 cents a roll, which is about pretty much standard price. So to see it going for now, and that's Kleenex, so it's a big brand. and so you can get cheaper.
All right.
I
I
like stuff myself. Saves it from you coming through.
I'll be right back. Got to refresh.
All good. So he's back. He's just got to refresh. Well, heck, comes worse to the worse, and that. Any of you ever washed nappies? Because when I was doing that sort of thing, and that there's no these. Well, they were disposable diapers. They were stupid and didn't work very well. Yep. You go on there, Zoom. A little bit of an echo there coming from you there, Wiz.
There's a what?
A little echo.
Background noise?
Anybody else hearing that? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Are you hearing coming back?
On and off. On and off. Okay, Battery,
right.
how you doing?
Hey, Battery. You want me to refresh again?
I'm just trying to figure out if it's you or not. Hang on, let me just check this back door here.
Hey, Patriot. Battery addiction. You have a serious question? What is that, Battery?
Sorry about that. Critters need feeding every now and again. Who knew?
We didn't abandon the cause of sensor wars. Sensor wars. I still use sensor wars quite a bit. Why not?
I'm staying out of this, Battery.
Yeah, I hear you.
Not being rude.
No, not at all. Not at all. Well, it ain't because of us. But
well, it is. No one gave him a lick of help. All that sort of thing. So.
Wow. Yeah, he's got that attitude, but yeah.
Most from folks fighting in here. Hang five.
Fighting. We haven't had much fighting in here. We took care of that. Yeah, well. Yeah, we took care of the fighting in here. I was like, I don't understand. Yeah. I guess so. Battery. I really have nothing bad to say about him. I just don't think I was treated. I don't think any of us were really treated fairly. And when it all boiled down to it, it was we did what he asked us to do, and then he all went off on us. So I don't even know what to say about it. So Uh-huh. Right. It happened a while back. So yeah, no, but no, dude, I picked up so much seeds today. I think I picked up $40 worth of seeds. All those little seed packets and stuff. Yeah. Got all the zucchini, the tomatoes, the beefsteak ones, the big beefsteaks. Yeah. I still use the site. I still up there all the time. But yeah, I don't know.
No one's stopping you, man. I know. I'm glad you do, and it's good. But let each be to their own, eh?
Oh yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I'm not gonna, I'm glad you're going to Bend. You're getting good stuff out of it. That's great.
Sure.
You know, it's a free country. That's what we're all about. But that free choice, and that is an individual thing. And if someone chooses not to be somewhere, saying, "Oh, why aren't you there?" Well, what you doing? Taking away my freedom? I got to
Right.
do this? No, I don't.
Yeah. Right. Right. Well,
As simple as that. I'm not going to say to anybody, "Don't go there." I've never done so. I've made a choice for myself. Simple as that. If you don't agree with that choice, sorry, that's what I made. I got given an ultimatum the other day with somebody involved with my little businesses, that I've been working so hard on. They gave me an ultimatum the other day, and they said, "You need to do it my way, or you can go on your own." That took about 4 seconds to think. All right, I'll go on my own. I don't do ultimatums well, so
well, it went beyond that, JS. Yeah. Come
it
on,
did, mate.
Brother Lincoln. Come up and talk to us.
The last time I was on that show, I said I'd turn around and said, "Catch you later," all that sort of thing. Listen to the previous 10 minutes before that. I sat there in silence. And I thought, "You can't be saying this. You can't be saying this." Hang five. What did we talk about half an hour ago? I explained. The good book actually says what a couple of folks did, and that was wrong. Oh, yeah. It says if your message is not being received, brush the dust off your boots and toddle on in peace. Don't sit there and demand
Yeah.
and threaten and all that sort of thing. That's what it says not to do. That's exactly what you're not supposed to do. But one, that person is young in their faith. Two, they've had a very distorted life and hard life. They're trying to get their way out of it and all that sort of thing. I understand that. But they did wrong. And I explained that to Ben and all that sort of thing, but he just wouldn't shut up and just kept on going on. And I said, Ben, you can't include everybody in this. It's like trying to blame every Republican in it for one bad apple. You know what I mean? Or one Democrat for one bad apple. You've got to take people on individually. We're all individuals. And that's all I wanted to say. But
Yeah.
not being rude, I put more
I just.
into it there than everybody else. And money wise as well, backed it up with what little I had and all that sort of thing. Tried to help out in other ways, all that sort of thing. And I kept on being told that nobody's helping. I'm doing it on my own. He said that the rant lasted between 5 and 6 minutes, and he repeated it 7 or 8 times over a period of an hour and a half. And I just couldn't do it anymore. Simple. did my best. But in the end, I got told I did nothing.
Yeah, and for me,
I,
I did exactly what
I
he told
wanted
me
St.
to do.
Paul's to succeed as well. I put my money into it. I put my time in it. I moved my whole life around. Chatting with Tracy and that 4 hours a day and all that sort of thing got curtailed. We've got half an hour now and an hour of a thing. It's hard to make these long distance relationships work. She understood that. We both wanted Sensible Wars to succeed. We tried to bring people in. I brought in over 30 personal friends myself, and most of them kept on asking me, "Who is this guy?" And he's so obnoxious. And somebody went in there, American, and I went in there and said, "Well, howdy, may the good Lord bless you, and for starting this channel." And he turned around and he said, "Oh no, not another Bible thumper." That was the response. It's on video. You can watch it. Friend turned around and said, "Well, that's a nice greeting." I said, "I'll give him a chink." Yeah, another 10 minutes. He never came back. And I'm looking like a dickhead. But that's all right. I look like a dickhead on a regular basis.
Well, yeah, that was. Yeah, he's all. I guess he's all riled up again.
So look, no matter what anybody does, he's going to be upset, and that because he's got it in his head that everything was stolen from him. I was in that chat. There was three of us there. There was Ben, there was me, and there was Wizard. Okay, Ben didn't like the way the chat was going. He was going to just do it off in the gaming and all that sort of thing. I sat there and I said, "Look, I don't know your bubble game and all these other games and the tank games and all that sort of thing. But if you're going to play something like Mech Warrior or Red Alert or Command and Conquer, yeah, I'll join in on those games and all that sort of thing. But I'll other times I'll hang over there at Wizards and all that sort of thing." And in the early days of Wizards channel, and that was all about Sensor Wars, pushing people over there and all that sort of thing. Then Ben got the shits with it because of more people over there, and there was only none of his gamer mates came through. And he got the shits with all of us first, and came in and accused Wizards of stealing everything. But that was no one was stealing nothing. This was at Ben's request, and then he changed his mind, and that for some reason, and saw it very, very differently. I don't know.
I'm sitting there going, "What the hell? Oh shit!" Oh, sorry, I stepped forward. No good deed goes unpunished. But yeah, Crow's right. Yeah, it's back to the real issues. TP and hand sanitizer. God bless him.
I got realer issues than that.
What'd you do? Fire the ball.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Thank you, Don T. Rowe. I'll tell you what. Boy, I tell you what, that guy's just awesome. I slept like a baby last night, man. I was like totally gone by the time I left the show. I walked over to the passed out. Slept like that was awesome.
When we get over there, I'll have to. Well, I've got his address. Actually, I still got his website up because I was perusing that again this morning. Now, what was that other thing that
The Hong Kong flu killed over 1 million Americans in 1968.
Yeah, it did.
Wow.
Killed something like 250,000 Aussies. Hey, but look who died. Again, old folks with respiratory problems, asthmatics. The only kids that got sick, and that were the kids who got sick from whooping cough. That was a thing. If you survive whooping cough, but it leaves your lung scarred. Hong Kong flu cleaned up a lot of those. I had a friend and that I grew up with polio, and so he was weak in the legs and the lungs and all that sort of thing. He passed away with the Hong Kong flu that time. But he was in and out of hospital all his life, that poor bastard. So, lovely person. I know. So, yeah.
I'm
tell me.
sorry. I
Oh, you
can't.
go for Graham, get yourself a feed.
No, what?
Get yourself a feed. Dinner. Food. Tucker.
Oh yeah, I did. I did.
Majority! That's
Yeah.
the one word in Italian that I know, because the Italians, mangiare! Hey, food.
All right, Mary. Yeah. Go get you some feed. Uh, uh. Well,
Um, well, I see it a little bit different, Lizard. But yeah, look, I'm not arguing with you. Different views on the other thing. You're stressed to the fucking max, and yeah, chuck the wobbly. And we all do it at times. I've done it. Watch me in the workshop or shop some days. Heck, you would have seen me yesterday when I sliced my leg open. I still haven't found the other bit of steel yet. That's all right. But yeah, I'll make a new one from scratch. Easier than that, and I don't have to worry about it flying to pieces. So, like, we all do it, okay? I understand stress and pressure and all that sort of stuff. It's just sad when it goes, you know. I like the guy. You can't take away the fucking brains of him. I scoped out that platform. It's good. It's good.
yeah, no, I know it's good. Yeah.
Man,
I
it's
got.
like I keep on saying, it took 400 folks to create a fucking Facebook to a working platform. He did it on his own side. And the code's so fucking different. It achieves the same, but his is a lot more streamlined, and probably because it's got no tracking and fucking, you know, all that recording shit that they've got in it. Because they've got all these encapsulated subroutines in Facebook that you can't read, can't see the code on it. It's just, you know, hieroglyphs, and as far as it is, it's all encrypted. And Tasmanian Jack BBW ACTC HHGAS.
It's the big or something about what should guess. Yeah.
Gassati. BBW, this big beautiful woman. ACT, Australian Capital Territory. This sounds like a Dayton fucking listing.
I know, right?
So you got a chunky broad in Canberra, have you? That's all right. Plenty of chunky broads in Canberra, and they run the country. It's called public service.
No, Jack, that was you getting hurt in the freaking shop. Tasmanian Jack.
Yeah. No. Actually, I go, and that was just, oh shit! I just cut myself again. Now I got to rip my boot off because I ended up getting blood down my boot. And if it hit,
those are good boots too.
If it had hit an inch lower, it would have hit the boot and it wouldn't have gone in. And I don't think I would have had to, because you can see the little stain there. I got most of the blood out. I washed it twice. There's still a little bit of clumps, but I wouldn't have had to use the pliers to get the thing back out of my shin bone afterward. So yeah.
So what was the big point of saving the boot? Did you need a new umbrella stand or something? I mean, with your foot out, the boot ain't going to be much good no more.
$140 a pop for repair. I'm keeping them bastards.
Yeah, clown holder or something. Do something.
Now that Ugg boots are allowed to be made in Australia again because the guy who internationally registered the name Ugg as a proprietary label of his family company, even though the word had pre-existed in history for 112 years.
Really?
recorded instance, and that before any of them ever did anything.
I always like that Kakadu stuff, that oil treated canvas,
Yeah.
Kakadu.
Yeah.
That's
So
Australian stuff, huh?
Well, see, the Kakadu rights, and that belongs to the Jiri people and the Nanamai people.
Oh, I see.
And so that's because that's their name, and this everybody goes in there, and that's on there, and that the only thing you get to sign, you don't get to sign a waiver, you don't sign this and all that sort of thing, because you can't have waivers here in Australia. But you sign that you will respect their lands. You won't litter and pollute and all that sort of thing, and you'll leave it as you found it. That's all they are. Right, so everybody can go up there, but also don't steal their name, don't use it without things. And like, if you want to use a name, all you got to do is work out a deal with them, and it's never expensive. I got a friend that is Tanamai Knives, and that because he's out on the Tanamai Desert track. And
You're so bright, I gotta wear shades.
yeah.
No, I was listening, Jack. Come on. Come on.
No, just the reflection off your sunglasses, though, and that your face was white, but the reflection of the sunglasses is sort of like cyborg.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Cylon, that's it. Cylon. When you moved your head, the light shifted on it.
Okay.
I don't know. Apparently, you got new Cylons now that look like people. But I'm old. Anyway, so the Tanamai people and that. So Tanamai Knives. You know what they did as a deal?
As a who?
As a deal to use the name Tanamai.
How did they work it out?
You make us a dozen knives and that for cutting up roos, butcher knives, all that sort of stuff, and as quits. Big company in Cairns, they use an indigenous name up there. All they did, and that is on the bottom of their artworks, and that a name courtesy of the local indigenous population up there, and a link to a website where you can help out with their community projects. They don't ask for money. They ask for, if you're getting your stuff out there, let people know about us and what we're doing. So you can do these deals, but this clown from, not being rude, America, came over here and that registered a name internationally. We already had 50 companies over here making Ugg boots. And Ugg boot means an ugly boot, sheepskin boot. Right, and that's all it is. Shearers used to wear them because they're comfortable and they can stand on feet all day and warm and all that sort of stuff. When you're shearing in winter and all that sort of thing, so you keep warm, you keep comfy, all that sort of stuff, and you make them out of sheepskin. And you whack it with the old Wellington boots. The sides used to crack in the rubber and they'd leak and all that sort of thing. They cut the bottom off of that, a few staples and a bit of glue, and that on the bottom of your sheepskin, and that was an Ugg boot. And so they've been around for years and years and years. This guy pretends he's invented it because no one's ever registered the name. And it's not a brand, it's a thing. And it's sort of like that company that came over here and registered ANZAC, the Australian New Zealand Army Corps. So they could take over the ANZAC biscuit market. And that because we have a traditional thing called an ANZAC biscuit that was made with no eggs, so they'd last forever. You could ship them off to World War One, and the soldiers would get them and all that sort of thing, and they wouldn't be rotten. This guy did that as well. Sued the living daylights of everybody who was making ANZAC biscuits, including the Returned Services League. And so that's be like the ladies of the VFW, and that. Imagine them getting sued by some company saying, we now own the rights to the term VFW.
Really?
Yeah. It happens all the time. Under Bush, it happened a lot. Under Obama, it happened a shitload. We were dealing with all these crappy con artists, and it just, again, give you a bad name and all that sort of thing. But most folks are smarter than that, and they saw it as individuals. And when it was taken to the court, the US judge said, you've got no right to do this. And he said, I've got every right to this. And, these people don't matter. And he said, unfortunately, these people are our allies. and that's a historical name. You can't do it. You can't register it as a brand. It's sort of like registering the word the Alamo, and it'd never fly. So see you later. Your thing's dismissed and all that sort of thing. Oh, by the way, all these companies you sued, you got to give them their money back plus their legal costs. And so everybody loved that Robbins, the judge, and that man. There's pictures of him in just about every shoe store in Australia.
Oh,
They call him the shoe fairy.
the shoe
fair. That's nice.
Nobody could sell UGG boots over here. Couldn't use the name. Couldn't use sheepskin, but they registered all these things and all that sort of thing, and shut down all the manufacturers with lawsuits. That's all they were doing. They were making money off lawsuits. It's sort of like Benchcraft knives. They make more money in suing other knife makers than they do out of selling knives. They make a nice knife, but they have these huge open-ended patents and that don't describe an actual product or something that they make in it. It's just so blanket, so they can sue other knife makers. And that's why I've got to be very careful. I'd never copy anything that's close to a Benchmade, KIA, which is Kershaw International. Who others going? Oh, Thompson Brands. And
The only thing I know about it is we had one hell of a time getting a patent on our steering mechanism for my tricycles, because we had to go through 220 years of bicycle history. We had to go through, the whole patent office, everything about steering. And, oh my God, I mean, that lawyer had to go through years of research to find a reason why our steering system is different. And we did get a patent on it. We do have a patent on our steering mechanism that is what me in the garage. I mean, he started it with, originally he started it with a spool and a paper clip, and that's how he got the idea. But we found out that was relative to a particular joint, like a Heim joint, right? That was a Heim joint that he was thinking of. So he thought that was
predating rack and pinion.
What? Yeah. Well, involved also with the Ackerman. What
was that early American thing? It was it had a single drive wheel at the back. It had the engine in there, and the front was out there. Now the steering wheel was held by two bearings. It had a shaft coming out on the end there, and then there was this loop on the bar, the steering bar that went across, that sat forward of the wheel with a little joint coming back, and that's what pivoted the wheels. But that as the steering wheel turned, it would move that slotted bar that way or move it that way.
like Lizard.
This slotted bar there, and as you turn the wheel, you're going backwards like that. So you got this pin, you turn your wheel, it turns that way, you turn it that way, and that's the pin on the rod. That sits in this slot and dries up, and that's what you're steering. It's a very direct thing. You feel every bump and all that sort of.
Oh yeah.
And that, but remember they were only doing 20 mile an hour at most,
right,
on those early buggies, and that's why they figured it didn't work. And because as soon as anything bounced, the connection would bounce out and it could go anywhere. But for the very early steering, that was that pin joint.
Sort of a rack and pinion. But so then the way the wheels would both turn and pivot, that was the Ackerman steering. But where we got our edge is that we put a torsion bar in it to correct it so that it would remain upright going down the road. And that's where we found our patent. And I can't believe the red tape and bullshit and bureaucratic crap that a person has to go through, just to get a patent. And by the time you get the patent, you're broke and can't afford to make the goddamn product.
Yeah, I know. I've been there. I went through it for one knife, one only, And ever since then, I just use copyright. Because copyright I can do at home. I just put a notice up and all that sort of thing. And I just stuck with copyright. And over here, that gives me 25 years. That's shit. If I come up with a new knife now and just put it on copyright, I'm going to be bloody 90 in that before that patent, the copyright runs out. And I've got full sale rights of it. You never get a long sale. Generally, you get an upfront small cash amount and a small ongoing out of the first 5,000 that they make. And then you get your ongoing royalties. So generally only a small one.
Sure.
That deal I did with Columbia just recently. That's only for a 2,500 now, but that's going to be an expensive knife, and they'll sell them for a couple $100. And so they won't make as many, and they'll probably only make a total of 10,000, but I'll only get paid for the first 2.5. But that's all right. It's $1,500 up front, and $3 a night. So 2,500, and that's about $7,000.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Look, you can't complain. And it's $7,000 income where I don't have to make anything to do it. I've already made the thing. They like the thing. They have rights. The only thing is I now can't make any more myself, because from now on they're all going to have CKRT written across them.
We were never able to find anybody who would invest without primarily wanting the patent, or secondly, wanting the royalties, 70-30 for life. Or
money has traditionally taken the lion's share, and brains and workers and that get the least amount. And see, this is what's wrong with the system, and that's why I like the Catalonian system. And that whereas over there, they went out and hired management. They build the factory. Everybody groups together, builds the factory, all that sort of thing. Their relatives and they go in there and man the factory, and they get the experts in to train them how to use everything. Then they hire the managers. Now, if the manager's doing a good job, he gets a bonus and all that sort of thing. Yeah, that's fine. The sales guys and that, they're doing okay. They get bonuses as well. But the management don't tell the farmers what to do. Right. They're the owners.
Yeah.
And
Well, we're going to see a lot more of that after this coronavirus does its little run through.
Well, see, people have been fighting against that system, and that for 1,000 years. Catalan has been attacked by everybody. Even the Rothschilds got a private army to go down there in 1612 and try to storm the fucking joint. And they said, no, fuck this. Nowhere in that. They snuck down out of the hills and that into the mercenary camp and poured pitch all over them and then sent down a couple of berserkers and that with torches and just lighting everybody up.
Light them up.
They were running away and for any bit of flame, because they didn't start with the flame first. They were just going through with these big jugs of this oil that would combust and just covering everybody with it.
Did you hear about the new ban we're going to have here now with the fucking assault sanitizer? Yeah, one chick got in a fight with her old man and fucking Molotoved his ass with the Purell jug, man. Burn him up. I'm serious. That really happened, man. The fucking hand sanitizers claimed as many lives as the damn it disease. Stupid, but true. That one's true.
Well, let's face it, and that hand sanitizer is pretty much anywhere between 10 and 25% isopropyl alcohol.
Great fire starter.
Well, see, I throw a little bit of the natural soap in with it and all that sort of thing. You think that'd kill as a natural fire suppressant? That'd counteract any long burning. But I actually haven't set fire to any hand sanitizer recently, so I can't really tell you. Maybe we'll go back.
I didn't know it was flammable.
Just put some in your hand, fire it up. It makes a nice little flame. It's not that hot.
I don't like alcohol flame, so
there you go. Fire it up.
I gotta figure out how to open the bloody thing.
Maybe you could try a knife.
Well, I can get the top off like that, but I just can't get the pump up to start working. You know what I mean?
Oh, I think the pump screws out of the cap.
Yeah, I know, but I keep on trying. Oh, there it is. Yeah, cool. I twisted and twisted and twisted. I had to hold the bottom. That little
Yeah.
ring
It's that newfangled shit.
got to hold that. That's the trick. All right. So
Oh, damn it, newfangled cockamamie devices. What happened to a
So I
bar?
got hand sanitizer on there.
Fire it up. What? Surely thou jests. You bought the cheap shit.
I bought that shit on the shelf.
Don't buy hand sanitizer from the bottom shelf.
All right, let's do it this way. Now the whole hand's covered in a thin.
What? Man, you got cheated. You bought that diluted stuff.
Smells nice.
You get that from the mafia?
Smells nice.
The Australian mafia sell you that?
You know what though? That shit is all, that really messes me up.
Yeah, the Australian
Because
mafia. Safeway Corporation, USA.
Right. I'll tell you what, all I do is I just put the colloidal silver and the hand soap and you're done. You ain't got to worry about all this other crap.
But I want to worry about crap. Don't take away my crap, goddammit.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Right.
aloe gel. If you just squeeze out a bit of aloe gel, all that sort of thing, a little bit of liquid soap, then your isopropyl won't burn either. They're very good sapoderms and
See, it's a white flame.
very good fire suppressant. Yeah, but that's pure liquid. Shit, if I go out,
What is yours, rock?
I go out to the keg out the back there, and I can get what I'm drinking, and I can get a bit of flame out of that.
Now this could get dangerous.
That's that's
See the flame?
Yeah.
it's getting hot.
Yeah,
You got to clap. That's how you do it.
It's
And that way, when you do it, it splashes on your hair, and then your hair lights up.
I know. I thought I was going to drip it on my keyboard and have a disaster.
Yeah, his keyboard's up.
Buffalo Bill's ghost, yes. Tow truck burned off his beard. I actually had an old mate out in the desert. He used to shave with a twisted newspaper, and then just light it up and just go all around underneath there and scrape his face, scrape off with his hand.
Really?
Absolutely,
Wow.
every day of his life.
Wow.
Hard boy, skin, tall, he's 6 foot
No.
tall, as skinny as I am, and all that sort of thing. Lived out there, old tin miner. Made his living, put 3 kids in the university mining tin, one-man operation.
I met a damn hard old Australian boy up here in Minneapolis, man. He spiked into the Ironworkers Union. He told him, look, I'll work my fucking ass off, but I got 10 kids and I need this job and you're going to put me on. And they put him on, and he was the hardest worker that I ever met. And so I was the lead, right? So I was trying to tell this guy what to do, and he was hard as nails. And we got along famously. He couldn't get along with anybody, man. And people were like, how the fuck can you tell him what to do? And I was like, well, you just tell him what to do, and then he does it. And they're like, well, every time I talk to him, he's a fucking hard ass. And I was like, well, maybe because you're not making any sense. I mean, maybe you're not saying anything, you know? I mean, he ain't got time for bullshit. He's got 10 kids to feed. You better tell him how to make his money, man.
Right.
Willow.
Simple thing. You were his authorised boss, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and the other folks, they weren't?
No.
They were his boss too?
Right.
All right, all right. Well, maybe, yeah, maybe the others he thought is you were talking straight and that no time waste and all that. So tell me what to do, I'll do it and all that sort of thing. And other people talk around stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it. But I
That's
mean,
annoying.
we were partners. I mean, we were partners too, and like, you know, you get in those situations, and I could bark at them and stuff, and other guys were betting that I'd be getting my ass kicked in about 3 shakes. But you know,
Yeah, you're a boss,
when you're right,
and,
you're
and
right, right?
hey, look, simple thing. You may not like your boss and that, but you know he's making you a living. So you do
Yeah.
what he says. You get your pay. Um, that's it. End the thing. And then you go home, and then you got your own life. His own life is 10 kids. Right, yeah. So hell of a lot more work at
Yeah.
home.
We had
But
But
this
yeah,
job.
we made
take
more
it to
progress than the man in the moon, man. We made
We had this job.
Mercury.
Yeah, we had this job we had to do swapping out AIG offices because they were reducing their offices and all that stuff. We had to resituate all the technology in it, right?
American Insurance Group.
Yeah, AIG. Yep. And turn around and they were sending one of their main site managers out of New Jersey. And my handlers called me up and they're like, dude, this guy coming down from New Jersey, he's a real dick. He's really hard to work with. Nobody likes him. But I tell you what, I just wanted to make you aware he's a hard guy to deal with. You mean him hit it off like fucking champs, dude. We were like, he invited me out to
Oh,
fucking drink afterwards, man. I'm sitting there going, I'm having a blast with this guy, and I seen him do this shit to these other people, and I'm saying, I was like, why do you be such a hard ass though? He goes, because they're all assholes.
they're all assholes. Hell yeah.
He's like, you want to go get a drink, man? We'll go down to the pub and get a burger or something, you know?
It's like our little fire team here. Right, yeah, so there's 4 of us on one little truck, and we get called out. And I'm actually off the list because I'm too old now, but I'm still on the list. So, yeah, you know what I mean? Hey, get up here. And that's fine. So we just go in, charge hard and all that sort of thing. And everybody else just calls us Team Psycho. We're all the hard fucking old cunts. So, you know, we get it done. We get it done.
Get the job done. I don't want to hear any excuses. Let's do it, and let's get it done. And,
And
when we're
everything
done,
on that truck is always working.
yeah.
You know what I mean? I've had it up here. We've replaced the seals off the pump on it and all that sort of thing. Now we get it back and that. Oh, we've got that thing was booked in and that to do the seals on the pump and that about 2 months ago. We finally got the time. No, we did it 2 weeks ago. What? You know, I said, yeah, because it's starting to leak out the side there. So, yeah, we fixed it. Oh, but we were booked in a Horsham. You know, no need to go to Horsham. We took it up to my place and that. I got all the tools in the world up here. Got it done. Hour and a half.
Exactly. Right. It's just like,
6 hours of labour in some mechanics workshop in Horsham. Hour and a half, and she was back down in the fire shed. And tested. So we took it down the river. We pumped about probably about 4,000 or 5,000 gallons through it, which is full all 4 hose inlets in the river, and that all 4 pumps going and all that sort of thing running for about a minute and a half. So because that little trunk's got a big pump on it. Not much storage on it, but we tow a trailer behind it, and that's got 5,000 gallons on it. So,
Oops.
hey, that's one of the things I actually posted on Sensibles while I was there. So that's all right.
I know, but I was goofing around. I'm such a dick. Oh, did I break the rule? Am I kicked out now?
No,
I suppose. Oh, wait. Here.
What did you do to get kicked out?
yeah.
Oh, that's his antivirus.
Oh, no.
Right.
I got, because I was being a dick with Censor Wars memes. No, I'm always a dick. What do you mean? I do.
Train's been going through town here for about 10 minutes.
Who was?
Oh, there's a train running through, and it's been running through town here for about 10 minutes. Bloody big train. probably one of those big 4 engines up the front and 2 behind, and that, and 600 grain cars in between.
Man, some of the most interesting work I ever did was with this low ram trains. They built these freaking rail corrector fucking things that had laser sights and huge series of huge grindstones with big high amp or high watt motors on them, like 1,000 horsepower motors on these 12-inch grind wheels, and there was like 6 of them on each car. And they'd pull a couple cars, and it was all laser profiled and everything, and it would go down the tracks and freaking shape them right back up, take all the mushrooms off of them, put a round back on them.
And there'd be another one that's joining all the rails and welding them all together, and that's what's following up behind, taking all that weld off. Or some of them actually use thermite to join the rails.
Oh, yeah, there's lots of that. Yeah.
I see that too, yeah.
And so all that slag's got to be removed, and all that sort of thing. It's not like the old days, and that they figured out all those da-dum, and that so much cost and wear, and that they make that smooth. They can halve their running costs on their rail stock. It's crazy. Just those little bumps, because it all gets transferred. And if you got 600 ton of steel on top of your bloody 40 ton of bloody flat top rail car, that's a lot of weight on there driving in those. And so all those gaps, they end up getting bigger and bigger and bigger and getting pushed more and more down all the time, and the impacts get bigger and bigger and bigger, and that, so the shock on the cars, you get metal fatigue, you get major fractures and bearings, you get whole wheels coming off, and that's the major cause of derailments, not track lines. It's actually wheel failures, and that also
bearings get beat up on the trucks. Yeah.
All the rest of it.
I gotta. My nephew's got the flu, and my doggy needs to take a shit, and I need to smoke. So
enjoy.
I'll just hang out here for a second, if you don't mind. Otherwise, you can kick me out anytime.
You got just hurry back when you can. Jimmy Bean, how you doing?
What happened to Buffalo Bill, their Zoom?
Buffalo Bill? What happened to Buffalo Bill?
Have a look in the YouTube chat there. Zoom coffee just zapped Bill. Was that an accident there, Zoom? Hey, Jimmy Beam, how you doing? Crominion, Buffalo Bills Ghost. I'm just trying to figure out what happened there.
Yeah.
All I saw in chat, we were making a bunch of jokes about that.
As a mod,
the Great Beard Fire of 2020. Yeah, it was funny stuff. All right, I'm really gone this time. Trust me. I might even brew some coffee. Yeah, I probably will. Okay, later.
Not being rude, Zoom. I've just unhidden. You just
we both did. Right.
We think it was friendly fire, an accident, man. We're just trying to figure it out with Zoom.
Right.
He said he had to go, but I think he hit the wrong button and zapped you instead of bailing out. All good. Yep. See. So it was accidental. If anybody doubts and that what's going on, you can actually do that. There's 3 buttons on the side where it normally goes to the channel, but as a mod you see a lot more. And it's awful close if you're on these screen things. Yeah, it's all good, Zoom. We know. The buttons on them tablet things right next to them, so you can accidentally zap somebody. I zapped Wizard the other day. Hopefully nobody noticed, and I fixed it up again. So we keep an eye on it. So yeah, if any of the other mods didn't know, you have 30 seconds. If someone accidentally zaps somebody, query it. You don't see anything that they've done and all that, query it, and you can unzap them And if they do need zapping because you've missed something or whatever, it's easy to re-zap them. But,
Right.
yeah, just always play on the side of caution, because especially on these tablets and phones, the buttons are too close to fucking together.
And next thing you know, it's just like, yeah.
Yeah. So, I screw up with the mouse and that, because that's where I put my YouTube chat. I'm bringing up here. So if you can see, I've got my YouTube chat here, but I can see down the bottom on the StreamYard chat there's the ones coming through. So, and because they overlay each other, I've got to be careful where I put the mouse.
Right.
Yeah, because I can even zap myself, and I've done that before. Bit hard to undo when you do it yourself.
Right. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, accidents happen. The joys of technology, eh?
Oh man. We see you now, Bill. Oh good lord. It's like, man.
That's all right. So you get full credit and full health back, and that, and all your points again. It's sort of like you just refresh. So what do they call it in those games? Respawned. That's it.
Respawn. Right.
And that with all your points back. So yeah.
Oh man, they had some cool shit I was looking at earlier. But they were, I mean, with all this talk, there was like, I got a phone call from a friend of mine, and they were talking like, Trump's gonna bring out martial law. I was like, no, he's not. Oh yeah, it's gonna be martial law. We're all gonna be locked down in our houses and stuff like that.
Can I just iterate something? You've now got 6 states with National Guard troops supporting in various ways, shapes, and forms, right?
Right.
5 of them are Democrat states, and the first 5 to implement that sort of thing were Democrat states. The first one was New York.
Right.
That thing. The other one was Washington. Oregon. California.
And Washington, though. Yeah.
Washington, and then Colorado. Only because of that camp there where that guy broke out of. They broke out of the hospital, and now they've got him in a camp somewhere, but they've got National Guard watching it. If anybody doesn't want to stay self-quarantine, they'll quarantine them for public health reasons.
Right.
So, but like Trump doing it,
right?
It's all
like no.
It's all the Democrat states that are doing it.
Right.
So like,
right.
Just when people come, oh, Trump's going to do this. It was started by fucking thing in New York. Who's he? Democrat. All right.
Yeah.
Next one was Portland. Who's that? Democrat. Next one was California. Who's that?
Democrat.
Yeah, right. Next one was Washington State. Who was that? All right. You think this is Trump's doing? Still?
Right. Yeah, I know, right? I was like, you listening to the wrong information. And he says, well, this guy told me, and I was like, yeah, that guy's probably a Democrat. He goes, yeah,
I don't know where you are there, Huckleberry. I'm on the 14th sub-basement floor, and that somewhere in, outside of Houston.
And I live in Emerald City.
Uh-huh.
You figure it out. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Ghostbuster fan chat. Now I know where we are. Cool.
Don't cross the streams. Yes.
Yeah, all right. Who was the actor inside the Donut Boy suit and that making a guest helping appearance making the Ghostbusters for some Ghostbuster trivia.
The Mark.
You know, the marshmallow guy comes alive and that, and they had to zap him and blow him up and send him into
Right,
goo
right.
and that and all that sort of thing. Was it the Donut Man or I don't know?
We're
I don't
gonna
know.
have to cross this
The
street.
giant marshmallow doohickey. They put.
Yeah,
This was in, you know, because that was an actor inside of a suit, and then they,
right. Of
you know,
course.
they play it up. Guess who was in the suit?
I
True
have
story.
no idea.
Danny DeVito.
Really?
Yeah, because he was one of the investors in the thing, and he said just for fun, and because it fits, so it fitted. He fit the suit because he was in. That was taken out of something else that he did something about 20 years ago, and they used the same prop.
Oh
So,
wow! The Stay Puft Frost Marshmallow Man.
yeah, they used it for maybe an ad or something like that, but it was apparently a genuine article that was been around for about 20 odd years, and Danny DeVito had actually worn it, I think, for some charity do.
Right.
And where he appeared up and he took the head off and there he appeared. And
Oh wow.
so
DeVito.
that's what I'm led to believe. And it's there's an article about it because Danny DeVito's just come out recently very anti-Trump and all that sort of stuff. And this guy said, this is what I was writing about Danny DeVito and all that sort of stuff. And what do I do with it now? And that was the article. And the guy's history and that and all that sort of stuff. So just, you know, little trivia. He's been very good with charities. He gives a shitload to kids' charities, children's hospitals. There's a
So why
kids'
did he go stupid?
hospital Shriners over there. I think they're offshoot of the Masons or whatever. But they you know, fund the kids' hospital and all that sort of thing. And apparently Mr. DeVito's a very good donor. So,
Well, what's the deal with him supporting Bernie though?
this is I don't get. I do know he's good looking, sexy kitten of a wife, and that is very much a lefty. So whether he's getting led by the leash below the belt, I don't know.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Because as far as I knew, he was a fucking Reagan fan.
Right. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the hell was that all about, you know?
Yeah, you know, like you'd think if someone really was a Reagan fan, and that they'd sort of like the idea of Trump and what he's doing. You may not have liked the idea of him before the election, but based on what he's actually done for the country, you got to love his ass. It's like Glenn Beck, right? Yeah, Glenn Beck was a never Trumper. He was the libertarian guy, right? Yeah, he's backing them and all that sort of thing. 6 months into Trump's thing, he came out, big apology. I fucked up. I was wrong. Trump's doing fucking way better than what I ever thought, and I've got to agree with everything that he's doing. And that, so I look like an idiot, and I wear it and all that sort of thing. But for the first 3 months, he made an asshole out of himself and that.
Yeah.
You know, he did the mea culpa. You can find the video on YouTube. It's out there. You go to there. Glenn Beck now supports Trump, and that, and he explains why he's now supporting him and all that sort of thing. He still doesn't agree with everything he does, but that's everybody's right. And let's face it, Trump's not perfect. He's just a man. He's just a bloody good man to have right this moment in time to stop all that fucking lefty, fucking globalist, fucking evil, fucking Islamic, all those fucking evil forces that everybody's supporting out there.
Right.
Hey there, come on in, man.
What's up, Zubek?
Not much. My mom got some more supplies from the store.
Mum's been out there bulk buying again.
Yes, sir.
She got some more what?
Oh, drinks, food, water.
Oh, stocking up. There you go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Nah, you're not fired. Hey, look, you admit you fuck up. Everybody accepts it. Next. Just don't do it again. It's all good. Now look, who here is perfect? Fair question. Anybody watching in chat? D Live,
I
Twitch.
think she wants us.
Yep.
I think she wants a spanking.
Yep. They're canceling some big events for this week.
Hey, you know, a job that I had just recently, a couple of weeks ago. I was asked to make a paddle, leather, with metal studs in it, and like pyramid studs, both sides, wrought iron studs. This thing ended up weighing about 6.5 pounds. I know. So you got a wooden handle, you got about a quarter pound of leather, and then you got all these studs going all the way across, so the whole thing just flexes and all that sort of thing.
Oh wow!
I know what it's going to be used for, is it? But seriously, 6.5 pounds. That's yeah. So yeah, obviously there's people out there who like getting smacked. Look, I'm not arguing with that. Crikey. I hear there's a whole industry out there of people paying to be smacked and tied up and treated piss poorly, whipped even, and they pay thousands for it.
Oh jeez!
Crikey, come out here
Hey,
and that and
Emerald,
join a land care and that and go through all that lantana and cutting all those bloody invasive bloody bushes back to save the bush. You get whipped and throttled and cut and nicked and all that sort of thing for free. Don't have to pay for it, and you're helping the environment.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Hey, Emerald, how is your day, Emerald?
Oh man, we like took my cousin back up to the city and got a lot of errands done today. So yeah, good day.
That's
Good
cool.
day. I picked up all the seeds I need too. I can't find my seed pack. I know it's somewhere. It's in storage. It's gonna be all right for
Yep.
a couple of years, but I was like, well, what the hell? I'll just go get new seed, and I found it. Got everything I need except for one. So
Know the feeling there, Crow.
Hey, Emerald, I'm going fishing Monday.
you're going fishing. Kick ass.
Yes,
What
sir.
you fishing
I'm
for?
going around. We're going bass, white bass.
Oh man, get some good eating on that.
Yes, sir. We mainly catch and release.
I guess you're taking out that boat, huh?
Yes, sir. We got it ready, all good to go. We're gonna
Awesome.
check all tomorrow.
Uh oh. Leftist Incorporated Australia have just put out a new video on the coronavirus. I'm going to duck over there and suss it out and see how they slam everything. Probably going to call the government racist because we shut the borders and shut down air travel from China, including cargo. So
Right. Wow. Oh, cargo too, huh? Wow.
yeah, well, that's how the folks in Cairns got their thing, and that the one of the flight guy has got family in Cairns, jumped out of the airport without permission, visited with his family for the day while they were turning around, reload, all that sort of thing, flew back to China. They were the first case here in Australia. So we know it come from. We know where the guy. Sadly, the guy who passed on is now dead.
Oh shit.
So the folks out here, though, they're his kids, so they weren't as badly infected. But one of them is a school teacher.
Oh
So,
yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's where we got out that little outbreak. Then we had all the cruise ship passengers coming off the cruise line. We set them up in Darwin, but unfortunately one of the medicos got sick. Everybody was getting better. We lost 2 up there in Darwin, both elderly. But one of the lady nurses in her 30s, she's recovered and all that sort of thing. But unfortunately, she passed it on to family members, and it got out there.
Oh shit! So
because you don't show symptoms, so while you're doing this isolation again, first responders and medical teams are always at the highest risk of these things because they're surrounded by the bastards all day. Sorry, don't mean to call them like that, but Australian slang. Sorry. So yes, there, coffee. Zoom.
Yep. Are we gonna be put in quarantine, like in our houses for a week?
no.
I didn't get half of
They're
that.
not being put in quarantine. They're just asking us to restrict travel as much as possible.
Yes, sir.
And they're just asking us to do our due diligence to make this go away.
Don't go to places where you don't really have to go. Yes, it's nice to go to the pub on a Friday night and all that sort of thing and have a few beers with your mates.
Yes, sir.
But for a couple of months, lay off. Okay?
Yes,
let
sir.
this thing burn out. Don't spread it around. Don't do stuff. And this is why they're shutting down the football games, and that is common sense. Someone goes to a football match, they're surrounded by 20 other people, and they sneeze, splutter, and all that sort of thing. They infect 20. They go off to 20 different suburbs, infect their families. The kids go to school, 20 different schools.
Right.
That's how this thing gets around, right? Yeah.
Well, it's easy to be within breathing distance. It's easy to be within breathing distance of at least 100, maybe more people every time you go somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, because you're walking through crowds, you're standing in lines, you're turning around. Next thing you know, you're sitting at a table with a guy next to you and one behind you, and you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay, so and then turn around, you got waitresses and managers and cashiers and stuff you're going to be in line and dealing with too. So yeah, I mean, just avoid as much public contact as necessary. I'm not saying don't go over there and go to your aunt's house or family or something like that, but just don't take any unnecessary risks.
Yes,
and especially if you're feeling sick and you're not feeling good and stuff like that, isolate yourself, so that you don't spread it around, whatever it might be. And 4 or 6 weeks go by and this all be done with, and they'll signal the all clear, and it's on like Donkey Kong, right?
Yes, sir. They made the masters up to June.
Yeah.
I think the only time they did not have the masters because of World War II.
Right. Your bank account won't be the same, huh?
Yes, sir. Well, people
rum and whiskey and wild, wild women. They'll drive you crazy. They'll drive you insane. They'll take all your money. They'll love you and leave you. Your poor old bank account will never be the same.
Right. Holy shit. It's a goat. It's a goat.
The goat's in session. The goat's in session. Here comes the goat. Here comes the goat.
Oh, good Lord. Damn, kick the damn goat.
Hey, Canadians black guy, A&W.
There you go.
Oh my Lord. This stuff is hard. Ooh.
That's loaded.
Okay. Got to be careful with that one. Oh my Lord.
Well, I know Krager's gonna stop sending their trucks because they don't want to use all their product up because people buying it all. They just gonna put it back out and it's gonna be gone again.
I
Krager
didn't
is
get all of that, mate.
Krager company is gonna stop sending all their trucks to like their
Grocery store
stores,
company. Yep.
and they are gonna wait for a week or two, and then they're gonna get more product in because they don't want to use all the products up because Atlanta's wiped out.
Oh wow.
Yep, so Krager in Atlanta was seen it on the news.
Yeah, I just thought of something. This is we're now creating a black market of for toilet paper and hand sanitizer and stuff
I
like that.
know. I know.
Yep.
It's like stupid.
Hey, how? Let's start a pool. Everybody pick how many. Like we go in half days until the first ram raid to get toilet paper,
Right.
or you know, or cigarettes, or you know what I mean. The hand sanitizer, all the stuff that people are bloody stockpiling now.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Bika, yo, Betty.
Hey, Bika, what's up?
Don't know, Bika. Sorry, I've been away.
Yeah, she's been in the chat a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been away for. I had 3 days off.
Well,
Successful, Jack.
Yes. So we got a deal. Um, uh, I'm not going to get to the states as fast as possible. This coronavirus and all that sort of thing is going to slow a lot of stuff down because it's got to be it's a global thing. We'll do Australia first, then Asia and Europe, and so Asia until that's not off limits at the moment. That's going to delay everything out that way a little bit, but it's all set up. We've all done it. Met all the CEO, all that sort of thing, global. Trained all their staff up. I actually got a copy of the agenda that we did there. So equipment set up, training 7 local field managers and franchisees, including CEO Mark Rousebach. You see him on videos for Mr. Minute Global, looking after that. So yeah, the deal's done, all that sort of thing. So after this initial period of training, after that, Tracy and I will travel around the countryside, checking in on that every 12 months or so, ongoing. And that includes travel around the world over for the next foreseeable future.
Awesome.
So, and just make sure everybody's up to date and offering the best service possible. Because in the past, they've been sold gadgets. Okay, gadgets don't sharpen knowledge. Skills and knowledge sharpen knowledge. You can get some good gadgets out there, but they're just slow. And they wear out. Okay, and then the accuracy's not so great, and then you got to service them, and then let's face it, the gadgets are $800. Without fucking huge commercial fucking things, the supply of all the equipment needed to do this, and the fees I'm charging them for travel, training, and accommodation, and all that sort of thing is way less than half that.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So
Right.
I'm not charging a fortune, but as the old saying is, little fish are sweet, and there's a shitload of them.
Right.
Okay, so when you're talking about a group that's got 1,200 franchises worldwide,
Right.
you know, 1,200 of anything is good.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, so it's okay. So, a lot of work to do in the meantime. Tonight I'll be doing some more paperwork, some charts expanding out stuff, writing procedures, safety stuff, all that sort of thing. I've already got most of it here because I've done it for abattoirs around the country over the last 5-10 years. And yeah, we just go from there. As for the other side of things, it's going to allow me to actually do what I want to do with my own business as well, which is just instead of doing all the custom work, just make what I make. Because the other thing is, I got about 50 grand's worth of materials down the back there I've got to use up, and it's all stuff that I bought for custom work. You buy it in bulk to get it cheaper, or buy direct, or buy a large piece.
Right.
And, you don't use all of it, and I've got all this stuff there, and it's taking up room, and it's just dollars sitting there. So I'm going to turn all of that stuff into knife handles and knives and all that sort of thing, dinner sets. And I've got 9 pieces of mammoth tooth out there, and each one's a different colour because that's what people wanted. But a mammoth tooth has got enough. You've got enough there to make 6 knives in an average size mammoth tooth. So, having all of that, I've got enough there to make 30, 40 knives of bloody mammoth tooth. So I'll do that because that's a premium. Think of about $200 just for the handle, and then you've got your knife on top. Mammoth tooth, it's not cheap. Beautiful patterns, absolutely magnificent patterns. Nobody knows why or how or whatever. Well, obviously somebody does. I don't. But yeah, magnificent patterns in them, and I can see why people want them. I can see why people pay for them because you can't get this. I've seen all the synthetic mammoth tooth options out there. There's even a mob in Arizona that's making very good fake turquoise at the moment, and I've sussed that out. And I think the fake turquoise is actually first class because it's made out of real turquoise.
The fake turquoise is made out of real turquoise.
It's reconstructed stone, and they take all the broken little bits and all that sort of thing, and all that stuff that's too small for gem stuff. They push it all together, and they actually grow pyrites in amongst it, full skull.
Oh wow!
Which is a natural form. One of the best forms of natural turquoise is the stuff that's got the pyrites in it. Oh, yeah. So they're reconstructed because they know they can grow pyrites because that's metal. And so they put a solution in, put electricity through it, and the pyrites grows and all that sort of thing. After a month, you've got a block that's a yard long, 2 foot wide, and 6 inch thick, a solid turquoise and pyrites.
Oh wow!
Imagine the dollars worth of that. I'm actually got some here out the back, out there. It's not that much cheaper than real pyrites and all that sort of thing. But because it's the bonding with the pyrites, the grown pyrite, is far superior to the natural stuff because you get gaps and you get powdery bits, and you know what I mean. And if you're cutting it for a knife handle and trying to polish it up, and all of a sudden you get hit a powdery bit, you've got to keep on grinding to get below that and all that sort of thing, and then you might end up with your knife handle too narrow, so you've got to get another piece off and then start again. That's what you're doing with the natural stuff. Whereas this stuff is, because of bonding, all the little pieces of turquoise are real turquoise. It's the only natural stuff is they grow their own pyrites in it. And
wow.
Yeah, very clever people. And they're down there in Arizona, and they're buying all the little non-big chunks. They're buying all the little pieces of turquoise like that and bonding them in. And they're paying market price for it. So that's why it's not that much cheaper.
Stop.
No. Yeah, I have.
Sorry.
We get ticks out here all the time. I mean, yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, we're lucky out here. We don't have Lyme disease, but kangaroo ticks will kill you just anyway. The proper name for kangaroo tick is a paralysis tick. So the poison in there will paralyze you.
Oh, jeez.
Shuts down your lungs.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
So, yeah, they'll get you. A lot of things out here kill you. Just got to keep an eye out for them. But it's got to be on you for a good while. You know what I mean? A couple of days. and that to get that thing. If it's on you for 6 hours, you'll get sick and you end up chucking up after you get out and all that sort of stuff. If it's on for 12 hours, you could lose weight for a couple of months afterwards. The poison's not good. But if you feel them bite, and they do leave a sting, you don't notice. It's not unnoticeable. Just people get lazy and don't stop and check things. I think that'll be all right. Yeah. Problem is that thought out here will get you killed. So you just got to be a little bit aware. Excuse me while I'm picking all my seeds out of my next mix. I'll be with you. And then I know I'm running 3 minutes late for the bottom of the hour.
Yeah,
I'm getting there.
I might have to mix this stuff with something else because it's like, wow, it's really strong. I'm good.
We'll just water it down some more. That's what I always do if a friend's dropped me by a little bit of smoko on it, it's a little bit stronger than what I'm used to. I know just throw a bit more me herbal tobacco.
Right. Oh.
That's right.
Oh no.
All right, mix all that up. Get a matchstick out of the ashtray there. Throw that in there. Salute to the goat. Salute.
There you go.
No, sorry, I'm going to have to go unclog my stem. Oh, dear. Now I've got to stand up. That's going to be fun because I'm sitting here cross-legged on the top of my chair.
Wait for the blood to get
I
back.
still try to do my yoga and fucking martial arts. I know I'm an old fart.
Well, now you got to wait till the blood gets back in your feet before you can walk.
Nah, that's good. I've been doing this shit for 30-something years.
So, how was your day, Goat?
Busy. It was rather busy at the store today.
Really?
People are in fucking panic buying mode, dude. I heard that most of the local grocery stores within a 10-mile radius of here are either completely out of food or getting close to it.
Really?
Yeah. And same with the essentials, the toilet paper, the sanitizer, all that bullshit. It's all gone. The Costco out by me, the big clubs, they had a parking lot full, and there was a line of cars about a half mile long to get into the parking lot, and they had lines for the cash registers wrapped all around the inside of the store. It was like Black Friday.
Oh my Lord.
It's all fucking panic mode. And then when they start coming into my store, we're just a tiny little, bodega style grocery, and we were out of toilet paper this morning, by like 10 o'clock. And a lot of our pasta and sauces and I'm sure to buy all the canned. And we got hit pretty hard in the deli today. I was doing big deli orders all evening.
Wow. Yeah. There was nobody in the garden section.
Well, that's where I'm leaving a half hour early to go to work tomorrow, so I can stop at the garden center next door and pick up some more seeds.
Yeah, that's what I was doing today. I picked up a bunch of seed. I was like,
that's the stuff you should be ordering.
Right, and nobody was back there. There was not even anybody to service anything back in the garden section. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I was like, they're all bustling around the empty shelves over in the food section and stuff. And it's like, what? You guys are that's really, you guys are such idiots. It's just funny to see it, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I've been telling people, when you're prepared for things, there's no fear.
Nope.
When you prepare for stuff, you eliminate the fear.
Well, I did stock up on two things, and that I got an extra 44-gallon drum of diesel fuel, and I got an extra 20 litres of regular gas for generator and whippersnipper and all the garden implements, all that sort of stuff. So just in case, and that'll if I've got a 44-gallon drum and things really go to crap, I can start making biodiesel, and by the time it's made and I've gone through a 44-gallon drum, I can still get her out and all that sort of thing. So it's all good.
Yeah.
Because out here, if things break down in the city, fuel.
Right.
It's all going to come out by tanker. So if you lose a couple of bridges, storms or stuff like that, that's the first thing that runs out. Like I was saying today, this toilet paper thing happened because of a giant set of cyclones we had back here in the 70s. And the emergency services brought out food, and they brought out this, and they brought out fuel, and they brought out even big chest freezers, so the community stuff like that, and generators, and dropped them off in those the Caribou planes and the Chinook helicopters and all that sort of stuff, flew stuff in. The one thing they didn't bring in, toilet paper.
Right.
Because they thought, we'll bring that light stuff in later and all that, so they can get the heavy stuff in, the equipment, the food, the water, the desalination stuff, because they put this thing in there, just sucks up salt water out of the bay, and out the end comes clean water, around about 20 gallons a minute. Actually, we make a lot of money selling them to your military. And then Gulf War I came over, and Halliburton took them all and didn't pay for them.
Right.
Good on you. Who was that prick? Cheney, wasn't it?
Yep, Cheney. Yep.
Yeah, his company owes us a couple $100 million, but that's all right. We'll sort that
Right.
out. Over here, their offices have been shut down.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, they're not real well liked over here.
Yeah.
What company was that? Brown Root and whatever.
No, Kellogg.
Or was it Hallie?
No, I used to work for them.
Okay.
This is Halliburton separately.
Halliburton. Okay.
So yeah, they've got divisions that actually work together. KBR and Halliburton got joint projects and all that sort of thing. I worked 12 months for KBR, and I had no problems with them as a boss. They let me do my own thing. I was hired to do a job. I was given a team, did the job. 12 months. Thank you very much. Yep. Drawing salve is always a good thing. Where's my blue can? I must have knocked it flying the other day. Oh, yeah, I got a blue can of the Rawley stuff. This is the yellow can. That's the antiseptic salve. And the blue can is the drawing salve.
So, I tell you, it's just, yeah. If you're in a situation where you're drawing a lot of ticks, megadose B12. If you're working in a place or you're walking through a place or you're camping or something like that, you're going to wind up getting a bunch of ticks, get yourself dosed up on B12. When you sweat, your body will exude this. It'll sweat, but along with your sweat comes an endorphin that's produced by the overage of B12, and it sours you to the bugs. They won't. You might get them on, but they won't attach to you. Mosquitoes, they won't mess with you. Stuff like that. Mosquitoes, ticks. Yeah. It takes 3 days. We'll take them B12, and then it'll start working for you. You just take it every day. I usually take about 1,000 milligrams a day in B12.
You know, if you eat I've heard like a couple cloves a day, the scent that comes out of your pores will repel mosquitoes.
It'll help. Yeah, it'll help. Also, believe it or not, Listerine. If you put it in a spray bottle and spray down the area where you're going to be, you know what I'm saying, and do it in a yeah. Listerine works too. I actually tried it and it worked. It helped. What's up?
Hey, well, a news story just come through, and that all of Italy is celebrating at the moment because apparently the world's largest porn site is, if you're in Italy, they're making their services available for free for every Italian during the Wuhan crisis. Woohoo for the Wuhan! Free porn for everybody in
Nice.
Italy, anyway.
Right.
And you know who's made the announcement?
Oh. The public health department.
It couldn't get much better. The Pope.
Oh God.
The fucking Pope.
Are you serious?
He came out 2 hours and saying how all these wonderful acts, and he mentioned them and all that sort of thing. There's been a lot of stuff in that people. There's a big bakery out there and they've got a shitload of trucks, rightio. So they're setting up with their regular customers and that. You can make a drop point and they're going to drop off loaves of bread, like a whole crate, and be stored out of the weather and all that sort of thing. You can pick it up for free, just get past it out the window and all that sort of thing. And that from there, that's all fine. People doing, random acts of kindness all the way around the place. And it got a good write up, and the Pope was talking about it, but he happened to mention the porn thing. And that, all these as a wonderful act of kindness and all that sort of stuff.
False prophet.
Aaron the Tires. What's up, buddy?
Aaron the Tires is in the house. Really?
Yeah.
Hey, Aaron, yeah.
Awesome.
He just got off the phone with Warehouse Dweller.
Oh, cool. Cool. Is he okay?
Working money coming his way.
Sweet.
Good deal. Good deal.
Yeah, same here. So it's good feeling, eh?
All right.
Oh, here's something too. My little business, and the Australian government's putting a couple of $1 billion into all that sort of thing. Now, what they're doing is they're paying all the apprentice wages for the next 6 months. So the government's picking up that. I don't have an apprentice at present and all that sort of stuff. But because I've got 2 casuals on the books, so I've got a couple of ladies here in town that come up and do some polishing for me and all that sort of thing, nice parcels and all that sort of thing. I'm getting $2,500 it's got to go to them, and that for their wages and that. And if they use, that's supposed to be 50%. And if they use more than that at 50% rate, and that I can apply for more. Or I don't even have to apply for this. It's going to be apparently in the GST account.
Oh wow!
So don't even have to apply for it. I just got the email this morning. Said, yeah, you qualify for this. So you've got 2 employees. So it's $2,500 towards their casual wages over the next thing. Well, that's the way to fight. We do have a national reserve. Keep people working and all that sort of stuff. A lot of funds are if you set up for teleworking, so you can get folks to work from home, still do the same thing. Call centers. Everybody's got a telephone at home. Right? Set it all up. Diversion. Everybody's got internet. Most of it's voice over IP and that. You can run all those sort of things. Same as what we're doing here. Just with voice. Switch it out. So for setups and transition costs and that over that, government's helping out with that. And if you're really, really big and that they've got no interest loans and that for transitions and all that sort of stuff. if you've got to replace staff or equipment and all that sort of thing.
Wow.
So, I think it's a total package of $5 billion. Not bad because we're only 25 million people. Like in the US, 5 billion wouldn't go past bloody shit. It wouldn't leave Los Angeles.
Batteries. It's like
Yeah, that's rough. What do you tell an 11-year-old kid when he gets the flu that it ain't corona? It's a hard deal, man. You know,
the kids ain't getting it.
I mean, there's so much fear, you know, but if you got somebody that understands that kind of stuff around, it makes it a lot easier for them.
Right.
But I have toilet paper and sanitizer down here. Put that on the side of your van. Free TP. Free TP. Don't take TP from a stranger.
Yeah, how long do you reckon it's going to be till the first ram raid and the main target's bloody toilet paper?
Oh, I've been thinking about that.
Someone hijacks a truck and the cops pull over the driver and he's got to recover him with his bump on the head and all that sort of thing. And what did you have on board? Oh, toilet paper.
I can see it now.
Right.
Your TP or your life.
Yeah.
You know, there's some guy at a truck stop opening up the back of his trailer because he knows he's loaded with toilet paper. He's got a dozen people headed his way to unload the back of the truck. They just bum rushed me and took everything, man. I don't know what the fuck to do. You know, he sat there with a couple grand in his pocket. Oh man!
Don't forget to turn your cap upside down, Aaron.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got a 6-month supply. Check it out. You guys ever heard of these? Fucking wash rag? I mean,
I've got hundreds and hundreds of books stashed away in the house in the barn that I will never, read again. So
If you're going to use
I ain't worried about asteroid.
any printed paper and all that sort of thing, tear the leaves out, 4 or 5 at a time, and beat the fuck out of them with a fly swatter or something like that over a table to soften them up. They'll grip more and that, and it just won't slide off your ass. There's a tip for you.
Somebody was saying, go get one of those pressure sprayer bug sprayer kind of
I know, weed sprayer.
Yeah, your ass here and die of fucking horrible death.
Jimmy Beam.
Yeah,
how are you, Jimmy?
Back.
Well, look, before they had disposable nappies, they had cloth nappies and that, and you wash them and all that sort of thing. And for hundreds of years, we had cloth nappies.
Yep.
Shit before toilet paper and that, everybody used to buy bloody rags and that, and there was a pile as a hook of the clean ones and that, and you'd throw them in the bucket with that had a little
lid.
In the early days, I used fennel and that as soap and all that sort of stuff, because fennel's been around for about 300 years. It's a way of disinfectant and all that sort of thing. Later on, they used stuff like Dettol and all sorts of mixes and that. But that was toilets back in the old age, especially in the cities. Just use your neighbour's cat.
In Rome, they had sponges and sticks.
Yeah, sponges on sticks, but they had a whole industry doing the sea sponges.
Yeah,
because they do them wet.
But they had operators too. I think they had a union over there in India, butt wipers union or something. I always heard that the poor people were butt wipers.
Thankfully, you guys know where the shower end of the still came I think he means from. Yeah, the shower end of the still.
I told him, no, sir, Sheriff. This here's a batch of hand sanitizer. We ain't cooking mash.
Yeah. I do, and I don't have a shower end on the still. Am I doing it wrong?
Because is there what?
Bicky, yo.
Shower end of the stick. Oh, now I'm lost.
Aaron. What? Aaron is having trouble getting online again?
No, Aaron's there. He's just saying Jimmy, Battery, and Buffalo need wrenching.
No, we're keeping that. We're keeping that.
Look, it's more to do where people are in the country than to do with anything else, rightio? So we've got some areas you've got 4 or 5 wrenches in well, how many you got in bloody your state? And so that's why we're trying to spread it out around, so we can keep basically time going.
Right.
The other
So we've got people coming.
when we first start up, it's all blue. And we've had people come in and they say, "Oh, admin convention," and then leave. So, you know,
Is you got something going on, tow truck over there?
no, I've got a big sawmill going up the road from me at the moment. There's this log that's around about 8 foot thick that they're cutting up with the old.
It's a government drone, Jack. You're getting spied on.
No, it's birds from down the road cutting up that big tree. They felled it during the week. We had a bit of a tornado cyclone come through. Took a lot of branches off the tree. They decided to drop the whole lot. Bloke came out here with the 12-foot bar on the chainsaw and they took that out because it was like about 10 foot thick at the base. And the main log section now is about 8 foot thick. And they're cutting that out, and they've got a big buzzsaw type critter, and it's got an arm going out, and it's on a counterbalanced sort of trolley, and you drop that onto it and just move it backwards and forwards and cut your log through as far as you can, and you roll your log section over and cut the other side, line it all up and do it that way.
Wow.
They call them Hagen saws. If you, I can bring them up. Picture if I can move the camera, but every time I show the camera out the window, it just goes blind.
Right.
Sunshine. Well, that artificial light from Houston. HA.
Aggie, what's the matter?
Yeah, Jimmy, you got to dodge volcanoes down there. Yeah, you got to be careful about those mountains. They can have a tendency to blow up.
Okay, I'll bring up some images.
Jack, you never heard of that cyclone Gretel that's over west side of you there?
Oh, Western Australia. I rarely look up that part of the world.
Oh, I see.
Oh shit! I got it here. I don't have to do anything.
Man.
Let's go up to there.
We're not coming out of winter so good, man. This god dang it whole next week isn't going to be above freezing.
Oh, wow.
We had a 50. I was out in my tank top and shorts out on the lake getting some sun, catching some fish through 3 feet of ice. And then what? Now this. Oh, that's cool.
This is mine. Mine's not as big as everybody else's around here, but I don't need it to be because I'm cutting mainly posts and all that sort of stuff. So he's got the drill bit over there.
Are you pushing or drawing?
I'm holding it back. It's actually got breaks there and that, and I'm just keeping it straight, and it'll run along and cut that whole length of timber.
Forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You walk it backwards and forwards. You cut down about 4 inches and that coming backwards, and then you roll forward a little bit more and bring it and work it back that way.
Oh, wow.
They tend to run cooler that way for some reason. I know it doesn't make sense. When I first started using them, I drop it straight down and cut almost all the way through. Some places you would cut through and that because you're just trying to do your best. And counterbalance it. You see the motors behind the wheels, so it's actually quite well balanced. And then draw and just walk all the way back and all that sort of thing. But I did wear my blades out of the thing, and then an old bloke said, "Do it this way," and my blades don't wear out as fast, so I do it that way.
Right.
It doesn't make sense, and that not when you apply physics or frictions or any of those other standards that we know. But yeah, and it just does.
Huh.
And I've always had a lot of faith in old folks who have done something all their life. I've seen people make mistakes all their life too, and that. But his tip, it works. Your blades last longer. Don't know why. Don't make sense, but it does. So yeah, they've got the big one over there. I wander across the road, take my little digicam and take a picture and upload it and show you the size of this stuff. So I'm going back out in the wide world. I don't need this. Yeah. Let me shut down. Put some boots on. My camera's over.
Whenever I lived in Tucson, I had to find a cheap apartment, and I did, but it was right underneath the approach to the landing strip there at the damn air base where they do a lot of A-10 training. So I got to see quite a few A-10s coming and going and such.
Yeah.
That was really cool. When you get this, because I mean, they come in pretty low over my apartment and stuff. That was pretty cool. Good times.
You know what? I've seen them in live fire practice,
Oh boy,
stuff like that.
Shit.
So, and on their ranges when they come through the valley, they're specific. They'll be flying in a pattern, and then the range tower will tell them, "Okay, call sign, blah blah blah, your turn. Break pattern and go for throw." And they'll come past the tower and then fly this course and start just blowing the shit out of the targets that are out
Strafing
there.
them up.
Oh man, it's badass, dude. That was a lot of fun.
The story goes that they designed the plane around the gun, so like aerodynamically and everything, the gun is the center of mass on it, even though it's like it's offset or whatever, but the plane is all designed about the gun. It's not, the gun wasn't added to a plane,
Right. No, it was all about getting that gun to fly.
Agility and everything.
Right. It was getting that gun to fly, and because it's a slow moving craft, it needed the armor too to be able to take gunfire. That thing is armored. It is a flying tank. Okay.
There you go.
They set those pods underneath those wings, and I'm telling you what, they'll light up a whole valley with just rockets. It's so crazy, man. It is crazy. The way they just let go of the rockets, man. And they don't seem like they're that big rocket, right? But, man, those sons of bitches can tear up buildings and stuff. Big time.
Yeah. Hogs of war. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
I got to see the space shuttle come off out of there when they had it, piggybacked onto those. What were they? DC-10s, I think.
No, big 747.
Right. The space shuttle was a DC-10 sort of frame, and its basis was, but yeah, I guess they had to come down not in Florida because there was a terrible storm there. So they came down in shit, I don't remember. They came down somewhere, but they had to stop in Tucson and refuel to get to Florida. So I got to see that once right out in my backyard. That was pretty cool. Good times.
Right.
But down there in Tucson, they have the graveyard for all them aircraft, man, and it's miles and miles of lines and lines of airplanes. It is amazing. And they're all sealed up and taped up and mothballed and everything
Oh,
else.
you're talking about Davis Monthan. Okay.
Yeah, Davis-Monthan Air
Yeah.
Base. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
There's actually roads where you go in tunnels that are underneath what they call the graveyard out there. And they have a great museum too.
Wow.
But I don't know. I had good times in Tucson. I really did. I had good times there, man. Back in the day. Yeah. But I don't know. I never run out of things to talk about, I guess. What? What?
Well, no, I was just going to say, I was going to say something and I don't remember what it is now. It's like, wait, I'm trying to think. What was I going to say? I was just like, wow. This stuff is, wow.
Desert's real good for that stuff, though, because of the humidity is so low that it doesn't cause a lot of that oxidation and things like that. So
right. Things don't get wet. They don't rust.
yeah.
There was something I was going to talk about was something earlier I seen in the day. It was a news article.
Battery was in Tucson for training. I'm willing to bet that Battery, if I got him figured right, he went down to Fort Huachuca because they have a really big communications training center down there.
Yeah.
And
Huachuca has a huge satellite farm, one of the biggest ones in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a big NSA operation down there. And DIA.
I got another chance a little bit north of Tucson, in between Phoenix and Tucson. There was a place where they train for flight disaster, or especially for hostage situations, and how to manage an airplane during those kind of crises and stuff like that. And then I think they call it Evergreen, which is really weird because there ain't a fucking thing green up there except the military outfits. But
Right.
so, but I went up there, and those were in the days of the Apache helicopter, and I was at the time an iron worker, and we went up there and built the buildings that were going to house the flight simulator, because what they did, they actually had the real cockpits mounted, hanging from the ceiling, and they would do
Gimbaled around, yeah.
would do. So it was all this intricate, different supports, and there was all kinds of steel in that fucking thing. And so I was a iron worker, and like my uncle was Air Force up out of Utah, but he had done the Japan thing for a while, and I don't know, it was a difficult story. His woman was a cokehead, so he got kicked out of the Air Force, and then he got a presidential pardon to get back into the Air Force, and then he went to Japan as a helicopter instructor, a helicopter mechanic instructor, and then he came back and was stationed up in around Salt Lake there, and he called me up one day. He was like, "Hey, what are you doing tonight?" And I was like, "Well, I don't really have a plan." And he was like, "Well, I'm coming over with some friends and we need something to do in Tucson. Do you know any good places to go?" I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Well, like, you know, a nightclub." And I was like, "Oh yeah, we got Palm Beach, man. It's cool and stuff, you know, there's neon lights everywhere, big dance floor, you know, all kinds of glitzy, everybody in their cowboy boots and the girls in high heels and stuff." He was like, yeah, let's go there. So him and I come together, and he brought one friend, and he was like, "Well, this is so and so, and we're waiting on our other friend, so let's get a table." So we get a table. Here comes a freaking 3-star general, right, up to our table and shit. "Oh, hi, Bobby," you know? And I was like, "What the fuck's going on here?" And we started talking about it. And I had mentioned to my uncle what I was doing at the time, that I was building this flight simulator on the freaking Evergreen Air Base. And he didn't say nothing to me, but it was him and these generals and this other bird colonel, this freaking lieutenant colonel. And those were the 3 advisors on what was supposed to happen in this freaking facility. And I was one of the main, like, erectors of the damn thing. And it turned out to be a really cool night, man, when you can sort of sit around and talk shop with the brass, man. I was never really been quite that intimidated by a personal meeting in my life. We had a great time, man. Great time.
Rock on.
But then that's all big stories. Yeah, Tucson was nice.
Yeah, the only higher up general, or not even a general, an officer that I ever dealt with, when we were in Boy Scouts, we did a trip down to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, where they have the National Air Force Museum.
Oh,
and one of the adult leaders in our scout troop, he Florida, what's up?
Hanging out.
He knew some people down at the base, so we got to go down there and get kind of like a behind the scenes tour of some of the facilities they had down there. Some museum pieces that were under restoration, you know, and not open to the general public. And we got to actually go to the officers club and have dinner there. And we got hosted by the colonel that ran the base, so that was kind of cool.
yeah.
It's one of the coolest museums in the world. I love that place.
I'm trying to think. It seems like, where is the Spirit of St. Louis? Or, I mean, the Spruce Goose.
The Spruce Goose, that's out of San Diego.
Oh,
I thought it was up. I thought it was up in Oregon, but I might be mistaken.
What do they got at the Ohio one, though?
Well, it's the Air Force Museum, so they got like pretty much everything that's the Air Force. The Spirit of St. Louis, that's at the National Smithsonian Museum in D.C.
Right. That was being stored at Lambert Airfield Airport.
Yeah.
It was on display out there for
calling me.
Like the one in Dayton, they've got some of their. Hear what?
Some what now?
Aaron's calling me.
But you were saying they have.
Well, they've got they got a partial fuselage. It's just the fuselage, not the wings of the Enola Gay. You know, the plane that dropped the first nuke. They've got nukes on display. They got a full size B-36 bomber. They've got everything there.
Oh wow!
Tucson's
Aldo got into it.
They
What's
get
that?
into it all the time.
He Geraldo gave him a call out. He said something like, "You want to fight?" or something like that. And Bongino said, "I'll knock
He
you. I'll
would.
slap your mustache into a Wuhan chew." No, I said that. Bongino says, "You'd be making a mistake, buddy."
Oh, shit.
I wouldn't want to mess with Dan.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
no. What's Geraldo gonna do? Wax his mustache and
Oh, I know what he'll do. Throw a chair at him. That's what he'll do.
Oh,
Remember
yeah.
that when Geraldo threw them chairs on, what the hell was that, on his own show? He's throwing chairs at people and
Yeah, he
stuff.
got hit in the yeah, he got another bird.
Yeah. Yeah, he got squared up, didn't he?
You know, you run around with a gay ass mustache like that. You know, shave that shit off or something, man. You know,
Oh.
What?
that's what I got. That's what I had to say about him. Shave that shit off. Looks fucking gay.
Or
You look like a French homo on the. You know what I mean?
What? Ooh.
Geraldo.
Geraldo.
Yeah.
He,
Hurrah.
he looks like
Yeah,
he looks like he'd ride one of the bicycles with the big front wheel and the little tiny back one.
Right.
yeah.
You sit way up top. You know, shave that shit off, man. Hell.
Yeah, Battery's saying that the Spruce Goose is in. They got a big aviation museum out there.
McMinnville, Oregon. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know it was in San Diego.
That bitch was too heavy to get out off the water, wasn't it? It got like
No,
this high off the water or something like that.
it flew under its own power and under its own weight and everything. Not when they decommissioned it. It had gained too much water, or something like
Didn't
that.
it only fly like once or twice?
Yep, twice.
Yeah.
Yep.
You should have made a boat.
It was,
He'd have saved a lot of time and money on that one.
well,
That
the whole concept of that, it was they were trying to prove that it could be done. That was a Howard Hughes,
Oh yeah.
and
Well,
they were
hell,
a wooden
you drop it
aircraft.
off the cliff, it'll fly. Shit.
There she goes.
There she goes.
Yeah. You know, if you're gonna throw your money away, hell, fuck.
It always makes me think of that AC/DC song, though. Ain't no fun waiting around to be a millionaire. And he says, "Hello, Howard. How you doing, friend? Next door neighbor. Get your fucking jumbo jet out of my backyard."
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry
Hey.
about that. How you doing? Yeah, you know what it's like in the country town. You go somewhere and that, you got to have a chat.
Yep.
Hell
I
yeah.
got a picture. Just share screen. Share screen. Application window. The tree in the picture, the one that's standing up, not the one that's on the ground, is around about 2.5 foot thick. That's one
Whoa.
section of it. That's the higher up section. There's the bigger ones are on the trailer here. That's about 4 foot truck tire in the back corner up there. This is the trailer is actually an army gun carriage.
Damn. How long they been sitting there?
They're cutting them up now, but it's the tree's been dead for 40, 50 years. As you can see, it's grey all the way through.
Yeah.
So that's what the noise was before. That's cutting those things up. And he's slabbing it all up. And because there's no safeties on the thing, he didn't want me to photograph the actual gadget that he's cutting.
Yeah.
Just
Oh, yeah.
I don't have safeties on mine either, and that, you know what I mean. I don't. You're supposed to have things
People
like
are
a shroud on it that lifts up and tilts, and they always get in the way and catch on every bloody thing and cause more dramas. And yeah, send the blade kill and then if you bend the blade, then they generally shatter, and then you've got pieces flying off in all directions at a high rate of speed. So they're all even more dangerous. So, no government drones flying my place. The UN owns up the road, that's why. UN doesn't want the Australian government spying on it.
Finish my mechanism.
Right.
Oh, how's he going there, Florida? Yeah, bring that up. Cool.
Yeah, I fucked up right there, but
No, that's fine.
yeah, I mean it works.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, so I got a place to mount the, I guess, however I do the breech and the barrel, you know, and I think I'm just gonna make like a little.
Well, if you use a brake barrel, that should give you the clearance to clear your mechanism to extract around and place another one in there. If you can make a spring extractor that'll close, so the extractor at the bottom of the barrel, so in there that pushes around automatically. So when you close the round, the barrel, the round meets the face, and that goes in, then compresses the extractor, and the whole thing should come down smooth, ready to meet your critter there.
Okay, well, what I got going on right here is a 45-degree angle here, or that's the I guess plumb line. So right there is hitting 40, you know, dead on, you know. But
so your next trick then is to cut that piece you got in the middle. There's a spacer that the hammer's coming down on.
Yep.
Right out. You cut a small notch in that, and get a pen spring, so it comes back and sits away for it, and that becomes your firing pin on that slot. So hammer comes up, hits your firing pin, that moves forward, and strikes the rear of your round, your primer on your round.
See, these are just in here for just to have something to hit on for, you know, but whatever I can put in right there and that. Yeah. And plus I got the pivot point. Tap that out. That's a quarter 20.
That's right, battery.
These are like 3/16. Cool, huh?
Yeah. No, like again, it is not rocket science to make a gun.
Yeah, I didn't even know what a sear pen was a week ago.
Cool. And now look at you. You've made your own first action.
Yeah, and it's got some, you know, it's got a little bit of snap to it. I can't believe it, man. Yeah.
Anyway, excuse me for a second. I'm going to duck out the back and feed the chooks and the birds and all the rest of the stuff. So,
all right.
What kind of metal did you use, Florida? Aluminum there?
Yeah, just because it's easy to cut, you know. And man, my fucking arm is already sore from fucking working on that thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've been taking this apart, putting it together for almost 2 days now. Just fucking with it. Yeah, man, that's cool. I got it working though. You know. Shit, I'll put a fucking solid club on the end of this thing where you can grab a hold of it, and a 410 on top maybe, or something like that.
Yeah.
Just for the hell of it. Maybe sell it.
What were you saying, Wizard? The drive shafts from the Ford the Ford CV axles will accept a 12 gauge?
Some of them. Yeah, from what I understand. Some of them will.
Did I got a 32 or a 38? Let's see. I got a 30. I think it's a 32. It might be 380. Let's see. Where's the thing at?
Looks more like a 380.
Well, it's the only one I have, but
What's it say on the bottom?
oh shit.
Glasses.
Yeah, I didn't know what it said. It's
That's not a
32
pistol
auto.
round, though, huh, Jack?
Hold on. What did it say, Florida?
RCP 32 auto.
32R.
Yep. Yeah. RCP 32 auto. I just found this though. I don't know. But at least I got something I could size to if I need it. You know? So, yeah, man, I that's my first attempt and everything with that, you know. And I found all those parts, you know, from all this old scrap shit I got. You know, this is practice. Shit, it's been fun.
Chrominian's saying you could take and duplicate that with mild steel and harden the critical areas with cherry red, and
I have
get that done with
some.
a propane torch.
I have some, but this ain't.
Get something a little harder there.
Mild steel today, and that is better than the steel back in the 1860s.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All you have to do is case harden the action, and it's the barrel that's the critical thing, and the chamber in the barrel. And that except no substitute, 4143 or 4140 chrome moly steel. Or buy a barrel. Buy a real barrel. So actually, somebody send Florida a box of 22, and that it's only got one there, and that's.
No, I have some 22s. Yes, I do. I do have some 22s.
Well, there you
Cool. You got some 22, then you got more of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so build it for a 22. Just make it a rim fire.
Yeah. Yep.
Because that gives you a good solid plate behind the round still, and you just have a little slot coming through down your thing, and that so you have a flat rectangular looking striker for your rounds, pen and pencil. So your back, your plates there. So very bad drawing. So the inner circle's where the round actually sits on your back plate. You slot through there, comes through there. That's what strikes on the rim fire. You only want to strike the edge in around about 1.5 millimeters. Or
do I want to make
1/16
like
of an inch?
Do I want to make like a floating pin and have the hammer slap it?
If you can make it small enough to fit say a pen spring on the front, so you can squeeze the spring out of the pen onto that, so it kicks it back out away from the round, holds it out the way, so you don't get accidental loads when you close up the action. That's always a handy thing to have. Then you can go wider, so you make your firing pin actually look like this.
Chaos kills.
Hey, I'll be back in a little bit, guys. I'm gonna drop out for a minute. I'm got a phone call I gotta make.
Yeah, go for it.
What?
Right
hey, tell
on,
Aaron
Wiz.
I'm sorry I missed him. I was on the
All right.
I carry my silver around with me everywhere I go.
So if we draw it like that, there's your firing pin end. That's what protrudes through the back plate. You got your little spring along here, there, and then the rest of it's at the back, and that's the broad end that gets hit by the hammer as it comes over. The hammer hits the back of that, it goes forward, makes contact with the round, fires the round. crikey.
You're flashing. There you go, Jack. You're flashing.
Houston, crikey.
I can figure it out, Jack.
They're all going to, Houston, they're all going to trip that this is all a hologram if you can't control the bloody light levels. Seriously.
Would you believe I didn't even know anything really about like parts of a, firearm or, upper receiver? I didn't even know what that was.
Oh, that's cool. And now you got a new hobby. Yep.
Yeah. I can't believe I freaking made it work. That's fun. I like this. I like it. It's a little bit or all in a line, but I don't care.
A fellow I met in the US quite a few years ago got him started making guns. He's now making a 9mm rotary firing Gatling gun.
Nice.
Yeah, and that so you crank it and it fires. And it'll fire out, I think it's out of Glock mags. You can buy those 40 round and 50 round Glock mags. Put one.
Wow. How many barrels?
I kind of want to make one of them.
6 or 7. Let me bring up his email and all that sort of stuff, because they've actually got a big financer. So I've got it in my email. I'll bring up the link.
Corona boom.
To a video. I'll post the link in the channel. Somebody in the US can, because it just, I know it's going to plague out here if I try to do it. Now I want Stefan.
Generation Corona. Canoes.
Yo.
Corona babies.
Exactly. It's going to be just like when they have the big blizzards. Everybody snowed in. I guarantee it.
All right. Here it is. It's Tipman Arms. That's a thing. So,
Tipman, I just learned something interesting about them the other day, because they're known for primarily their paintball guns. I didn't know they made actual firearms. There was a review on one of their rifles.
Well, this was a kid on a gun forum in the US who and he saw me making stuff. This was, oh shit, it's got to be 15 years ago. And I was making stuff in my little workshop back then. I had a little mini lathe and a little mini mill. And he says, "Hey, I've got all that stuff here. You mean I can make a gun?" And he went through and he made a single shot 22 based on the J.K. Derringer thing. And then we did the J.K. Western design. That was a single shot. And then we made a bolt action. Then he made a bolt action rifle, and we just went through from there. Lost contact with him a few years ago. Here's the link. I've now got the email there. StreamYard's there. And if someone wants to load that and share screen for everybody. Yeah, that'll be fun. So the Military Arms channel, and that did a 15-minute video of it as well. But I put you through the short. This one's 4 minutes or 3.5 minutes or something like that.
I got it.
Yeah, you got it, tow truck. Well, hammer it away.
I wanna
get to pass the sound.
Yeah, I don't think I have enough bandwidth to do video sharing.
I can do it.
Go, tow truck.
So I'm gonna share the screen that is the.
Can you believe that's my first attempt?
See, why doesn't it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you did a good job, dude.
Yep.
Well, it worked. It kind of looks funny, but
Hey, functionality over form.
Form over function. Function over form. Whatever. I didn't see it.
Yeah, it surprised me.
We good?
Yep. If you hit full screen and play on that, we'll go hard.
All right.
I'm gonna mute my audio because I know I'm gonna be choking to death.
I think I'm waiting for it to pop full.
Yeah.
Okay.
There it goes.
How's that volume?
We could use a bit more. Shitload more.
It doesn't want to move. There it is.
Became a dealer for Tippmann and called up. I was next in line. I've been calling them every week for like the last 2 months, seeing when I was going to have it because I was pretty excited about it.
So these are built to order. Then it sounds like.
Well, I think they do batches and runs the way they explain it to me. So I think they'll do like 20 at a time.
Okay.
And they'll sell all 20, and then when they become available, they just ship them out. And I was number 35, obviously, so pretty lucky guy. But it's a lot of fun. It is well built. I'm stainless, brass, and steel. I mean, it is not a piece of junk. Well,
it's very pretty to look at.
Thank you. Oh yeah, it's cool. Let's get you hooked up here, brother.
How many rounds have you put through so far? You got it this week?
Easily 1,000 plus, easily. Each one of these bags I had was 250 rounds.
So how do you work this?
Okay, all you do is turn it. It's already 8. Yep.
And then just start cranking?
Yep. How was that, Lola? Did you enjoy shooting that?
Round 2.
Huh?
Round 2.
Look at the small her face, man.
It's fun, isn't it?
In that first mag, you put it in here. It looks like it's like Tree Star.
I got to ask all the boys in the audience, when was the last time you put a smile on your dial or your girly like that?
First round drops into this part right here. As I turn it, it pushes the round forward, and another round drops in again. So I drop another round. When you hear that click, means it fires. As it pushes it forward and seats it, when it gets to the very bottom, the can pushes the firing pin forward and fires. And it just keeps cycling them in.
I think he originally thought of that take block mags there, Crow.
And that is the GAME gun. Very simple, very elegant. Very cool.
Yeah. So what's the maintenance like? Is there maintenance?
Yeah, I need to clean it. I foam the bore out and then I bore snake them once. Then I wipe it down. I haven't had it long enough to actually disassemble it. So I've been keeping it's basic. I usually take this plate off the top and I clean that area down. That's a lot of where the carbon is in this area. The area in the back is actually a sealed can. It's sealed. So the carbon should not be going back in this area at all.
Okay, the carbon's predominantly right here.
The carbon's right up in this area right here. This is where all the banging is.
Gotcha. All right.
It's fun, isn't it? It's awesome, isn't it?
That is awesome, Trey. Thank you
It's
so much.
so much fun to shoot because it's so easy to shoot. And I remove the mag, I check the barrels.
Yeah.
All right, I'm clear, and I know the gun's safe, and I'm done. And then if I'm not using it, I pull this plate off so it actually makes the gun unable to fire. So if I have to leave it unattended, I'll remove this plate. This plate comes completely off. That's what I'm starting to do.
Okay.
So I have to walk away and leave the gun unattended.
Well, stick around. It's only got about 10 seconds left to go, darling.
So it allows me to disable the gun.
Right.
And yeah, I like firing them more than talking about them too. I like making them too. But I really, really like other folks' made stuff and all that sort of thing, stuff that's out of the normal. Thank you very much for that there, tow truck.
Right on. Here. There we go.
Hey, can you imagine that? Now, I'll be honest with you. I've been watching a thing called Gettysburg. Right, it was like about 3.5 hours, a documentary movie, famous actors all the way through it and all that sort of stuff. And cause I've just been reading the Gettysburg Diaries, which, if you don't know what they are, they're 23 volumes. I've just finished them. And that, so I got the handwritten words and the orders and all that sort of thing. So the Gettysburg letters are all the documents about the Gettysburg battle and all that sort of thing. Orders that were written and all that sort of thing. People's letters home about the battle afterwards. Interviews with the folks when they got to Gettysburg National Park, and both sides came together and that. And Reb met Billy Yank and all that sort of thing, and shook hands and all that sort of thing. No hard feelings and that, personal wise and that, because both sides were doing their duty as they saw it. And so, and and the interviews that took place then, and amazing series, that one. But then the TV one. But can you imagine something like that, sitting up there, and that where the North was running out of ammo, and he ordered a downhill sweep, pivoting from left down to right to sweep the Confederates down the thing. If they had one of those fucking things up there and about 50 fucking Glock mags up, because they were 20 yards apart. You know what I mean? In the woods. That's crazy.
Man. Yeah. I had a recurring dream when I was around 10 years old that I was in the Spanish-American wars, and I had a machine gun of some sort, like a Tommy gun. I think it was an old gangster Tommy gun. And the rest of them were running around with muskets and, well, not the 1890s, not the hammer ones, but, with the bayonets on them and shit. I always remember I killed 72 of them. It was a recurring dream I had when I was a kid. I don't know.
72. That's an amazing coincidence. So they're all up in heaven now, waiting your arrival. You 72.
Oh, that never occurred to me until just this moment. Wow. Oh. Holy shit! I better not die. Don't let me die.
You better.
I ain't doing it.
Hey, look,
Idoliers. Yes.
Like if you can imagine rocking up with a heavy fire team. Right, I don't know what a heavy fire team over there in the US is nowadays and all that sort of thing, but heavy fire team over here is 9 guys. You got 3 GPMGs or M60s. Nowadays we've all got those saws, the M249 and that 5.56. If you rock up in like the Middle Ages with 3 GPMG M60s,
81 millimeter mortar pipe.
you got 6 M16s with 203 attachments underneath it. Right out, and that's because you break a heavy fire team up, they can break up into 3 sections, and that's 3-man section. The guys are carrying, I think it's 600 rounds and that each for the GPMG. They're carrying 100 rounds of blooper, 40mm bloopers, and that various things, and that 10 30-round mags for themselves, and a reload of 300 rounds in the bump pack. So that's heavy fire teams. Machine gunners carrying 800 rounds, plus he's normally got 200 on the GAT, so already linked up. So that's where we go. Not those 9 guys could have fucking taken over Europe.
Yeah, you could own any continent you wanted.
You know what I mean? And you're talking 600 years ago, and just once they have the first battle, everybody would bow down, because anything that's so technically advanced and that can't be explained, it's got to be from the gods or something like that. and all you have to do is wave the Christian cross and all that sort of thing, and say everybody bow down. Can you imagine like Jerusalem going back to there with the assault by Suleiman? You know what I mean? You get up there on the towers and that, and this guy goes, "Fucking what?" Front rank of all these sort of things, and it just blowing to bits. And then you got blokes and that with 203 grenade launchers, and you got frag rounds and that, and they've got their assault towers. All of a sudden, a frag round hits the thing, and that, or a white phos round hits the towers, and everybody's just in fire. And we're going home. See you later.
Yeah.
Or Sparta, against the Persians. Get a couple of gunners up high and that overlooking, so they got an enfilade fire out and one down on the ground. It's crazy.
Hey.
All we need now is someone to invent the time machine. Who's going to come back with me and take over the world?
Ooh.
We wipe out all the jihadis. We wipe out all the socialists and that and all that sort of thing. Every time fucking one's popped up in history in the past, 22 in the back of the head.
Once Wizard gets his hydrogen project going, I'm sure he can produce 1.21 gigawatts. Great Scott!
That's a whole lot of watts.
Great Scott.
All he needs then is a DeLorean.
Right, I just need a DeLorean. That's
a flux capacitor.
There's one up in the car museum just up the road from me.
We'll have to build it.
They're going to produce a new 2020 DeLorean. A new
2024.
2024.
They're setting up the thing. They've actually got still parts enough to make 300 now.
Yeah.
They've got enough spares to make 300 full cars. You can buy a DeLorean front panel brand new factory today.
Yep.
I know where to get the power supply from O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Yeah.
O'Reilly. Auto Parts.
They got everything.
Hey, I went in there one time and I says, "Hey man, why don't y'all give nothing away for free?" I said, "Over there at AutoZone, they got these little tire gauge thingies and stuff." And he didn't say nothing, and then he rung me out and he goes, "Come here." He goes, and we walked around to the side of the building, and he goes to this pickup truck and he opens up the toolbox and he gives me a set of drivers like this with the with them.
Oh yeah, Jewel screwdrivers.
Yeah, he gave me some other shit, I says, "Cool, man, thanks." I said, "I thought we was gonna come around here and smoke a joint or something." I'll fuck with them like that in there, man.
Hey guys, I'm gonna call it. I'm I got a tooth that's killing me, and I'm just out of energy.
You want a swig of this?
He needs a swig of silver. I'm dealing with the same thing at the moment. Wiz, yeah.
This weather is flipping back and forth. Is messing with me. Yeah.
All right.
Take some extra bodies.
I gotta go anyway. I'm being loud and disruptive. It's real late, and everybody's So, all right. Good chat, y'all. Next time.
No, you ain't going nowhere, tow truck. You got to stay.
No, can't do.
Well, I might be back later if I can.
You come in and take over. Thanks. I'll find this link here. Copy.
Put an aspirin on it. It'll be fine.
That's what I'm thinking. Something like that. So I might be back, but yeah, this kind of like.
Hey, you got codeine phosphate?
No.
It's very good for toothache.
Okay. Well, I got some stuff I'm gonna try and.
All right. Otherwise, oil of cloves.
Clove, yeah.
Yeah,
Oil
but
and
clove
clove.
oil.
It's basically just a barometer change situation. We're going back into a cold swing.
In other words, you've got an abscess, and that the pressure changes. You're noticing it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So,
Don't forget your garlic.
It just
I'll talk to you
and your
guys
chili
later.
All right.
and your chili to drain the abscess.
All right. God bless you all. Dream well, Patriots. If I don't come back.
Cheers, mate.
So yep.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to duck off here myself in about 15 minutes because
Minutes, yeah.
phone call time, and because the times have changed, so I've got to phone an hour early because I didn't last night. I forgot. So instead of phoning at 10 p.m., I phoned at 11 p.m. and got myself in trouble again. I'm good at doing that.
The time in my clock is right now.
Hold on. Let's dig something out of you.
Yeah. I got stoned off of that, boy. Whew. I didn't even hear the bell go off.
Yeah, Wiz has some weather heading his way within the
Really?
next couple hours. That's what he's feeling, I'm sure.
Yeah. Man, it's been hot as shit here. I bet it was 90 degrees.
Yeah, it was about 40 today here. It's going to be mid to low 40s or 30s tomorrow. Later today.
What the heck
So
was that?
these are 500 grams of paracetamol,
Acetylphen.
100 milligrams of codeine.
Oh.
That sounds good.
That's the trick.
I was getting my big eyeball out.
So I've got a few. Back in the shelf.
Yeah, I must be getting old, man. I can't see shit. Oh well. At least I can't see how ugly I am. Also.
I've only got a little house on that, but it's half storage. Yes, I am a prepper, and then I've been a prepper for years. So.
Yeah, I told my mom about your paint can.
Yeah, so codeine phosphate, very good stuff. You only want to use it short term, though. It is addictive. It's one of the things that Howard Hughes was addicted to, was codeine. So that's not a great way to be. Didn't they model Monty Burns after part of Howard Hughes, his germaphobe phase and all that sort of thing?
Shit. I don't even worry about any of that because dirt is natural. You know what I mean? All this is natural. It's not germ. You know what I mean? It's not germs.
Yep.
It's living organism. I guess.
Well, look, a lot of these kids growing up, they're not using hand sanitizer every day and all that sort of stuff. I was visiting relatives one time. Here comes Battery now. There he is. How you doing, Battery?
Hey, I'm still packing my stuff up.
Well, packing up at work. So, yeah. So anyway, I'm chewing on the dog's bone. I think I'm around about 10 months old, as the story goes. So she races me off to the doctor and all that sort of thing. Oh, what's going to happen? He says, look, don't worry about it. And then if the dog won't eat it, then worry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Man, after I caught a couple of big holes.
We put those parts on it.
Shit, there, Battery. What's that?
It's a metallizer. It's a carry. That's a carriage that goes inside the chamber, and they suck all the air out.
All right. There we go. You're on full screen there.
It
Cool.
sucks all the air out of the chamber, which is, you can see through there,
Yeah.
and the metal gets warmed up and it melts and just takes to the air and attaches to the plastic.
Yep. All right. Understand that process? Yeah. Cool. That's how they put chrome on your plastic bumper cars, folks.
I can show you one of the parts.
Cool.
So that metal is totally attached.
Yep.
Cool.
This is before.
Yep.
And
What is
these are for IV.
that thing?
It's
Oh.
for IV. It's a
What?
3-part thing.
Cool.
And since it's a medical industry, I'm pretty sure this will keep going. Or
Yep.
everything else is shutting down.
Well, mate, you know how Akai video discs and all that sort of thing used to advertise solid aluminium and titanium alloy frame for every runoff. Now they're doing it with hard plastics, metallizing them, and all that sort of thing. So everything from CD players to all that sort of stuff.
Stray signals from affecting the equipment.
Yep. Because it's not solid metal anymore. So you don't get harmonic resonance coming back out of feed on tape and playheads.
Dang, Barry, look like you got beat up, man. Or it's just my shitty phone. That's just my shitty phone.
That's all right. Yeah, you're getting a couple of shadows on your face is all the battery.
Man, there's lights everywhere. And they're fluorescent. I don't look good on fluorescent. Okay, 5 minutes.
Here's out. Take care. Yep, cool.
Stand for the flag and kneel for the cross.
As you should.
Well, there'll be no sports figures taking a knee now. All the games are canceled.
I think they need to go out there and lay down if they want to press me.
Actually, one sport is still going. The Ultimate Fighting, UFC, is still going.
What's the noise? Is that you there, battery?
Somebody talking next to me. Too bad.
Well, yeah, Bill, it's not.
Oh, I think I hear a little buzzing. Probably from fluorescent.
Yeah, I know that's just me belching. Too much belching. Bill, none of the cruise companies are doing any good at the moment. Everybody's cancelling out all around the world. I feel for her and that. One of my daughters who live in the US, she's in travel and marketing and all that sort of stuff. She just, like I said, she came out here to Australia and that did some stuff about the Outback and for tours. That whole program, and that's been delayed now 6 months at a minimum until the panic runs over. They're not even going to make them on the ads and all that sort of stuff. So for all the work that she's done, she ain't going to get paid. Not until it's someone signs off on it, thing. So, she's in a good position though, and that I must admit, her husband's very, very well. He's a still chasing the DFC money and doing pretty damn well for the pension funds and the unions who lost out a lot of money over there. So he's been
My mom just got back from a cruise maybe 5-6 weeks ago.
oh, she's okay though, isn't she?
She's lucky. Well, she actually had a cold, and I caught it, and it wasn't nothing. Wasn't much. I told her she probably caught coronavirus.
It could be, and you know what I mean. If you're pretty, it only affects really old folks, and that, and only then if they've got weak respiratory stuff. For some reason, even if you got respiratory stuff, young folks ain't really affected for it. And there has been a couple of 14-year-olds, and they're both 14. One in Canada, one in the UK that got very, very sick with the coronavirus, but apparently they've both been chronic asthmatics and bronchitis and other problems. And but they're both now starting to recover. I'm watching the kids, so because that'll be the indicator how bad the thing is. If it's only taken off the old folks like me and all that sort of stuff, to be honest with you, flu's a fucking chronic for a lot of older folks. Here he comes. You back, Florida?
Yeah, my wife. My wife.
So, well,
Yeah, I think my signal's cutting out because it won't even bring you guys up, so it'll probably drop me again.
we see you okay and hear you okay.
Okay, I'll hang out until it does, but I won't keep trying.
Princess Canada bans stops that are required by law in the Port Vancouver. Yep. The Kiwi companies and that cruise ship lines, well, first of all, they got hit with that idiocy with that volcano. So a lot of
yeah.
Rightio. So everything cut back there. New Zealand's fucked on their cruise stuff and that, because they go out to Fiji and Tahiti and all that sort of thing. All those little island nations said to the cruise boats, now fuck off, you're not coming here and bringing your bloody germs with you. You can piss off for a while. And so all the Kiwi operated boats, Carnival Cruises, they're one of the world's biggest, Royal Danish or Dutch cruise lines and all that, they've all got bases in New Zealand. For the thing, they go up to Hong Kong, go up to China, all that sort of thing, but all that's based in New Zealand. And because of all the restrictions that come off with that volcanic incident, and now this, so they tell me, or I've been reading, anywhere between 90 and 110,000 people are expected to be out of work within the next couple of months. But at the same time, a couple of governments, because these are big income spinners and that, saying, look, we'll help you pay the maintenance on the ships, keep them going, disinfect them, all that sort of stuff. No interest loans, all that sort of stuff to keep the cruise ships going. So when it all kicks off again, everybody will be back employed again. Right now, but I don't know how it's going in the US, but in New Zealand, people are getting their jobs. They might not getting paid for 6 months, but as soon as everything kicks off again, everything's going to be ready to go, and they'll be working again. So the wrong thing about it is there's a couple of cruise lines like P&O out there who have got billions, and they're crying poor. They've got money stashed in Monaco, the Caribbean, all these other fucking tax havens. Vanuatu. That's one of BDO's biggest customers in Vanuatu is P&O Cruise Lines, and because it's a tax haven. All your money in the US and that you pay into P&O's cruises will get shunted straight to Vanuatu. Could be well, in New Zealand they're saying 6 months, so it's May now, so March. April, May, June, July, August, September. So yes, and New Zealand saying but New Zealand's a bit harsh on that because they've got a lefty government over there. So they don't mind shutting businesses down, but they'll get the taxpayer to give them no interest loans and that to do all the maintenance on their ships, disinfect them, have all ready to go. So in 6 months' time, when it's all blown over. Yeah. Well, see, but they're required by taxation law and all that sort of thing.
Still on it.
This tricky marketing stop people, throwing them on a cruise line, taking them 12 miles, they're giving them fishing line, letting them fish for 2 days, and then bringing them back in. As a couple of scams hit the US that way. When was that? Back in the 60s, when cruising was just taken off in a big way. People thought they were going to get these Caribbean cruises and all that sort of thing. They took them out of Miami heads. Somewhere on the east too.
Big duel, look at him. I was like, what the heck? He's got a big car and a BMW.
Oh, by the way, that scam, that too was Pinot. Or it wasn't just him. And there was quite a few doing it. So we had someone come out here do that. They lasted the first trip. They got off the boat, spoke to the government. The government said, really, this is what you advertise, this is what they got? They said, we had problems with it. He said, well, we're decertifying you as a business and that until you get everything up and running, and that it's disappeared. Big time, yeah. Heck, everything's a lifeline for Alaska. Train, truck, transport, any sort of business coming in. Tourism. Yeah, it's not good, man, but, look, people will survive. It may be a bit tough for a few months. It may be tough for a fucking year. You know what I mean? This is the reality of it. We don't know. There's too much we don't know. The government, are they telling us? Some of them are, some of them aren't. We've got that many conflicting stories how good or bad it is. Yeah, I know. Well, New Zealand, without tourism, New Zealand's pretty well fucking tunked, and that's a whole nation. Tahiti, but they've had to shut it down. Fiji, well, how many people are buying desiccated coconut and timber and all that sort of stuff? Those shipments will be shut down. You can see chat now. Oh, that's good, Flora. I hope your connection gets better. But yeah, globally, look, we're all going to have to pull in our belts a little bit and all that sort of thing and play common sense. And I'm sorry it's hurting people, and it's going to probably hurt everything around here. Because this is a 90% export area. Most of the wheat and the grains growing here and the meat growing here is exported. All of that shut down. So, yeah, no one's going to be buying sheep or cattle for a little while. No one's going to be buying grain. And not if they can't ship it for months and months and months. So, you're right there, Canoes?
Yep. I just had to go feed the cats and grab a drink.
Yep, no drama. So just hear you breathing heavy. If your mic's right under your nose, or
I think it's my microphone got oversensitive again. Let me refresh real quick.
It
does that after I share the screen. Yeah. Right back.
Hate when that happens.
All right. We're auctioning off toilet paper by the looks of the things. And I have a bundle of 18 rolls out the back. Bidding starts at $50 US. And
I can save up some used toilet paper if you want.
Well, Remember what people were buying all them pinatas and that, and getting E. coli and all that sort of stuff from them, because they were recycling paper down there somewhere in Mexico and that, because he caught in the grids and all that thing. They just rinse it off and that, wet it and all that sort of thing, and they're making pinatas, painting over the top of it, filling them up full of lollies and candy and that sort of thing, and selling them somewhere. But everybody who handled them come down sick with E. coli. And then they investigated and they found this whole village and half of their business and that, because they're on the outskirts of Mexico City where the sewer ran and all that sort of stuff. They were collecting heaps of it. Yeah, and Ireland, that's it, because places like Tahiti and all that sort of thing, well, you've got chains of little islands and all that sort of thing. Fiji, which is 4 or 5 big islands and that, and they all regular transport in between each other and all that sort of thing. They could really go thing. And the other thing with Fiji, a shitload of old folks. That's always been an issue.
Fiji?
Yeah, Fiji's got a shitload of old folks.
That's nice coins.
Yeah. Nauru too. You get a lot of your best coins out of Nauru. They don't have much left as a nation, and that because they sold it all for phosphorus mining, and that, and what's left ain't much. Looks like a moonscape. But they've done a deal with the Australian Mint, and the government actually, the country actually has quite an amount of wealth banked away, like quite a few billions of dollars for a little island nation. If they divvied it up, everybody on the place would be a millionaire, easy. But what they're doing is putting out these exclusive, well-designed coins, all that sort of stuff, solid gold, solid silver, all that sort of stuff, doing it out through the Perth Mint. In fact, a lot of your Donald Trump coins have been struck out here at the moment.
Which island is that?
Nauru.
Oh, okay. I've got one of their coins that's shaped like a Coke cap.
Yep. They'll put them out in anything for collectors and that, as long as they're making a buck. It's all good.
It is beautiful.
But yeah, all of them are first-rate jobs. They've got
$1.
Two German ladies out here. They brought them out for Germany, and they're on yearly contracts, and but they've been out here for like 15 years. Huge money, and that doing that. They've got about a team of about 20 engravers, but these two German ladies were famous before they got out here, and now that they're in charge of their own little teams and stuff. And in fact, I think they were, the coins I got you the other day. You saw them, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yep. I think one of the German ladies is in charge of that team that put out the Olympic coins. You'd have to read the info on them, but it's got all the designers and all that sort of stuff on it. Hey, Kay, how you doing? Kay, I saw you over there at Pete the Patriots this morning. Ooh, now I'm jealous. Now I am dead set jealous.
It's supposedly a Hawaiian strain.
Yeah, I've only got this.
Yeah.
The guy behind me with no headlights.
That's not good.
Did I see you in the chat earlier, Battery, saying you saw somebody get a pedestrian get hit by a car tonight?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Guy flew over the hood, but he stood up.
Cool.
Well, let's hope he's okay.
True story. Back in 1999, I was working at a BP gas station, and about 5 minutes before I closed up on Christmas Eve, I had a dude walking through my parking lot dressed in a Santa Claus suit, and he got hit by a car. in my parking lot. Car took off. I ran out there. I'm like, dude, are you okay? He's like, oh yeah, I'm fine. He was drunk. Drunk Santa and probably a drunk car, driver in the car. I'm like, you want me to call the cops? He's like, no, man, don't worry about it.
Oh. Well, as said, I ran myself over there one day. It's true. I know. I got out the truck, and they opened up the fence. I know. Got the fence back, turned around. Truck was right on top of me.
I've been hit by cars 3 times while riding my bicycle.
Yeah, well, bike
I
riders on the
came close to my bike. I ran a stop sign, almost hit me.
All 3 times it was the car driver's fault. They don't. There's people out here that will intentionally try and run you off the road because they hate bicyclists. It's just some stupid thing.
Yeah, we got a radio show host here that does that. He hates bicyclists. He doesn't chase them down.
I've had people throw fucking beer bottles and batteries and shit at me while they're driving by.
You might know who this guy is. He's got a national show.
What's his name?
Lars Larson.
No, I'm not familiar with him.
I called his show because I did the bridge pedal here, and somebody that was in the bridge pedal was complaining to him that the police stopped the cyclist and let a car through. And he said that this guy was screaming at the top of his lungs at the driver. And of course, Lars, hating cyclist, he took the guy's side. But took the driver's side. But I said, I called him up and I said, I did the bridge pedal, and I was going to tell him that I didn't like what the cyclist did either. But he cut me off before I could get that. He cut me off because I was a cyclist, isn't that right?
Yep.
Dang, he's got a swell head.
Well,
I met him in person.
This is the same problem, right? He's classifying everybody as the same.
Yeah.
Right? That's the point.
My point was that we're not, but I never got to it.
Well, where I used to live in South Australia, the Australian big bike ride is all done around the Adelaide Hills, right? Yeah, and they used to go past my place every year and all that sort of thing. Now, I'm working at that stage of the game. I'm actually being a pretend cooper. Still a blacksmith and that, but I'm doing more cooperage work and that, and iron bands around barrels and making up the things that the heavy bands that they first used to form the barrels after they've been steamed. So they're like 1/2-inch thick steel bands. Mm-hmm. So I'm knocking up replacement of these for all the barrel plates and repairing a few wooden barrels leaks and all that sort of stuff because I was cheaper than the bloody barrel houses. So anyway, trying to get up and down that road. Now, you come up, and so people practice on there. They come out here 2 or 3 months before that race and practice in those hills and all that sort of stuff. So, and some of them are law-abiding, common sense things and that, and they're riding 2 abreast and that, all that sort of thing, because the car can get around that on the lane without exposing himself too much. It's the pricks who are riding 10 wide, blocking off both sides of the thing, forcing the cars off the fucking road and all that sort of thing that aggravate folks and are responsible for 18 deaths here so far attributed to cyclists not obeying the road rules, forcing drivers off the road. And in the Adelaide Hills, you run off that cliff, that's 1,000 fucking feet down. You ain't going to come out of that. And the lady and 2 kiddies and that come around the corner and that see a cyclist bang off the road. And one guy turned around at court, turned around to the national newspaper, and they're just picking on me for a bicyclist because some bitch and her bastard kids got hurt. No, they got killed. And the lady, you don't know who she was, and all that sort of stuff. That made so many people angry against cyclists, and this is the problem. The stuck-up version, like the fanatics, are fucking up for the rest of you.
That's true.
And that's it. And you've got to deal with these fanatics that only their way matters and all the cars don't matter and all that sort of thing. They've got the rights because this, that, the other. That's bullshit. What's the difference between that and jihadis? Seriously, same attitude.
I'm a mountain biker, and I was riding a local trail that the land belonged to a classmate of mine, and I was coming down the trail, and I greet people and had no problem. But somebody was riding that trail and was just barreling down the trail, these kids, and they come around a corner and there's a lady there walking her dog, and they hit the dog and took off, laughing. So
Yeah.
they ended up closing the trail.
Yep. Yeah. See, a few assholes that fuck it for everybody every time.
And I think I met them when I was climbing the hill. And the rule is if you're coming down, you make way for somebody going up. Well, they didn't. There was 10 of them. They made me stop and wait. All riding Huffies.
I don't know what a Huffy is, but
it's a $100 bike from department store.
Cheapo.
Well, man, I've only ever had 2 bicycles and that, and I've probably spent less than 15 minutes on each of them. I had this wonderful idea where I used to live because I just ride around on a push bike and that. But when you're 3 parts tanked and that, fucking push bike's fucking dangerous, man. And I live half my life fucking 3 parts tanked.
Is that one of those without pedals?
No, see, I ended up getting the thing. I took the wheels off the bike, made an axle, made a little box I could sit in, and got Billy the billy goat, and that made a little harness for him. And poof, off we go. I sit down, fall off this fucking thing, and the good thing about it is Billy knew where home was, so I just get him started at the night. We'd be off, and I'd let the reins go, sit back, fold off, and I'd go to sleep, and that. Wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and that in the yard, Billy would be roaming around and that, having a nibble here and that, and the dew would start to fall and it'd get chilly. So that's when I'd wake up and toddle off inside. It's all good.
So you basically had a self-driving Tesla.
Yeah, pretty much. Instead of solar powered, it was grass powered. Oh, grass and barley pot.
They are the best. They're the best lawnmowers.
Oh yeah, and they don't eat your grass all the way down to the roots like sheep do, but they'll eat all your weeds, all the brambles. They love that. The grass they'll take down and all that sort of thing.
Jeez, I need a goat in my backyard.
Oh, that's one of our first things, and that because I've been going to do it for years.
It's starting to turn into a forest.
But she says she wants to play with the baby goats and all that sort of thing and be in charge. All right, we'll get baby goats and we'll raise them. Here they can live down the back acre, and that we'll get 2 of those not miniatures, but the half-size goats.
I worked with a lady that raised pygmy goats.
Yeah, pygmy goats are a fucking veterinary nightmare. They cost a fortune.
She had about 20 of them, and she took them to a animal show. It's one of those 4-H things, I guess. And one of her goats took best in show. And that's competing against other species.
Yeah.
And somebody came up to her and said, I'd like to buy that goat. Paid her $50,000. So she sold the rest of the herd to him.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm done. She's like, I've given notice.
We have a lady who lives a couple townships west of me, and she breeds pygmy goats, and she trains them and sells them as companion animals for people like with their emotional support, whatever's. She makes a decent buck doing it.
Oh, hang on, but this is
She gave her notice at work.
Anyway, not being rude, folks. It's time for me to tuck off here. I'll just go and jump in the background here, and all that sort of thing. Time to call a girl. I'll be back in a little while.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking at the radar right now. You got rain coming your way, Battery.
Yeah, it's coming down right now.
Yeah, gotcha.
It was snowing today. About 10 o'clock, I looked outside. The heck? It's snowing. So I ran over to look at the thermometer, one of those weather station thermometers, and it said 39. I'm like, how is it snowing? And it was coming down really good. So I stepped outside and I heard rain hitting the roof. So it's rain and snow. And it did that all day. Called my wife. I sent a message to my wife. Hey, it's snowing here. So she went outside to take a look. And she came back and told her, it's snowing outside. They're like, no way. Because it was too warm. It was the oddest thing I've ever seen. And I have seen really odd. Like when I was in high school, I come home from school and my parents left the back door unlocked. So I would go through the gate. It was pouring down rain all the way home. I go through the gate and the rain stops. This is weird. So I go back out in front, raining. Back in the backyard, not raining. It's like the rain stopped at our fence. We get the weirdest rain here. Weirdest weather. They say if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. It'll change to something else. Next turn. I rigged up a old phone of mine. Seems to work now. Wasn't working when I got the new one. It's now my dash cam.
There you go.
The quality, the video quality is beautiful.
You know, I have an older phone. It was actually one of the first generation Samsung smartphones from about probably 10 years ago. And that thing, as far as the phone and the computer goes on it, it's nothing compared to today's specs, but the camera on it, amazing. Almost, is what you would get with $1,000 phone nowadays. That kind of the photo software that they had was just superb.
My dash cam is a Motorola G8. I have a dash cam, but it sucks. Actually, two of them. One of them I got off of Wish, and it's the better one. The other one's from Costco.
I'm gonna get one for my sister for her birthday because I know she's been talking about wanting to get one.
I decided to get a dash cam because I was driving to Damascus, Oregon, and it was on a highway, and I had looked down at my phone because they had the GPS going, and it was in the cup holder, and this guy in front of me apparently saw me look down. He figured I was texting. So he decides to hit the brakes. There's nobody in front of him. No reason for him to hit the brakes.
Yeah.
So I hit the brakes, and I come within inches of his car. Well, he sits there for a sec. I honk. He moves forward about 10 feet, stops again, gets out of his car, walks up to my window and says, "You hit my car." I was like, dude, I'm looking at your bumper and I see that not even the dirt has been moved. There's no marks on his bumper whatsoever. So he complains a little bit more, and then he looks at my bumper, and then he looks at his. He jumps in his car and takes off. Like, I'm getting a dash cam. And I was at Costco, and I pulled in to the parking lot, and this lady in front of me decided she's going to back up. So I put my truck in reverse, and I start backing up, and she hits me anyway. Well, I thought I had my dash cam going, but it wasn't. She said I came into the parking lot and hit her, but I couldn't prove it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't that big a deal. Most of the damage was on hers. So, she took most of the damage. If what she said was true, she would have pursued it. I told her I have a dash cam, and she decided she's going to take off. But I looked at the phone, and the dash cam was on. Stupid dash cam. Yeah, it wasn't running because it had the GPS on the screen. And if the dash cam isn't on the screen, it's not running. But I didn't know that. That's why I'm using the G8. Are you doing Darth Vader? You sound like Darth Vader.
Sorry.
Or Crank Call. Yeah, the marijuana shop. They're all over the place here. Neighbor government housing. Because they can't afford it. They're paying $50 a month rent and driving fancy cars. And then they legalized marijuana here in Oregon. And the owner, actually the renter there, probably about 40 years old, him and his wife moved out because they can't afford it now because they have a shop where they sell marijuana. So they now have reportable income. But their kids are still living. They have some adult children that are living. And they come by once in a while and stay the night. So they're living there part-time. They're getting over on the system. The kids drive a Mercedes, convertible, $70,000 car. And I work for a living, driving a Ford Ranger. Oh, yeah. I better check see if the wife needs any bread.
Yeah, we sold out of bread today. The only bread we had left were hot dog buns.
Apparently, we don't need bread. Yeah, I was going to get some hot dog bread. Go back. Chat back on. And he's supposed to hold it. Got the corner wide and his truck decided to wait for me. Because he didn't have much, what do you call it? Didn't trust his driving ability, apparently.
Yeah, Wild Bill. That park is on my bucket list. I would love to visit that place, Bryce Canyon.
I've been there. I've been all over the country.
I've been to quite a few national parks, but not anywhere near as many as I'd like to. As far as the western parks go, I've never been west of Iowa, so I've never got to see any of that cool shit.
I got to when I went off to military training, I would drive so that I could see a lot of stuff.
Mm.
Take me a week and a half to get home, because I'm stopping everywhere. Oh, one place you got to check out if you ever get to. It's a little expensive, but worth it. You have to make a reservation like 8 months ahead, and it's on an Indian reservation in the canyon near the Grand Canyon. It's south of the Grand Canyon, and it's called Havasupai. It's on the Havasupai Indian reservation. They're related to Navajo.
Yeah, I've seen it on the map before. It's a big reservation.
It is beautiful. Challenger in the way of my mailbox. Nice car.
Yeah, I'd like the parks I want to visit out west. I'd like to see Bryce Canyon, Zion,
Been there.
and then Grand Teton Glacier.
I camped in the Grand Tetons.
I'd like to see Olympic, Mount Rainier, Crater Lake, North Cascades.
Been here in Oregon quite a bit, and I haven't seen Crater Lake yet.
There's a place in Oregon I would love to visit sometime. Oh God, it's a kick-ass looking waterfall in along the Rogue River in Southwest Oregon. Oh, what's the name of the falls? Tokti Falls. It is a gorgeous looking waterfall.
Got something for Wish. Still getting my stuff from China. Oh gosh, it's a phone. Nice. I didn't expect to get that until April.
Bonus.
They must have flown it by air. It doesn't look like a G8. I bought another G8 phone because my wife. And it doesn't look like a G8.
I'm sorry, that waterfall was not on the Rogue River. It was on the Umpqua River.
Oh. The Umpqua closer to the coast.
I'm going to pull a picture of it in a second.
Try out this phone. They want me to give her mine. For her job. She doesn't need it now. Job's not. Who's off the job right now? It's not a G8.
Can you see the screen battery?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's the waterfall.
Wow, that's pretty.
Yeah. It's like a two-part fall. It's got an upper and a lower. It's kind of hard to see in that picture, but all the sides of the waterfall, all the rock are like big basalt columns, that are like hexagonal shaped. It's like, it reminds me of the Endor moon in Return of the Jedi where all the Ewoks lived. For some reason, that's what I've always thought about it.
Come on.
Yeah, Columbia River Gorge, I'd like to see that too.
This phone that I just bought is only $20.
Cool. Used or new?
It looks brand new. Oh, it just told me battery's low, and then it went to 100%. Heck, that don't sound right.
My phone,
Unplug.
when it overheats, it can give false temperature and battery levels. The other place I'd like to see would be Hell's Canyon up in Washington. And there's another river up there near the Snake. It's called the Imnaha River. Freaking gorgeous.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out this phone. Can't seem to turn it on. Even though the screen says it's 100%. Maybe that's the wrong button. Yeah, this is not a G8. I'm gonna ask for a refund.
This is the Imnaha River.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'd like to go canoeing down that.
I went canoeing once. It was in Alabama.
Okay. Was it the Buffalo River by chance?
I don't know. They called it a river, but it looked like a creek.
Mm.
You could stand up in it, and the water doesn't come up to your knee. Like, huh?
Yeah, Crow's saying Canyon de Chalet up near you is one of the most beautiful places on earth, in his opinion.
Yes.
I've heard of it. I can't recall.
You pronounced it wrong.
Like.
That's near where I grew up. It's called Canyon de Chelly.
De Chelly, okay. And Astoria, Wild Bill says, is by far the most beautiful town in his opinion. I've seen pictures of it. It looks cool. That's where they filmed the Goonies.
Astoria. They don't like you looking at the locations from the movie, because people live there.
Well, the house that the two kids lived in, Mikey and Bran, was up for sale about maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And they had an influx of people coming up there to go, photograph the house and everything. Goonies never say die.
Once a Goonie, always a Goonie. They advertise this phone as a G8. It's almost half the size. It's Motorola.
Motorola. Okay. I've never had a Motorola product of any kind.
It's a nice looking phone, but it's tiny. It's got maybe a 4-inch screen, where the G8 has a 5-inch. Well, it's better than the phone she's been using. They bought her one of those slide phones. You slide it, it's got a keyboard under it.
Uh-huh.
She hates that thing because her fingers are too big. I told her she used to have one of those. Don't believe me? I still have both the phones. Well, I'm going to charge it up and see what it does tomorrow. I'll leave it out here in the truck. Look at this paper and see if they call it something else. It said G8 on the ad.
Hello, Tito.
Where are my glasses?
How are you?
It says Motorola Moto G 8 gigabyte TELUS. So apparently that 8 means the 8 gigabyte. Tricky, tricky. Thieving bastards. Oh well. Lesson learned. The G8 on the same website.
Oh, battery dropped out. Oh, let's throw up a link in case he comes back. There he is.
Man, I was
Welcome
talking
back.
away. I was talking away and I thought, oh, it's gone. It's like going to add before. I'm talking to my wife. I don't know you. Somebody else. Wife was gone.
Yeah, the Kenai Peninsula sounds awesome. And Kodiak Island, I'd like to see that.
Alaska.
Yeah. And a lot of the interior rivers like the upper Yukon. And then way up north, the Colville River area along the North Slope. I'd like to see that. Gates of the Arctic National Park. Denali.
Had a niece from Chile.
I'd like to go to Nome and do some gold mining out there.
Volunteer. We met some bears.
Yep, and he's gone. I had a friend who is a long haul truck driver and salvage record driver, and he almost went up to do that Alaskan ice road trucking stuff. I ended up putting a kibosh on that.
How's the audio? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Bill?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. My Wi-Fi went wacky.
Sounds like sounds like a bad delay.
Yo, I'm hearing a delayed echo on your end of me.
You want me to get out and then come back in?
I'm
I
hearing
could
it.
try that.
Yeah, if you could.
My knee just popped. Who we got? Who was just here?
Bill.
I think I'll bring the phone in.
Is that stray cat around tonight?
Me?
Yeah, didn't you say you had a stray cat that was hanging around your place?
Yeah. It's a neighbor's cat. It keeps coming around and burying his poop in my raised beds.
You don't have to tell me about cat shit everywhere. That's my
I go
place
out
is
there.
infested with it.
I go out there to water the peppers and I'm like, I got a pepper missing. So I move the dirt around a little bit and I uncover it. They moved the dirt onto my pepper plant to make a little hole to put their poop in.
Check.
Sounds good.
All right. Yep, sounds good. Cat on a hot tin roof.
I can't be on for too long. My battery drains too fast. I've managed to be plugged in and stuff, and it's still even with it plugged in, it still drains.
Yeah,
I don't know
on
why.
my phone,
StreamYard.
when I tried to stream, when I was doing it before through my phone, it was the same thing. Even if I had it plugged in, the charging couldn't keep up with the usage. StreamYard just destroys phone batteries. I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah, I mean, my phone gets like freaking hot.
Yep, mine too.
I guess it's just a lot of data or something.
Well, they're still saying that StreamYard, their mobile usage is still experimental, so maybe they'll get that fixed somewhere down the road, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't think phones are really designed for, that amount of bandwidth.
Right. Yeah, I keep losing my my kickback every month because I get on here.
Well, here's a tip. What I was doing, it helped. Can you does your phone have a back cover that pops off?
Yeah.
Take that cover off and it will, allow a lot of that residual heat to escape.
Oh, okay.
And then, and if it gets really bad, you can do what I do. If you got like a bag of frozen peas or something, or an ice pack, put a paper towel on top of it, and then take the cover off your phone and stick it directly on top of the ice pack with the paper towel. It'll suck some of that heat out, act as a heat sink.
Yeah.
Florida says, tell Wild Bill to check out Fabrication by Emal K next time he gets a chance.
Let me take a look at what he's about.
Yeah, I don't have any clue what that is.
Fabrication by Emalke. Yeah, he was talking about that the other day. Cool. So So I don't know what he's building over there. I mean, I saw it, but my
I think
visual,
it's he was saying it was going to be like a 410 shotgun, I think.
I don't know if you guys heard that.
Yeah, I took the cover off. I got one of those kind of vinyl covers, that's it kind of
Those things
protects the
suck
phone.
in a lot of heat. Yeah.
Yeah. But it doesn't help with the battery drainage though.
And a lot of times I've noticed that when your phone gets overheated, it miscalculates your actual battery reserve, and it'll actually give you a false reading. And then as soon as you cool the phone down, you'll find out you actually have like 30 or 40% more, battery left than what it was saying, 2 minutes before.
Not mine. When mine's down, it's usually down more than what it says.
Mm.
Mine's
Yeah, mine's just
screwy.
a cheap $50 LG.
I think no, mine's a Samsung. Mine's actually an old Samsung. That's okay. I'm not into all the gadgets like I used to be. I used to keep
Yeah, same
it's
here.
like new stuff had come out and you feel like you need to get it. And I kept thinking, man, if I get this computer, it'll help me build my business. If I get this cell phone, I think it'll help me build my business. None of it ever did. It was just more shit to dump your money into. So,
Hey guys, talk amongst yourselves for a moment. I need to go water a tree.
how's battery doing?
Oh, just updating the phone.
I can't even hardly hear you.
Yeah, for some reason I can't hear anybody very well either.
Oh. That's cool. At least you're experimenting, Florida. That's the main thing. At least you're trying. You're doing something. You know. That's how things get invented. You just dive into it and just do her.
Sear pin? Yeah, I'm getting my raised beds ready. I got seeds for Patriots that I'm going to try out.
What, heirloom seeds?
Yeah.
That's good. I just plugged my phone in and see if I could keep my battery drainage at a minimum. You still there, Florida? Chrome Indian, anybody? I'm all by myself.
No, you're not.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why my volume is down.
Florida says I'm here. No, I was saying that's a cool thing what you're building over there. I know I don't know if you're gonna make it so it's semi-automatic or what. Is it just gonna be a single shot or what? because you're going to need a way to extract the empty cartridge. So I'm just wondering what you're doing for an extractor and a bolt, and you're going to need a firing pin and probably a firing pin spring. I mean, you got the hammer thing figured out.
I'm looking at Drudge Report right now. One of the big stories they got, the headline says, sex workers facing increasingly risky conditions. Well,
Yep.
no shit.
Yeah, hello.
Derp. The National Guard's been activated in 6 states to combat coronavirus.
I don't know. I don't know. But the easiest thing that I helped a friend build was a matchlock rifle, and it wasn't a rifle; it was a smooth bore, and that was probably the easiest things we ever built. And all it was a matter of is just having you have something that looks like a hammer on a flintlock, but there's a wick in it that's lit, and it drops down and hits the flash pan, sets your powder off, and your rifle fires, hopefully. But that was before flintlocks. So you could probably do that. You could probably do a cap, a percussion cap type of igniter for your powder, but you're talking black powder, and you want to go 9mm. So I would think you'd probably want something at least that will extract the bullet. And I would look at a bolt assembly and see what you need for an extractor, even if it's you make this into a bolt action or something. I don't know if you're doing a semi-automatic or what. If it's a semi-automatic, you have a bolt return spring. You're going to have a bolt return spring, so the bolt returns, and at the same time, you want it to extract the bullet, the empty cartridge, because you got to extract the empty cartridge.
According to Reuters, Trump reversed course and said he would get tested himself for coronavirus because he was standing next to a Brazilian official who had tested positive.
I see. Well, he should for his family's sake.
And stocks post biggest rally since 2008, clawing back after the corona collapse. What's up, Jack? Oh, shit.
That's okay. No, everything's good, and so yeah, just off the phone with Tracy. While we were talking, I dug up one of my little potato plants. I was thinking I was getting Yukon Gold out, but they're not. They're actually Dutch creams. So, but that's one plant.
Tasty taters.
Yeah.
That's a good yield.
Hey, but you see, I brought these two ones. This one, this end, that's a Yukon Gold, a young one. This one's a Dutch cream, and they're growing into each other. It became the one thing. So I'm actually going to put them back out there, and maybe I'll get a hybrid.
There you go.
Well, it happens.
Yeah. Oh, why not? So yeah, good. And I got some in the air fryer cooking now. I made what we call French fries, string potato, but very crispy.
Cool.
Yeah,
You
you
know,
can have it.
I bought store-bought potatoes one time, and all I did is I cut the potatoes into quarters. After I sprouted them, I'd cut them into quarters and stick them in the ground, and boom, I had a huge potato crop of russets.
Yeah. Oh, well, look, if you get a potato that you like, and that, get a couple more and plant them. That's how it works. And that's I've got red potatoes out there. I've got Yukon Golds because Tracy likes them, and Dutch cream, she likes those. I've got yams out there for myself. They're my preferred. Actually, I dug it up a little yam.
Well, you know, just north of us is potato country over here, Idaho.
Yeah.
And nice.
Yeah, so they don't get big. That's about as big as the yams get. But man, they've got a great, and they're great for making vodka.
Have you ever seen purple potatoes?
Yep. I've got one there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that came out.
Looks like a red,
He
that
was
looks like
growing
a typical red potato.
Yeah, there's some they call them something purple. That very nice tasting, and it's the same color all the way through when you open it up.
Yeah. Did you know that potatoes are in the nightshade family?
Yeah. Don't eat the leaves. Don't eat the fruits.
Yep.
Eat the tubers underground, and that, but not if they've got a green skin. Because as soon as they get a green skin, they start getting the toxin in.
Well, they say if you're predisposed to arthritis, potatoes aren't recommended.
But yeah, I can run you a potato Florida, but I just don't know which slot to put it down. The same as passing all the stuff, man. I tried pouring drinks in, sharing a drink with somebody one time, and I needed to buy a new computer. So I'm a bit wary of trying that again.
But potatoes are real high in vitamin C.
Yeah, they are. Complex B vitamins too. A little bit of omega 6 in them as well. So everybody goes on about the omega 3s and that, but the omega 6s and that are important too, especially if you're old. A little bit of an omega 6, a bit of glucosamine, and that makes the joints work.
Oh, never heard of that.
Well, how to fix that, and that glucosamine, you can get it out of clams. So you have a nice clam chowder with a nice serve of baked potatoes on the side.
That's what I want, is some clam chowder.
I haven't had it in a long time.
Over here, the clams in the US are totally different from ours, unless you get the giant.
Deploying the National Guard.
Then they're very nice, but they're now protected, so I haven't tried any of that for 28, 29 years, something like that. You used to be able to go out there and get them yourselves, but we got flooded with Asian fishermen and they just robbed the place. Bared the reef for like 1,000 miles. We've only got little ones floating. There's a couple of giant clams out there still that they didn't get. They're generally just on the edge of too deep to dive, free dive. It's the only reason why they're still alive.
Hey, Jimmy Beam, thanks for stopping by, dude. Love and prayers to you and your kids.
Cheers, Mr. Jimmy. Excuse me for a sec, folks. Yes, it's all good.
Good night, Jimmy Beam.
Say that name. Check it.
Now we've got bar snacks.
There you go.
Homemade, what Australians call French fries. Cook them up till they're crunchy.
I like French fries. My grandmother used to call them shoestring potatoes.
Mhm.
Yep. A lot of people do.
He's the only one I ever knew that called them that.
Margaret Fulton cookbooks, they called them shoestring potatoes.
My grandmother's the only one I remember that called them that I knew. Of course, I don't know where my grandmother came up with a lot of the words she used.
Well, the world's changing. Stuff like this you get at McDonald's now, and the real skinny ones. When they first came to Australia, they used to make them like Australians' regular chips. Big one. I've got the cutter for doing those ones as well, but I like them like this and crunchy and crispy because it just goes well with the Scotch and Coke.
Yeah. There's a place over here. They call it Hurricane, Utah, but it's actually, you would say hurricane anywhere else, but here they call it Hurricane. And then there's another place called Tooele, and most people when they come into town, a lot of truck drivers call it Thule because they don't know how to pronounce it. We call it Tooele.
The next town west of me, the city where I was born, no one who lives, elsewhere can pronounce it right. It's called Illyria, and everybody looks at it and they say Illyria.
Yeah. A lot of people when they say, like Jack probably would call my state Utah. It's pronounced Utah.
Utah.
Well, if you've been here, you would know it was Utah. But if you're not from here, usually they'll say Utah.
We
In
get
San
Mormons
Francisco.
over here too.
What?
We get Mormons over here too.
Oh, okay.
They've all educated us as Utah.
Uh-huh. So San Francisco, when I lived in California, people, if they were not from California, they would usually call it Frisco. And people around us thought, it sounded so ignorant to call it Frisco. Because if you're from there, you call it San Francisco. So everybody's got their own deal,
To me, San Francisco is like LA. It's one of those places you land in on an airplane and then get out of there as soon as possible.
It didn't used to be that way, though, Jack. It used to be the Golden Gate, beautiful place that everybody wanted to go. Ride the cable cars, go visit Chinatown, go hang out down at Fisherman's Wharf. Now it's a shithole.
Yep. Panhandlers, wall to wall. That was fun. And they get aggressive.
It was so clean, and there were museums everywhere. Marine World was close there. They had Marine World Africa, USA. They had the Cow Palace, great places to go to concerts and everything. I mean, it was a happening place. And when the liberals took it over, they just, little by little, they just destroyed it. It was a cultural haven, kind of like Sydney.
Hey, look, Janis Joplin used to play at Barney's Beanery.
Yeah.
It was the place to be.
I've never understood it. all the time that my father was alive, he always had this unreasonable hatred for Janis Joplin. Could not stand her. To the point where I think like he may have met her years ago and some bullshit happened.
Well, apparently
he used to be in the music scene as a photographer when back in the late 60s, early 70s, and he met Jim Morrison and
oh shit, thankful.
couple other people back in that era.
Janice was teamed up with a couple of folks in there, but one of the blokes that she was used to hang around with used to be a mid-level, not national champion, but he was a bloody good boxer, like Golden Gloves and regular fighter. He was always getting into strife and that and bopping people. People couldn't. She had to piss him off, and that because he was bopping too many people, and that you can't have that sort of aggro around someone who's talking peace and love and all that sort of stuff, and trying to be anti-war.
I never liked Geraldo Rivera. I never liked him. I mean, he went against my grain ever since I ever first saw him. That's me. That's just me. You were talking about your dad, how he couldn't.
Don't know much about him, to be honest with you, and that, other than he's a lefty.
He lives about 20 miles away from me now.
Yeah.
He moved to Cleveland about 3 years ago, and he has a radio show every morning on the big AM station here before he does his national show in New York every day, I guess. Let's put it this way. I think he's more listenable than Glenn Beck, but I'm not going to turn the radio on just to listen to him.
Glenn Beck, I can't stand either.
Yeah, I can't stand him.
Ever since he tried to hijack the Tea Party, and I figured out what he was.
He was trying to do his libertarian thing, right now. And I don't know what was hijacked, but yeah, there was enough hijacking in the Tea Party already. It wasn't just Glenn Beck. Who was that idiot up there? And that now he's out and out commo on Bernie Sanders' side, and he was vying for top positions in the Tea Party only 5 years ago. 6 years ago.
Can't think of the name.
Danny DeVito?
No.
Oh, he flipped over to Bernie.
Yeah, I know, and he used to be a Reagan fan. I can't figure that one either.
Yeah.
I think he's getting led by the short leash below the belt, and I think a lot of these blokes are actually, because they're all got hardcore Sheelers.
Like De Niro. De Niro got hooked up with that lefty girlfriend of his, and she's totally turned him. De Niro wasn't always that way either.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit now, though.
It's Hollywood. It's all these people affiliated with the Hollywood crowd.
Hollyweird.
Well, they went on the anything but Trump thing, you know. They never stopped to realize this guy sacrificed his entire salary to give to charity. Okay, he doesn't make a dime off of being president. Unlike every single other president we've ever had.
And every single other politician you got currently sitting in government. Even though he's not the only billionaire in government.
Well, you know, you get this hunch about people sometimes right off the bat, and you try to fight it, and you try to say, you know, I don't want to not like a person just because I don't understand them, but there's this inside feeling that you don't like them from the very get-go. And you're a Christian, you're trying to like them, okay? But a lot of times if you listen to that first hunch, you find out you were right. I fight it all the time. You know, if I would listen to my first impression, because you never get a second first impression. There's some people. Geraldo Rivera is one of them. I didn't like him right off the bat. The very first time I seen him, I knew he was a fake.
When he was there at that La Raza meeting and all that sort of thing, and that going off and that, and punching the air and all that sort of stuff, along with all the rest of them. I'm talking about the open mutiny against all of your immigration laws and killing and harming and anything that anybody who was opposed to it.
Yeah.
Cops, citizens, they don't care. That's all I know about Mr. Geraldo, and that's all I need to know.
Yep. And then another guy I used to like, and then when he turned real nasty, was George Lopez. I liked his comedy, and then he just got violent against white people and violent against the president and against the United States and everything else. And then he says, I'm moving back to Mexico if Trump gets elected. He never left. He's still here. Well, I wish George Lopez would just go back. He's not funny anymore. I was a fan of his.
Yep. Battery, look, truth is always the first victim when it comes to leftist politics. Whatever the lefty's saying, think about it as a 180 degree and that the polar opposite, as be closer to the truth than what they'll spout. I'm waiting for the come up. Actually, I wouldn't mind seeing Bernie take over. I reckon it'll last about 2 years.
Maybe 24 hours.
He's a bit slow in organising.
Yeah. Someone would off him.
Oh, you get that. But he'd also be a paranoid fool and live behind bulletproof glass.
Yeah, George Lopez went full racist. He went full on racist. Yes, he did.
Now, again, don't know much about Mr. Lopez, but remember when he came out, who was it, Feinstein, or was it Pelosi that came out and said MS-13 were like children of God?
Uh-huh.
And then he came out there in support of them, and that they're just victims and all that sort of stuff of themselves, and we can help them. And we got to just ignore what they're doing at the moment, and they'll blend in over time. Yeah, 20 years, and at the current rate of how MS-13 folks are killing folks. All right, let's say they cut off in 20 years.
Well, you know,
150,000 murdered U.S. citizens.
George Lopez started with these. Afterwards, he started in with these racist jokes. He was thinking they were funny. A lot of people weren't. He was saying stuff like, "Well, when a white woman when a white woman's kids do something wrong, this is what happens. And then when a Latino does this certain thing, you know, this is what happens." And comparing the races and stuff and doing all this. Man, I'll tell you what, that guy went full-blown racist.
I say it over here. We had a comedian on the ABC, Australian Broadcasting Communism. That's the national government television channel. Coming out and just basically called all Aussies a bunch of racists, Islamophobes, all that sort of stuff. And someone stood up in the audience and said, it's not really a phobia if they're actually killing you. And he says, at the moment, they're killing us at a rate of 40 a year. and that's increasing. And you're calling us bad. How many Muslims have been attacked in this thing? They scrubbed that whole section. It went out live. They stopped it. They scrubbed it. Their restream service, and that's got all that cut out, all that sort of stuff. Same as what they did to Tommy Robinson. Guy grabbed his 8-year-old daughter on the ass, and they refused to fucking touch him. They haven't interviewed him, haven't looked at his phone. Everybody's up. There's third-party witnesses, people who admittedly don't like Tommy Robinson, said these guys were filming girls in the pool.
Uh-oh, we went blank screen. Uh-oh, it's goat. Smoke that goat.
I saw that 1 minute warning.
Smoke a goat.
Can't bring it out. Oh, I goated him out. Shit, I'm sorry, man. I forgot. Sometimes the goat call is powerful. Should use it sparingly. Oh, he's back. No, he's back. Smoking goat.
Hey, man. It's like Labrador.
Yeah, I wonder what Great Dane tastes like.
What is Labrador, man? Oh. It is what it says it is. Tastes like old sock.
I'd like to go to Labrador sometime. Go caribou hunting.
Who said that? Was that one of Joe's gaffes? 150 million Americans died in the last 10 years of gun violence?
Yeah.
Yep.
He said that stupid stuff.
Oh, that's 15 million a year. Now, I knew your fucking media was lying to people, but Jesus, leaving out 15 million deaths a year.
Well, it goes to show how many Democrat FUDs are lurking out there. It's still like they're guns, but they're FUDs. And you gotta like what they like, or they're not gonna listen to you.
Yeah. But you got to be like the Black Lives Matter parents, and you remember those 15 youths that attacked the little girl and took her iPad and her shoes. Yep. Well, guess what? 4 of those kids' parents, and they're Black Lives Matter's organisers.
Doesn't surprise me a bit.
Black lives seem not to matter so much to Black Lives Matters, unless there's a buck in it. Because every time they go on there, they do a GoFundMe. You know, they've got over 200 GoFundMes out there at the moment, all for all these different causes, individual ones, guaranteeing the majority of the money will go to help the family and friends and all that sort of thing. And they're currently getting sued by 18 different families for collecting money and not getting a cent back out of it. And some of the GoFundMes are raised over $100,000.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Black Lives Matter mostly consist of white liberals?
Well, it's actually registered to white liberals. I don't know if it's all run by it, but the actual name and the thing is like the back.
Blonde chickies with little purple hair and stuff.
Yeah, the lady lawyer. She's in that big law firm.
Yeah, sounds about right. That was I'm pretty sure that was George Soros' investment thing that he did.
Yeah, $150,000 and that from the Tides Foundation to kick it off.
Yeah, well, he has all these multiple outlets where he funnels money into, and I think Black Lives Matter was one of them. Open Borders was another one. Yeah, Antifa. Antifa gets it from one of his. I don't remember. I read it.
Yeah. Get up and move on. There's two of them.
Move On. Yeah, Move On was actually
Yeah,
they were going over to the Move On office and getting paychecks.
Yep. Hey, guess where Get Up has a registered office?
I don't know.
Beijing.
Probably. And Acorn.
Acorn also
was
had
another
a
one.
office in Beijing. They'd fly people over there and they'd get indoctrinated.
Right.
That's why I got shut down. They were participating in organised fraud, obtaining money under false pretenses for welfare projects and all that sort of stuff. And they were indoctrinating people in Maoist bloody communism.
Yep.
What do they call themselves now? Used to be Acorn. They've got a half a dozen different names now.
Oh, they keep changing it.
Yeah. But notice one of the leaders of Acorn is now in this SPLC.
Yeah. Oh, the Open Borders Foundation or Open Borders Society, Open Borders Foundation, something like that.
They are both two organisations. Open Borders Society, which is includes Bill and Melinda Gates and a whole pile of these other highfalutin lefties, and then you've got the Open Borders Foundation. Now, one's a money mover, and the other one's a think tank type group, and that meet with government officials without any media, and all of a sudden these government officials start like this. They met with all the little small town communities in California, and it was leaked out. Someone's out of Sacramento, so these guys are coming here and trying to indoctrinate us into the UN and all this sort of stuff. We don't want that here and that, and but they're trying to make us sign non-disclosure agreements about what we're doing. And then somewhere down there, they open up a UN office without telling anybody from the US government.
Well, look how many Democrats are in favor of Romney right now. He's like their golden boy now. Anybody that does anything for this movement or whatever that they're trying to get rid of Trump, it's the anti-Trump movement. The left will just join forces with them because they really have nothing. They're grasping at straws, whatever they can get. Because the money's not working for them.
Well, people say that they don't have any policies. They actually do. You've got to read them. Only 3 of them are to do with US citizens, though. It's all for everybody else.
And
we're going to roll back the tax cuts that Trump gave you. Number 2, you're going to be funding all these other programs. And number 3, they're going to spy on you like you wouldn't fucking believe and identify people and that who are problematic, whatever that means. Doesn't say anything else other than that, but they've got all these things. That's their 3 programs. So the US citizens are going to be not trusted. They're going to pay for everything, and they're going to be spied on.
When Obama got elected,
So again, Bill, I missed that.
I got distracted by something. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
Battery. They built one in they opened an office. They rented an office in a little town just south of Sacramento. That lasted about 3 days. But yeah, the one in Salt Lake City got attention.
Yeah, there is a UN office here in Salt Lake City, and we also have Interpol here.
Well, and then isn't there the big NSA data center somewhere in Utah as well?
What's that?
Yeah, Harriman, Utah.
Yep, that's it.
Five Eyes Echelon.
Yep. That's what they are. Well, see, Echelon was around when I was in the military, and that's something that was around before we even had cell phones or computers.
Yep.
They were listening to all our phone calls and recording things and archiving it, and that, just like they're doing right now. This communication we're doing right now is being archived.
Yep.
Well, here's a funny little thing, right? There was an obscure court case in 2000. The American government was having an argument with a private contractor supplier in the Netherlands, and that Dutch company and all that sort of thing. They said this, they said that, they said this, and the Dutch had the government over the barrel on that, so they produced this original fax because they didn't have it, but they got it out of the NSA archives.
Well, how it worked?
And then the Dutch were allowed to summon all the documents, and the US government lost because there was, it was all there, and they have every fucking thing.
Even just saying echelon triggers a lock on the conversation.
Right, Five Eyes.
Just saying the word echelon, it makes them lock it on, and they monitor all communications, including ham radio, CB radio, everything controlled by the FCC. And everything is recorded and archived.
We're modern now. It's pretty much gone all digital, and that's why they're forcing everybody to go onto digital. Now, the first wave of mobile phones were not digital. That's why they had to go everything like that, and they shut down all those old cell networks, even though they were reliable and good and all that sort of thing. What I got on the roof here and that, and set up in the spare room here, they're trying to shut me down over here because I'm outside of that system. Because this is an old system. This is analog.
I wish we had that still.
I do. I'm not letting it go.
I miss the twisted pair telephones. And a regular modem and a dial-up number and all that stuff. That was
now, if you're talking state-based, most of those digital archives are in Belize, country south of us, because Microsoft and partnered up with somebody else and built this massive storage center. But they were caught leaking federal info out to partner companies, so they can like that. So they've now gone their own sort of thing, and it's up there near where HARP is.
I just wanted a hardwired telephone. I didn't want fiber optic. I can't get it.
Yep, and they'll only give you what they can monitor.
Mm-hmm.
And digital, so much easier to monitor. So you'll only get it in really, really remote places, or supply your own.
That's something I do know about.
Yeah. Well, Belize has got the world's largest data mining corporation, Axiom. That's who it is. Microsoft partnered with Axiom. Got some critters outside, man. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, Axiom, you've all heard of DoubleClick?
Yeah.
DoubleClick.net. If you have a look at the bottom left-hand screen, anytime you use in a browser and a computer, it will show you all the connections. Even your private banking secure screen will connect to DoubleClick. That's Axiom.
Now, we did have a pretty good system that was hard for them to decrypt it, and that was a type of radio that kind of came out of the days of packet radio. where it'd be a series of digital signals, and you needed to know in other words, if I had a radio that could receive on that system, my radio would be in a spread spectrum, and it would be encrypted in spread spectrum, and I could type it on a computer. My communication would go to Jack down where he is, and if he was on the same system, he could understand. We could talk back and forth all we want, and nobody else anywhere could understand us, and it was all by radio.
Okay. How that works is packet radio. So what I've got here is 40 old taxi radios. They're AM, but good long range, right? They're 7-watt signals. So you get a range of around about 50 miles, and you can turn them into repeaters as well. Every taxi radio has the ability to be a repeater. That was how it used to be, based on to that. That's why they all had 2 antennas, one coming in, one going out. And that gives them the facility to repeat. So anyway, you plug in your telephone into a MUX, a very simple one, but a MUX, multimedia user exchange. That transmits, converts your voice into data, and you add on an encryption module. So that goes on there, and that's transmitted by the AM radio as beeps and dashes and all that sort of thing, received by the other end. You've got the matching cipher. It decodes it, and you can hear the voice. It's a little bit flat, but secure voice communication. Plug the same thing from the MUX into your laptop, and you can send secure text transmission that way. Video would be too high bandwidth requirement, and that for AM frequency, or even for FM frequency. That's why you've got to go to 2G, 3G before you can start getting to third generation digital to get the frequency to get video. But you can get voice and data through no drums.
Now, see, you know about these encrypted emails. They're supposed to be secure emails. Third party cannot read it, but your government can, because the government can intercept it in transit and decode it. They can decode it.
And everybody they can't decode. Look at what happened to the. He was Zimmerman too. Pretty good privacy. They locked his ass up until he gave them the way to break it. PGP was unbreakable for 5 years of a crate, and they said no, this is unacceptable. They locked his ass up until he gave him the keys.
So what I'm saying is like these encrypted, supposedly secure, even the ones in Switzerland and all that, those types of emails, they'll intercept it in mid-transit light speed, and because that's what your fiber optic is light speed, and they record it and archive it in transit, and then they decode it, and this is all done by AI. So nothing is secure. Our government has the ability, and they did this all in the name of fighting terrorism.
Yeah, I know. Look, WES3, wireless encrypted standard. Version 3 was passed because the government could break it in an economical format. No other reason for that. It's not a good code. I run secure codes here that my government says your government doesn't like me using. I get mine from Israel because they tell everybody to get fucked. I know that the folks I'm talking to, they have a CD-ROM. I have a CD-ROM. Spin it up for the advanced date. Bang, and there's my code, and that's what I'm going to talk with you today. And every time I do that, as long as I'm not talking to the US, I'm not breaking any laws. But apparently if I talk to somebody inside the US, because the US can't do that, then they've got a right to come after my ass. So I only use it to talk to friends outside the US. Pretty much. A very advanced one-time pad. So look, I'm not up to terrorist stuff. I'm not up to sort of other stuff and all that sort of thing. like if you're talking to veterans over the phone and they're having a hard time and they're, potentially suicidal or stressed out or whatever, and someone's listening in, they always go the fucking wrong way. They never think to offer, hey, we should have put a hand out. Does this guy know your hand? No, what they do is they send a bunch of blokes out there to thump on your door with a shitload of loaded guns. That's the last thing you do. So not being rude, I'll use my secure stuff and keep everybody else's fucking business fucking private. And that's my,
Yeah.
I like it, fuck it.
There's nothing secure here. I mean, you always have
Take care,
to do
battery. Good night, dude. Thanks
verbal
for
disclosure.
dropping in earlier.
Yeah,
battery.
You learn all that sort of stuff in Scouts.
We actually learned the one-time pads in Scouts. There was a side thing that we did for our signaling and merit badge when we were learning semaphore and all that stuff. Morse code.
Every time I talk to somebody involving or having to do with veteran issues, of my own veteran issues, I always have to say to them, I am not suicidal. I'm not considering suicide, blah, blah, blah. I have to, everybody.
I know. Because all of a sudden the last time I was in a veteran affairs here, and I'm just talking to thing, and I'm asking, look, you've just assigned me to a counsellor. I know it's mandatory. I've got to do it every 2 years. She's wearing a fucking hijab and telling me I'm a crusader. And that, she's not here to help me. She's here to fucking force me to jump off a fucking cliff or something. And that next thing I know, I've got 2 bloody Wilson security guys, and that's standing behind me. Like I'm the problem.
It's always, well, they're so scared of us. This is what the whole thing is. They know what we're capable of. They know what we're capable of, and they monitor us. And they want to know what's his state of mind.
My state of mind is I'm sick of being an unpaid tax collector with this GST fucking shit, forwarded it to the government. Having them deem the amount every now and again, which means they don't pay no attention to what you're actually reporting on. They just say, oh, well, you must have got 3 times that much every now and again. And then you've got to argue for 3 months to get your money back, and that after you prove you didn't make that much. I play it pretty straight with them. I pay Caesar his due, as a good book taught me. I've got a few other little games I play on the side and all that sort of stuff. But, my knife sharpening to a lambic, that's not tax deductible. That's just, helping folks. If they learn about that, they probably tax me on the fucking thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, here's something that's kind of off the beaten path, but I want to bring this up before I lose my train of thought on it.
Yeah.
You remember when Bush was president and he got us all on these different kind of light bulbs?
Was that
he got us all on energy saving light bulbs and had us all take it? They wouldn't. Huh?
That was Obama. It
was Bush. The first wave of it started with Bush here in the U.S.
Sure.
They started telling us that, and for a while they took all the incandescent bulbs out of the store. Now they're back. You can buy them again. Come to find out,
for like a good 10 months, you could not get incandescent bulbs here in Ohio.
Yeah, and those mercury-filled mini fluoros that they had, and that under EPA standards, if you broke one in your house, you had to evacuate it for 3 days.
Yep, and you had to call hazmat.
Right.
Hazmat, and $2,800 in some states, and that for the response fee.
Yep. Because you know what's in it, don't you? It's white phosphorus.
White phosphorus and mercury fulminide.
Yeah, white phosphorus. That shit gets
mercury
on your
fulminide. That's some fun shit.
White phosphorus in standard neon tubes as well, rightio? Phosphorus, it'll burn you. It'll all that sort of thing, but it's pretty much contained in a fluoro tube. If your powder breaks, and that is a fairly heavy thing, sweep it up, vacuum the pile, vacuum suck out your broom that you swept it up with, and you're all good. Right, because it's a heavy particle. Mercury fulminate. 1, it's explosive. 2, toxic as fuck. 3, carcinogenic as fuck. It's a cancer bomb in your house, and everybody's got a dozen of them.
Yeah.
One of my father's best friends, like one of his 2 closest lifelong friends, back when they were in high school together, their senior year, like back around 69, 70, they were fucking around with homemade explosives, and the dude made a batch of mercury fulminate, and somehow he got it on his head and it ignited.
Oh,
He was
yeah,
he was bald from the age of 18 for the rest of his life.
Man, that's like shit. Yeah, he's lucky he's got any. Do you have skin grafts over the top? Because that burns away. That burns hot, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why they use it in the old-fashioned primer caps for black powder. She made a fucking hot spark, and anything that set it off. Good whack. Yeah, it'll go off.
Nasty shit.
So
It'll go off. That's why
our incandescent bulbs were kind of an amber type of a light that really weren't as hard on your eyes. But these ones now, the new LED lights, they give off that blue light that's harmful to your retina.
You got to get the right frequency. Now, there's a yellowy one in the incandescent. That'll cause long-term light strain, and then you got the 7,500 Kelvin one, which was putting out the blue light, and they're actually meant for spotting headlights, but for fog lights only, because to use them all the time, they're causing too much eye strain. Everybody's got to see the blue headlights driving in the cars now. What you want is the cool white, right there. Not the blue white. Cool white, COOL, and then you got warm white, and the warm white's about 4,000 Kelvin, subpar for reading and fine work. 6,000 Kelvin, safe for eyes and all that sort of thing, and bright enough in illumination, all that sort of stuff. 7,500 Kelvin, you're now starting to get into the indigo and ultraviolet frequencies and all that sort of stuff. The blue light that you're talking about is damaging on your eyes, and so just be aware of what you're doing. Both ends of the spectrum are actually cheaper to make, and that's why you get them so often. But if you buy a good one, there's a couple of good brands out there. A lot of them come out of Europe. I'm lucky here. We've got a company here called Mirabella, and they weren't started here in a thing. They actually moved their global headquarters to Australia because it was so friendly. I think they're actually a US company that came out here to get away from Obama, and they're now 100% Australian, and they produce a 6,000 bulb, and I've got them here. They're great. I've got one there. It always looks slightly yellowy, but it's very nice light. And
I just like the incandescent light better. Phosphorescent lights, those overhead shop lights, they used to give me headaches.
Yep. Yeah, the sodium mercury vapor, that stark white thing with the big ballast on the back.
Yeah, we had them in all our schools and everything.
Yeah,
and they had that flicker. They had that flicker, and I'd get a freaking headache from it.
Yeah, me too, man. They had them in the barracks.
But anyway, that's a bitch I have about Bush. The thing he did with those made us go on those energy saver bulbs that had mercury and phosphorus and crap in it.
Now this is what you need. You need a laser bazooka.
Singe your eyebrows.
The video for it, I posted the link in the chat if anybody wants to watch it. This kid made this insane thing out of spare parts.
Funny.
Cool.
It's nuts.
I want that new thing that they got, that the military got, that does those sound waves that cook your guts from the inside?
5G. Yeah, they're rolling it out for mobile phones.
With like
No,
an enhanced LRAD.
Is it? It's a LRAD, I think. And they were putting them. They started experimenting with them in Iraq, and then there was another one that was a green strobe that would make you real like queasy and stuff.
Yeah,
And
disorient you.
Get you disoriented. Yeah, and they could like if they would get cars that try to block a convoy or something, and all they do is zap them with that thing, and they just veer off the road, and they just completely disoriented.
They use a lot of that LRAD technology on cargo ships now to repel pirates.
Yeah, you're talking about whale wars. I remember that they had them on there.
No, I'm talking about like the Somali pirates in the Strait, Malacca Straits.
Same thing. Whale wars did the same thing.
If anybody's
Same with
interested,
Japanese.
Australian Navy intercepted some Somali pirates and hit them with 3 rounds of 40mm Bofors. Boom, boom, boom. That was the end of it.
You get hit with the Bofors, you ain't coming back to port.
Again, Bofors?
And you can see on the rounds, one stitched in about back from the bow, but about 3 inches below the waterline. The second one hit, and then there was a massive explosion. And the third one hit right in the engine compartment of this big poof. The sparks flew everywhere, and pricks flying over the side and all that sort of thing. So, yeah, boom, 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 and they had to slow it down. But thankfully,
I wonder if I saw that video on Funker Tactical.
Was it recent, Jack?
It's only been out the last week. The Navy.
Okay, then it wasn't Funkers.
Well, actually, Funkers 360 is pretty quick on the uptake, and that, so he'd only be a day or two behind if it's any good. And it is.
It's so nice that Funkers is like back to posting, because he took a hiatus for like 3 years.
Well, he's got 2 of mine. My helmet cam stuff and that from Afghanistan.
Nice.
Yeah, my grandfather back in World War II, that's what he ran, was Bofors.
I don't even know what a Bofors is.
It's a Swedish anti-aircraft gun.
They came in single barrel, double, and I think they even had some quads. The double was the most common.
We had quads on the Australia, and it didn't help that one.
They could put them on almost any type of ship. They were super compatible with different deck designs. The World War II submarine that we have here is a ship museum here in Cleveland. It has a single Bofors on the bow, and they fire it once or twice a year.
Huh.
Well, there's one I restored in RSL, Return Servicemen's League, like your VSW. So out the front, they've got this old thing, and that, but it was starting to rust and all that sort of thing. So we chipped it up and all that sort of thing. You actually sit on it and rotate it or elevate it and all that sort of thing. The breech is welded to the shithouse right there. So, but I put a plate down there. We filled it up full of grease, put a plate over the top of it, tigged that in. So you can't shove stuff down there, and water can't get in there and just sit there and rust. So hopefully it'll be there forever now, because it's got about 5 coats of kill rust on it, and enamel over the top, 3 or 4 coats of enamel over the top of it.
So do the Bofors, do they explode on impact?
You got 16 variants that I'm aware of in the ammo, including what they call a cartridge, or which is like a giant shotgun. Oh,
I've seen them.
Yep.
Yep.
And they are still in use by a bunch of navies across the world.
Here too.
Nice. So, where can we buy one of them?
Office. They have an office here in Australia.
No, I probably
Maybe,
could never afford the ammo.
the U.S. government surplus property auction website. Demilitarized and spiked.
Suite 27, Pullman Hall, K Street, Washington, DC. Oh, that's next. That's that same building where all them fucking lobbyists are.
Yeah, K Street's good for that.
Yeah, them fucking the lefty lobbyists are in there.
So, I went on what is it, GSA or the
Yeah.
government auction site,
Yep.
and I was checking it out. And when you buy anything like a deuce and a half or a 6x6 or a Humvee, you have to sign a waiver that says that you promise not to use it for military purposes.
Yep. End user license agreement. That they have that for a lot of things.
Certificate.
It's the same thing with a lot of websites. If you're buying any kind of firearm materials, you have to provide those.
Close by to me, there was a T-55 Russian tank for sale.
I've bought stuff off GSA.com or Gov, whatever that is. I bought a used photographic enlarger from the NASA facility here in Cleveland. It was a Bessler, and pain in the ass to have to go pick it up. You had to go through the security checkpoint, get a background check, get fingerprinted just to get on site there.
Now, what they do with these tanks that have a turret on them before they sell it to you is they tack weld it. They tack weld the turret so it won't turn, but they'll leave the tank completely intact. It just your turret won't turn. It's just little tack weld.
A couple of years ago, you could buy surplus Sikorsky H-60 Blackhawks for $600,000.
Wow. So if you were rich enough, you could afford to buy a few, huh?
Yeah.
Then you need to find a pilot that can fly them. Either that or go take some flight lessons yourself.
Hey, look, I could get the thing up in the air, and the coming down part is a fucking worry.
You know, I'm that way with fixed wing aircraft. I don't think I could ever fly a helicopter, but a plane, I've done enough simulators. I think I could fly it, but I don't know about landing. I just jump out and have a good time.
I actually
parachuting is on my bucket list.
Scoutmaster.
Hey, come on out there. I've
well,
got
if you ever make it out here to the States, you know, in my area, I'd love to go jump with you.
Yeah. Well, a mate of mine, Billy, he's passed away now on that, but not from parachuting accident. But he was a sizable bloke, so he's got an oversized T10. So it's about half big as mine again. It's big enough to do tandems and all that sort of thing. So it's a real slow, but brilliant to control and all that sort of thing, unless you've got high winds. So if you're going to do it, calm day, and because this thing will catch.
Yeah, my old buddy that was in the 75th Rangers, he offered to take me up and do a tandem jump one time, but we never got around to it by the time he passed away. He jumped like 4 or 5 times a year, every year. He had his own gear.
I haven't jumped for coming up to 4 years. I did 2 jumps in one day about a month before I bought this place and moved down here. Because when I cashed in, because I'd put it off for a couple of years beforehand. And I thought, right out, I'm going to cash out and all that sort of thing. And if I can get over this amount for my cattle, and that's my play money.
Yeah.
And so went up and did a deal with the thing. Went down to Sydney, spent the day down there with. and they had other crews going on, so I'm only paying $80 to do there. But to go to Sydney was like a $400 diversion, so that's why it goes. Then I had to go to Canberra. I had to attend the anti-jihadi immigration rally.
Is that the one where you were on the video?
No, this is the one outside Federal Parliament down there. I got a photo that made the newspaper again. We had a lot of federal ministers actually up, standing up and speaking to us and taking our side for it. And we got that to change. So basically now we're not just taking immigrants. We hold them offshore, check them out. If we can't identify you, you're not coming in. So don't ditch your fucking papers. Show us who you are. If you've got skills that can be used out here, fine. We'll sit you in a school. We'll teach you English. And that just be a worthwhile Aussie. And that come out here. Don't fucking bullshit us, though. And don't come out here and be in a welfare parasite. That's all we're asking. Come out here. Join in with the rest of the country. Don't tell us how to fucking live. That's all we're asking. And these guys are
probably hard for Americans to come there and immigrate, right?
Yeah, it is. It's look at Tracy and that. If she was from Pakistan and then I get her over here for free, but her fiance visa is going to cost me $8,000.
Back in the 50s, they were begging people to come out to Australia and New Zealand.
10-pound bombs. That's right. If you put down 10 pounds, which at the time was a week's wages, roughly, right, depending on what you were, you could get your family out here, and that you can come out here as a bloke, get your family out here.
I'll be right back.
And once you had a job, then you could bring your family out here. And that's how we ran it back in those days. We didn't want deadbeats out here. So if you were coming out here, you're working, you could support a family, bring your family out. No worries. £10, a week's wages. $20. That was back in the 50s. That was a week's wages.
Because a lot of Americans came there.
Yeah.
Because it was still kind of a frontier.
Look at the bloke who started Burger King here in Australia. That's why Burger King over here is known as Hungry Jack's. He came out here 1948 and started a burger joint in Adelaide, and has been going ever since. His son's now running it, but they pre-exist the Burger King in the US by a long, long way. But it's always been a mum and dad burger joint, and that's why. But they're open 24 hours, and this is a big thing with them over here. And so all the bikers would drop by at 2 o'clock in the morning. The cops would drop by at 3 o'clock in the morning. Fireys would be there at 4 o'clock in the morning, all covered in smoke and soot and shit like that. It was like a breath of fresh air to Adelaide, and especially in those days, open 24 hours a day. There was nothing open in Australia 24 hours a day, except for the journalists' bloody club and the cop shops.
I'm guessing even you probably had a lot of immigration coming there from the U.S. in the 60s and 70s as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, who was good for immigration here in Australia? Obama. When he brought in Obamacare, we got 1,800 US doctors out here. 1,800 of them.
Yeah.
Some of them have gone back, I must admit, but there's at least 1,000 of them over here. A lot of American doctors over here. Because it's not totally socialised medicine as they say. I contribute 1.5% of everything I earn into the Medicare fund. Right. So over my lifetime, and that adds up, and it's basically goes into a pool of funds that funds all the government hospitals and all that sort of stuff. And
so you could use the public medical rather than the VA yourself.
Yeah. Now with the VA, I get co-pays, but I pay bugger all. But they've cut out a lot of services from the VA: optical, dental, no longer done. And that. But if you're an illegal immigrant over here, you get dental straight off the bat. They'll give you a new set of teeth and all that. Every time I'm saving up for a new set of teeth, I got to get mine replaced. Chemo and radiation screwed mine, and that's teeth.
If I came over there and I said my name was Habib Ben whatever, I could get a freaking free pass, eh?
Well, no, you'd have to be able to prove where you are and all that sort of thing. Tell you what you do. You go to Wazirabad, you buy an ID. Someone about your age and that and height and all that sort of thing, so they've got documentation. You take over their ID. You come out here and you say you're an Alawite fucking Muslim. Right, he's still Muslim, so they're going to fucking all that sort of stuff. Here's who I am. I was a carpenter or this over there and all that sort of stuff. I don't speak English and that, but I'd like to learn. And that, I just want to be able to think, because they're all Sunni Muslims there and they're all trying to fucking kill me. And because of Assad. I got nothing to do with Assad. I got nothing to do with politics. I got nothing to do with anything. I really don't actually go to mosque all that much, and that once a month on a Friday, and that put my name in and say hello to people, and so they see me about. They all know I'm busy as a carpenter. Take out that ID, then you're going to get in quick, right? Because they can check out who you are, and that. So you're only going to be offshore for a couple of months as an illegal immigrant. They'll catch you coming across the border, stick you on an island, suss you out. You got the paperwork that shows. You show them the passport. You show them paperwork and all that sort of thing. They'll love your ass. Shit, you might end up in a fucking ad for a fucking immigration. See this man, he's integrated into Australia. It's so wonderful, and that he's working hard and all that sort of thing, rah. And we only had to support him for 6 months while he learned English and all that sort of thing, but it was a quick study.
I am Benfini Abla Benhichi.
Hadibida habida hubida.
Benfini Abla Benhichi. Where are you from? Where are you from?
Halabada habada habadad.
I'm from Turkestan. Turkestan.
Here's a story and identify as Afghan, right? But you've been living in Wazirabad in Pakistan for years, and that because you cooperated with the Allied troops on the initial point of the invasion, and that, but you've got a price on your head, and they've just identified you in Pakistan. That's why you fucking bunged off over here. And show some ID and all that sort of stuff. The early contractor passes handed out by, who was that other one? What's that PMC based out of France?
Oh, I could say that I was a Croatian immigrant that went to Turkey.
You don't mean the Foreign Legion, do you?
No, not Legion Trash. No, this is a private military corporation. They had contractors and all that sort of thing. They were handing out guides to the US and all that sort of thing because France had a long existing relationship with the Northern Alliance and Massoud and all the rest of it. And that's how I got to meet a lot of the frogs over there, because when I was over there, Massoud was the head of the Northern Alliance, and he actually provided us with bodyguards because we were over there as part of the UN mission, lifting mines. The Soviets fucking laid so many fucking million mines around the place, and some of them were booby trapped. They had stuff that looked like little toy dolls.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Dropped 10 million of them out of the back of a cargo plane, and they were everywhere. But a rock tumbling down the hill, and it set the bloody thing off after 2 hours.
Did you happen to see the movie that came out a couple years ago? It was called 12 Strong. It was about
I know the movie you're talking about. I haven't watched it. It's one of the things.
I'm not into the mainstream movies anymore as far as Hollywood goes, but this one was actually pretty well done. I don't know if it's factually accurate, but as far as a war movie goes, it was pretty damn good.
I've met Mel Gibson, if that's what you mean. But if you're talking about Mad Max from Gimbala and that, he's at number 48. I'm in 86. Maxi's all right. He's just a bit punchy, and has been for about 40 years.
Yeah, Florida. He also knows the guy that Crocodile Dundee was based on.
Yeah. Rodney Ansell. Unfortunately, murdered by the cops out here during the gun grab. So.
I remember that. Yeah.
And then they blamed it. They said he was aggressive. He was a fucking stoner. You ever met an aggressive stoner? You didn't drink. See, I drink. That's my difference. So I'm not a colonel. Fuck off. I'm a sergeant. I work for a fucking living.
No, I think he meant. I think he meant cool.
All right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Or if you're watching, please forgive my outburst and that. But yeah.
I remember. All right. I think I've told you this before. When I was in Boy Scouts, when I was about 16 years old, we got to do an exercise with the Army Reserve for a prisoner of war training exercise. They use Boy Scouts as the POWs. And when we were getting indoctrinated at the camp, we were being addressed by this, real tough speaking sergeant and everything. And all the kids, after the first question, they responded, "Yes, sir." And he's like, "Don't call me sir. I work for a living." Scared the shit out of the kids. They're like, "What?" We're just trying to be polite.
Look, the officer tells the sergeant what to do, and he makes it happen. Simple as that. Whether it's yelling at corporals and lance corporals and privates, or fucking,
and if you need to, yelling at a lieutenant sometimes.
Look, that's one of your great joys in life. They give you a fucking young fresh out of fucking school lieutenant. And unfortunately, I lost one time. Stuck his head up the first day in Cambodia and turned his fucking head into a canoe. So it was a war run by sergeants for 10 years after that, because this guy was also connected politically. He was the nephew of the Minister of Defence. So it was a war run by sergeants.
Liam, good. Welcome to the chat.
Liam Molshning?
Oh, we're just rambling about random shit.
Yeah. It's late at night, man, and I'm getting tanked and all the rest of it, and getting stoned, and so I'm down here in Australia. He's over there in Ohio, and Crow Minion there. Where are you at, Crow? I'm thinking Texas for some reason, but I know that's not right.
Florida's in Florida.
And Florida, well, he's in Minneapolis. Sorry, no, he's in Florida. Arizona, that's it. Another free part of the world. Actually, Texas ain't so free now, is it?
It's kind of purple now.
Yeah.
People are actually starting to get worried about the next round of elections. They're thinking that it might end up turning blue just because of the suburbs and the big cities.
Out of California, and that demanded the same shit that fucked that joint, and that's why they moved.
Got it. You got it.
Yeah, I'm learning that. I'm actually thinking I'm freer over here in Australia. We might not have the amount of semi-auto weapons that you got over there, but business-wise, I'm a small businessman. I'm a blacksmith. All that sort of thing. I do stuff internationally. I'm a lot freer here than a lot of folks over there. I got a friend who's a blacksmith in California. He's got to move. The EPA has come down so hard on him and all that sort of stuff. Well, you got to make it free, man, and that you got your best chance, and you've had now since fucking Reagan to actually get yourselves free. Man, and start writing. You want something done? Write a petition at whitehouse.gov, because the prick and that I've seen, and it was pointed out to me. Somebody's in there. Trump, you know how they got the official White House photographer and going out there, and he's at his desk and all that sort of thing. There's 7 photos taken over 9 months. They're all different dates because they're all dated and time stamped and all that sort of. He's reading White House petitions, and one of them only had 2,900 members, but he read it. There's the photo of it. He's reading them. So, like, if you want something done, here's your chance, because there's one bloke in a million who actually reads those things.
Yeah. You ever hear of this guy, Jack? David Hume Kennerly. He used to be an official White House photographer back in the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah.
Very good
he was
photographer.
The guy, not being rude, Jackie Onassis got him over to do the official stuff over there in Greece, and that after the Kennedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah. Do you hear the story about what happened when he landed over in Greece?
No.
He used to pack a 45 everywhere he went in the US, right? Took it over to Greece with him, and I said, "You can't have a fucking gun here." And he says, "Well, I'm not doing it." And I phoned up Jackie. He said, "Look, they won't let me with the gun." She said, "Fuck it, all right, Aristotle, fuck it. What's the problem?" All right. This, that, the other. And then they sent a fucking car out from the Prime Minister's office to pick him up from the fucking airport and run him out there. The Greeks and the Turks have been kicking on for a while, and so handcuts were very much restricted because of the Cyprus fucking stuff. There was a couple of assassinations with handcuffs, so they went for a little while. So yeah, that's funny. Like, this is money, and this is power. This is how it works. He said, "Sorry, ma'am, I can't do this." He said, "I can fix that." Aristotle, speak to this man. All right, yeah, I can fix that. Wait there. And they hand me over to the guy in charge. Yeah, don't do nothing. Someone's coming. So they just held him. They made him a cup of coffee and all that sort of thing while I was waiting. Got a representative from the Prime Minister's office, said, "No, it's all right. You can come in." Paperwork, all done. Half an hour. That's how it works. Yeah, money talks, bullshit walks. Hey, I was reading something again just the other day. The Democrats have produced something like about 420 millionaires, and that by being in government service, and in the last 20 years. How many?
I think the number's probably even higher than that.
Well, there's a, you know what Money Track is?
Mm-hmm.
And that it's sort of like Judicial Watch, rightio? And they just watch money in government
financial transactions. Yep.
But they focus on politicians, and there's 8. They've identified 18 Republicans. SDFFSDF.
Yeah.
How you doing?
In order for it. Oh, and he's gone.
You're going to need a camera to come in here, man. Seriously. And
you'll need to show yourself on camera for at least a couple of seconds so that we can see that you're human and that you're not yet naked. And then we'll let you in.
And that you give us a thumbs up, we give you a thumbs up back. If you want to turn your camera off after that, and that's so you don't appear in public, that's fine. Zoombait comes here, he turns his camera off. Some other folks come in here, some of the girls turn their camera off. We just want to check out that you're not some weirdo. We've had a few. Your plastic pool sprung a leak. Got any duct tape?
And Crow Minion's inflatable girlfriend sprung a leak.
Oh, it's definitely a duct tape job. Heck, I got duct tape on myself at the moment with a cotton wool bud underneath it. The elastoplat was pulling on the hairs of my legs, and I don't want to. Yeah, so I can just put acetone on the thing, and the duct tape comes straight off.
Back when I was in Scouts, one of the coolest things that we did, we toured the manufacturing plant for at the time the world's largest duct tape manufacturing factory.
Yeah.
Talk about an interesting operation. It was huge, like probably the size of about 6 football fields.
Yeah.
Very interesting work.
But see, that mass production, all that sort of thing, that's why it's so cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Also, every time you buy, like, I buy 3M stuff, all right, yeah? I won't buy from China. And who I used to buy from in New Zealand shut down, which was Norton and that. So they had a factory here. They shut the Australian one down. Then they went, the New Zealand was still operating. I was buying Norton and Bear brand tapes and all that sort of thing over here. Then they all went to China. So I buy the US brand. I don't, that's the way I buy stuff. My allies first. And then I run around the map and all that sort of thing, China last, because I don't support fucking communists.
Yep.
But unfortunately, sometimes you got to buy the stuff.
The only time I would support a communist is I was lifting his dead corpse on my shoulders.
Well, no, help them to defect.
Well, yeah, you're right, because I feel bad for them fuckers in North Korea that want nothing but to get south of the border. You hear the stories about the guys that are defecting. There was that video that came out like 2 years ago that guy that defected and he stole a Jeep and ran the border and they were shooting at him and he got hit like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
When he was in the hospital, after they, moved him into the South Korea, past the DMZ, they found out that he had tapeworms inside him that were like 26 feet long from the poor diet and everything. He was infested with parasites.
Yeah, and the sewage and that's all through there. They're picking through the fucking sewage for fucking stuff that the rich bastards toss down the fucking.
Yeah, some of the poor people, they'll go digging in garbage cans for old shoes so that they can eat the leather and everything.
I don't know if you remember 1982 here in Australia. There was a running gun battle in it between a North Korean trawler that had defected, and they sent a gunboat after it. And
I've heard about it, but I was very young when it happened.
We sent up a couple of P3 Orions up there, and they spoke to him and said, "Look, we are armed. We have anti-ship missiles on board.
Yeah.
You're in Australian waters. These guys, and that we don't know who they are, but you cannot fire military weapons inside this boundary. If you fire one more shot, we will sink you. Simple as that. We don't care if you speak English, and that we are now arming our weapons in 10 seconds. If you do not turn away within the next 10 seconds, we will open fire and sink you." They turned away.
Yeah.
So anyway, they came out here, and they've settled about 150k north of here. They've made themselves a little community out there. They're growing garden herbs. They've got contracts and all that sort of thing, and they love the life out here. And the stories that they got, and each one of them is sitting there and thinking, I don't have close family, because that's the reason that they did the bolt, because they don't have close family. They don't have wives at home. They don't have kids because they're all already dead, but they do have cousins and shit like that. Maybe they've gone to jail on their behalf. They don't know. Hey, Colonel Shaw, how you doing? Stream? Yeah. Don't know.
How are things in Low Country today?
Because I've left them out too late. They're screaming, if you can hear.
Yeah, I can hear them.
Yep.
Get them chooks. How you doing, Colonel? How are things in the Low Country today? Anybody else lurking? Miriam, are you still awake? Yeah, shit's getting crazy here too, man. They shut down all the schools here in Ohio, kindergarten through 12th grade, for the next 4 weeks, pretty much. All the grocery stores are running out of food. People are panicking. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, and then watching about 18 months' time all the food poisoning cases and that because people haven't eaten all the tin shit that they've bought, and a lot of it's
Yeah.
they bought wrong stuff and it's only short-term tin storage, especially the stuff that's coming from bloody China.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, you watch in 9 months, you're going to see a baby boom. Because around here, I guarantee within the next couple of days, they're going to start canceling like the entire season for all the major sports, leagues, baseball and basketball and football.
Yep.
And all average American Joe is going to be bored with no sports, so he's just going to be, staying in bed all day with his wifey.
Or like the gent earlier on when we first got started, he was bragging about his next door neighbour. Come on. I'll come this way. All right.
They announced earlier tonight that in Ohio they were going to start shutting down all the casinos.
Well,
they canceled the Olympics in Tokyo. I knew they were talking about it, but is that official?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
AOC over here said something a couple of hours ago. Australian Olympic Committee, and not that AOC. Crazy AOC, the semi-crazy AOC, the lefty trans.
The bartender.
Think of it, our AOC is a lot like your AOC.
Yeah, her district is going to be redistricted, and she's going to lose her seat.
Hello. Yes.
Colonel's got the L strain from Italy. Well, good luck to you, brother.
Yeah, good. Want to jump there, dear? Okay.
What's up, chicken?
She's hiding at the moment. She got the shits with me because it's late.
Yeah.
They should be in bed by now, and she's looking back at me.
Yeah. I got a half hour left to go here.
That's all right.
And then I'm going to turn in.
That all works in good. Yeah, another obnoxious communist.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much the Australian Olympic Committee. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't gotten anything from the census other than little postcards asking if I want to volunteer to help with the census. I haven't gotten a census form yet.
Hey, that's handy. Everybody's locked up at home and during the census. That'll make it easy.
No one will want to answer their doors.
The last census here, where was I? I was in Cambodia.
Yeah, I think we do it every 10 years, I think.
Oh, 4 here.
It's either 8 or 10.
We're due for another one. Yeah, all right, we'll go that way. I'll throw these back into the bed and be back. Sorry.
Right on.
Come on.
Good night, Chooks.
Yes.
Hey, Colonel, are they talking anything about shutting down the port at Rotterdam? Or any preventative measures like screening the ships and shit like that? I haven't heard anything about European ports. Yep, angry. There's a lot of angry people. Well, if you're taking off, Bill, have a good night. It was good talking to you again, as always. We'll catch you on the flip side. This one's for you.
They're happy.
While Bill's taking off.
Oh,
So,
shit. Cheers there, Bill.
peace out, brother.
I suppose I better convert that last couple of little buds into smoko, eh? I'll rip all the leaf off in one go and just get left with the bud. I'm giving the chooks the leaf. I mash it all up and put it through their food. They sleep half the day. It's great.
Did you have somebody to take care of them when you were out of town?
No, I've got a big jar with
Gravity fed?
yeah, and it's just homemade. It just slots in. It doesn't actually screw in. It just slots in and nice and tight. It's just sheet aluminium, and it's got a slope on it, so it always falls forward. Mind you, I've got the fattest sparrows in the district around here, and thousands of them. So I've got to get one of those ones where the chooks step on it, and then it opens up. Because all I'm doing is with that one out there is feeding all the sparrows.
Oh, you had them outside while you were out of town?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. No. See, these ain't my chooks. They live next door. They're owned by next door, actually. They just live over here.
Okay.
And they lay their eggs over here.
Okay.
Look, it's a weird situation. The folks are nice folks, and they are nice folks. Don't get me wrong. They're just not critter people, okay? And they just don't get it. And chooks like attention, right? They like scritches. They like a little bit of snack here or there, and they love long grass and all that sort of stuff, and that to go through to get bugs. John sprays his place and that with weedicide and herbicide regularly, and so there's no grass over there, and there's no bugs, and there's no, you know what I mean. So the bugs, the chickens just, as soon as they can get out, they come over here, and they lay over here most of the time because they're comfortable here. I've got a little box out the back. They crawl into that, drop off their egg. Cool, give me a snack. Give me a scritch. Let me jump up on your lap and get petted for an hour. That's what they're like. They'll follow you around the place. I'm working down the workshop. They're slowly learning to keep out of the workshop when I'm working. But they'll come right up the edge to see what you're doing. Whereas some folks just treat them as an egg machine. And feed them things like pellets, and that's it. Whereas over here, they get everything. Leftover bits of toast. I had scrambled eggs on toast for breakfast this morning. And they got the leftovers from that. And some people may say that's cannibalism, but they fucking go crazy for scrambled eggs. Hey, chicken too. I have egg salad sandwiches when I've got my little mignon lettuces growing. And it's one of the nicest little things you can have. Absolutely fresh lettuce. Just break off 3 or 4 leaves off the living plant, and that's it. Give them a quick soak in chilled water, 5 minutes. Get your egg salad ready, and that. Shred up your lettuce, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, sprinkle of turmeric, and that. Yeah.
One thing that I do not like, egg salad.
Yeah.
Hard-boiled eggs, it's just not my thing. I can make it very well. I make it a couple times a week at work, but I do not eat it.
That's all right. Look, each their own.
Like a couple times a year, I'll have a fried egg or some scrambled eggs if I'm doing breakfast, but I don't eat breakfast that often.
I eat breakfast, man. It's one of the best weight regulators out there. Seriously. Tracy never used to eat breakfast and all that sort of thing. I started to cook breakfast and that most mornings and all that sort of thing, and that until she got down to the regular thing, and sometimes the cooked breakfast is actually a crumpet with maybe a slice of corned beef, some mustard underneath, poached egg on top, and salt and pepper, barbecue sauce or Worcestershire sauce, whatever you put to it.
Yeah.
And,
Once a year, I go to a pub, an actual English style pub that's down in Cleveland, and get a full English breakfast.
Yeah, bacon, eggs, sausages, buddy.
The pudding and the beans and the toast, the rashers, all.
Hold the baked beans.
It's like $16, and you get all you can eat toast with it. So it's actually a pretty good deal.
Yeah,
fried tomatoes. Oh.
Yeah, I'll see. I'm fine. I'm out of the army, so hold the beans. But everything else, yeah, go for it. Now,
I love my beans.
Tomato and onion there.
Yeah.
You get half an onion, an average size onion, 2 tomatoes. You slice the onions up into slices, but quartered slices, so they're slightly long. Cook them up. Tomato, a dash of Worcestershire sauce, a little drop of olive oil, salt and pepper, and that's it. And just reduce down to a nice consistency where it's nice and even and all that sort of stuff. Put that over toast and bacon. Yeah, now you're talking.
You ever have Canadian bacon?
Yeah. Oh, we just call it eye bacon over here. It's
okay. It's kind of a delicacy around here.
America, because the American bacon suppliers have been ripping you off for years.
Oh, you don't need to tell me.
So in Canada, so it's the same over here, and I think it's a law throughout the Commonwealth. A strip of bacon is generally about that long.
Okay.
Right, you got the eye up here, and you got all that, the rest of the strip. They sell you all those bits down there as bacon, and then the eye as a fucking premium fucking thing. Here it's all in one, and that's how it's. And they got to tell you if it's not.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's been a rumor for years over here that we get shafted on the bacon because in America, the biggest buyer of bacon, the good quality bacon, is McDonald's. They buy it all up from all the producers.
Not only that, you export it. You can get American eye fillet bacon, and that's all it is. It's the eye fillet. Right, that big round piece there, and it's got a little bit of thing, a little bit of rind on it, but the whole thing is only that long. Right, that's it, that's the biggest thing. And there's a shitload of that over here.
Yeah.
And it's lousy bacon. I'll be
Well,
honest
we get this bacon at work. It's Amish grown, and it's nitrate free. It's very good. We get thick slice packets of it. Oh man, that's what I use when I make the cabbage and noodles at work. Oh, it's perfect.
It's like between 4 and 6 mil thick, and that just between like quarter inch, just shy of a quarter inch.
Yeah.
Thickness. Yeah. Same way as my grandmother used to slice the bacon. They used to have their own. Now this was an old. Remember the fridges had the motor and all that cooling tower on the top.
Yep.
And the lock on the door. Well, he ripped that off the top and that, and put a flue and a baffle up in there, and that, and down
Made a
below
choker.
where the motor and that sort of sat down there. We put a a smoke box in there, and that, and the
Yep.
inside, and it was just big enough to take a medium-sized pig. Right now, you take the hind leg off, the front legs off, and they hang the fore, and then the two, because you split the side down the spine, and you hang the two sides up. Used to fit in this thing great, and they smoked that for 6 days. So
we have there's a company out here in my county that has a truck that has a shipping container on the back of it, probably like a 40-footer, and they will go around, and farmers will hire them to come out to their property and smoke hams, for them. And in the hunt, during deer season, they'll do the same thing with venison.
Yeah, well, smoked venison is bloody nice. I've only just recently done some myself. My little smoker, I can do a brisket. Right now, that's my little smoker. It's just, the big, it's written on the fucking side of it. Actually, we're talking Bofus, the 40mm charges, and the tin boxes. That's it. On top of, I got another little couple of legs. I've got a box that I put my wood chips in, and I've got 2 metho burners that sit underneath that and cook that bottom box. The smoke then comes up out of that. It's slightly filtered, and that comes up through there, and I can put I think it's 16 inches on the inside by 16 by 10 on the inside. So 16 being the length of the rounds, and they were stacked up and all that sort of thing. So I can put a 16 by 10 inch brisket or something like that in there. And yeah, that's my smoker. I will make I'm going to make a dome pizza of it, because I can use that as a smoker as well. But I just got to do that, and that's a job when Tracy's here. She's got to tell me where to put it, because once you're in, you ain't moving the fuckers, because it's got a flue and all.
Yep.
So, and it's going to go undercover on out the back there. So I'll show you all this in a few weeks. So once I've got all the bills and expenses, I found a thing called a Wi-Fi GoPro. So I can actually sort of clip it and walk around the place and show you all this sort of stuff. And I'll have the Wi-Fi extender that's here soon as well. Bacon is God's way of saying you're wrong. I think it's a bonus for the Gentiles for not being so stupid as to being under the law. But anyway, he held the best for last. And so, I am here to set you free, and you can have bacon. And they go, we'll stay here. I tell you what, I've had a lot of Jewish folks out here and that eating my homemade steak and bacon. They get away from the homies and the relatives and all that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I said, what would you like for breakfast? And then omelette, something like this, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, that'd be great. And I'm cooking up bacon and eggs for myself. Well, yeah. Could I try your bacon? Sure. I never raise, but aren't you? No, never do that. Just say, yeah. That's why they call me Jono the Corrupter. Yeah. There's not much of a finer part of creation than the old pig, and they're good fun when they're kicking around.
You can use almost every part of it.
Show me a bit you can't.
Yep.
Maybe the stuff
part you can't use is the squeak.
It's the gun.
Or the oink.
Yeah. And the stuff that's in the poo chute and all that sort of thing. We don't want that, but yeah. Heck, you can even make sausages out of the poo chute. wash them. People do. Who shoots anything from the stomach out the back, if anybody's asking?
Yeah.
That's the lower intestine.
Awful.
For sausage skins. The best salami skins are genuine pig skins.
Yeah.
And you get this layer of very fine, thin fat around the heart, and that if they've been slightly well fed and all that sort of thing. And you can peel that off like a see-through gossamer layer, and it's got like white veins in it. You get a regular beef steak. Lay this membrane, a fat membrane over the top of it, put it under a broiler, and it just disappears. It just disappears, but adds
Better than butter.
Oh man, it's probably about 5,000 calories for the day.
Who's counting?
It could be actually quite slimming for you. Let's hope so. But yeah, every chance I get, I do that. Especially if something like a big old sow that you're knocking off, and you know the pork's going to be good for salted pork and all that sort of. You don't want it as prime rib pork. It's pork spare ribs. It doesn't matter how old the crude is. The spare ribs are always good. But shoulder joints and that can be a bit tough and all that sort of thing on an old animal. But that layer of fat around the heart is even bigger.
I always do pork in the crock pot like a roast, so it don't matter if it's tough because it's gonna get tender in the crock pot.
I throw mine into a pressure cooker for around about 18 minutes, and then finish them off in the oven. But once they come out of the pressure cooker, I also cut the crackling off, score it properly because it's now soft, so it'll score wonderfully. Salt underneath it, rub salt underneath it with a little bit of oil, and then put it back on top. Wrap it with I've got wicked wine and just cook it in here, and it just and that crackling. Not one bit of it is leathery. It's all crispy. So, yeah. The noble pig. Almost as good as a goat. So I'm quite fond of goats. Everything from chops to rib chops to neck chops to leg roasts. Man, goaties are tasty.
We had goat kebab. It was almost like gyro meat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, that was delicious.
Doner kebab.
Doner kebab, yep. We had a very good deli in the next city over from me back in the 90s. That was a Lebanese deli, and they used to do goat and mutton, and they had the best salad in the world. It was a fattoush salad with like pita chips and very thin slices of meat and stuff. Oh God, it was delicious. I can't even describe what kind of dressing it was. It was something I've never had before. I'm sure it was probably olive oil based, but oh God, it was delicious. Yeah.
What color was it?
Say again?
What color was it?
Greenish yellow.
Okay. They can do greenish yellow. That could be a mixture. Gherkin and chickpea.
That could have been it, yeah.
And that's real common. PM here. So 6:52 PM at the moment. Over here downtown.
3:51 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here.
Local gas station is a pretty decent slim. What's a Slim Jim?
It's a processed beef stick.
Oh yeah. Pretend meat.
Yep.
What we used to
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Yeah, dog. tin version, we call it Tin Dog. I think the Wehrmacht used to call him Tin Dog Man. Yeah, just I open the window. It's still daylight, but the sun's only like around about an inch off the horizon. So yeah, not long to go now.
Yep.
So, but because I'm south, all that sort of thing extends out, and I've got no mountains. I've got the Nullarbor Plain that way, so west of me there's nothing. So that can take.
The Grampians are north of you, aren't they?
Actually, they're southwest of me.
South. Okay.
So I'm north. No, southeast of me. Southeast of me. Yeah. So I'm northwest of them.
Gotcha.
Northwest of Horsham. So it's everybody thinks Horsham's due east of us for that, but if you have a look, it's actually we go up here because it's we're playing games with a little desert.
Have you ever been to Ayers Rock?
Yes. Climbed
Isn't
it,
it?
and that,
It's closed to the public now, isn't it?
well, they're not allowed people to climb it. There's been a mad scuffle until they closed it because some bunch of Aboriginals based in a city somewhere, and that said it was disrespectful to climb it, and the local folks were going, "What are you talking about?" But these are the folks who have got the mouthpiece and the media behind them, and Socialist Alliance. So yeah, and getting their kickbacks and that for organising it and shutting it down and all that sort of thing. So because all these anti-everything things are all funded by a load of money. Actually, Starbucks was involved in that one.
Yeah.
One of the things we learned about the big protests about that, all the participants were getting Starbucks gift cards and that ballot in Starbucks. Now, there's only about 9 Starbucks in Australia. They're all in big cities. So how's that going to benefit the Indigenous folks? There ain't one out there in Alice Springs.
You know, I do not understand how they became as big as they are, because to me their coffee tastes like shit. I don't drink much coffee, so I'm kind of a coffee snob when I do want to drink it. It's the nastiest tasting mass-produced coffee I've ever had.
Yeah. Well, Florida, a rule that's in tenths of an inches is for reading maps. Right out. Squares are based on 2-inch things, and that so you go to 20ths, and that's why every second tenth is larger. So it's actually showing you a true. Every second one is a true tenth. Maps. That's why they do rulers with tenths.
All right, I've got a question for you, Jack.
Yeah.
When I was in Scouts, we used to do map reading and orienteering and stuff like that. We learned on the maps that we were taking up north into Canada, topographic maps, that you had to adjust true north from magnetic north a certain amount of degrees every year because of magnetic shift.
Yeah, but for the past 19 years,
has it been increasing every year?
It's all over the fucking place. It's I think 3 or 4 years ago, and there was fuck all movement at all, and everybody freaked out about it. It moved something like about 9 feet. That was it. And the Russians were going fucking making big things. There was a UN conference on it, and there was a TED talk about it. TEDx. And so everybody freaked. And then the next year, it jumped at standard 14 miles again.
Wow.
So it's been spinning on this little fucking circle for a long time. Geologically record, and that the poles flip about every 320,000 to 400,000 years. We've gone between 600,000 and 800,000 years without a pole flip. They're about due for one now, which is going to fuck up a whole pile of armatures and all that sort of thing. Theoretically, nobody knows because nobody's lived through one of these things before.
Yeah. Because I
So-
remember when we used to mark our maps before we took them out on the trail, we'd have to use, you know, a Linsetic compass, and it was back then it was probably 2 to 3 degrees to the west. We had to take a ruler and mark it all off on the map.
Well, see, it was actually moving in a circle around the pole.
Okay.
Which varied in and out and all that sort of thing in years. But for like, but it was so slow moving. You know, to do a full circumference would take like about 3 centuries. So
Gotcha.
your maps for currency, and that would be good for about 50 years. But for the last 19, 18 years, and it's been a little bit unpredictable. They could actually do this on maps now. Nowadays, you've got to sit back where this is and then work out what your angles are and adjust for relative bearing.
Yeah, because back when I was doing all that shit, you know, GPS was only something for the mega rich.
Yeah, well, this is you know, then everybody picked them up, and all of a sudden the Arab armies could fucking navigate across the desert. They do better with camels.
Yeah.
So,
Did you ever spend any time with the Bedouin?
Yes.
Okay.
There was a area, you know, on the Saudi Peninsula where you've got the Emirates and all that sort of thing.
Mhm.
There was a shitload of conflicts and all that sort of thing, and they were laying landmines and all that sort of stuff. And they had the Soviets actually come in and fucking do it for them, and all those booby traps. So I was over there, and I said, look, these folks will know where all the stuff is because I'll steer clear of it because they've been losing stuff for it. And because of the sand dunes and stuff shifted, sometimes these fucking mines were 5 down. You know what I mean? So like it just made detection. So I always, as my way, ask the locals, and right, where are the mines? Mate, they sat down with us. We made them coffee and all that sort of thing. A couple of the boys smoked hashish too. I wasn't real impressed in that, but remember I was, you know, before my pot smoking days. But
Yeah.
you know, they were on with the locals and they were having a good time and all that sort of thing. But they were getting the work done. That was all I cared about, getting the thing. And so, and they explain this. Now there's a whopping great dune on top of this area there, and that, but you can find it because there's a couple of dead trees sticking out this end. Line up the 2 dead trees through the line of the dunes. That's where you're going to find your mines. And yeah, they were clever people. Hardcore. I wouldn't trust them.
I remember hearing a story in the news probably about maybe 8 years ago. Back during the Gulf War, the first Gulf War, there was a U.S. Navy pilot that was shot down, and they never recovered his craft, or they never recovered his body. They found the crash site, but they never found the body. His name was Scott Spiker. He flew an F-18 for the Navy. About 8 years ago, a group of Bedouins approached some U.S. military people that were doing a survey in the desert, and they said, "Yeah, we found your guy." And they let him. They actually when they found him at the crash site, and they took his body in their camel train, and went in the desert a couple 100 miles away to a sacred site and buried him.
Yeah.
But then the people that buried him, they ended up getting shot and killed, and it took like 10 years for them to, for the news to get passed down in the tribe so that they knew where it was. So
I'm just squeezing my scotch bottle here. The last few drops out of it. Yeah, look, they're respectful people. They've got their own sense of law and justice, and they're hard to it. You don't want to fucking cross them. And that now, because you're a guest in their country and all that sort of thing, they'll pay you all the due respects. They'll camp you. They'll keep you safe. They will defend you.
Yeah, I remember hearing that
at the
the author.
Time, they quite openly talk about if taking over, and converting the whole world to Islam and that, and to Muhammad's goal and all that sort of thing. And yeah, they're hardcore. They're hardcore. I can deal with them on the thing and that, but I'd have to fucking be fighting against a bastard, especially if they've got technology about them.
I remember hearing that author that just died recently, Clive Cussler.
Yeah.
He spent some time with the Bedouin, and he said they were some of the most honorable people that he'd ever met in his life.
Yeah, they don't break their own rules and their own penalties for doing so. They'll knock off a chief, and that if he breaks his own law, and that they'll front him, and that you did this, and he knows what's coming. And there's always 5 for some reason. That's another one of their customs. They get 5 guys up there, and that poof, and then
probably the 5 pillars, you know.
I don't know. But then they always get the imam to appoint somebody else. The five folks at front, the chief, knock him off, and never elected as a chief. That's another thing, which I like. So, not like Stalin, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just finishing off my last leftovers of Johnny Walker, and by the time I finish that, I was surprised. He spent a lot of time out here in Australia. I actually met him. I didn't get to know him. It was a handshake, hello, introduced, and all that sort of stuff. Because he came up to Lightning Ridge and had a look at the Black Opal and all that sort of stuff. And he was asking about the mining rods and that, and he learned that there was a local blacksmith living out on an Aboriginal mission called Blackjack. That was my nickname up there. People thought I was more black fella than white fella. That's why I called Blackjack, because I used to go walkabouts with him.
Yep.
They were mates. So, I can go along, take my 22, take a knife, water bottle, little cooking pan. I can't do this, throw the kangaroo on the fucking fire and that and just get it hot and the blood pouring out. No. Carve me off a fucking chunk of that and I'll cook it in a pan proper.
All right.
I've always watched about parasites because it killed so many of my friends along the way. Parasites introduced, they weren't here. A lot of them, they know how to look after the ones that have been here all along. But the introduced things, these new tapeworms, roundworm, hookworm, all these other stuff, they got no idea. And so it doesn't work. So that was sad. So he was up there at Lightning Ridge. I'd say 2008, but it could be 2007. And he was going to do another story about Australia and the desert and the outback and all that sort of thing, because he's done 2 of them. And I believe he wrote the one about the Sahara Desert and all that sort of thing, and the lost Civil War bloody
Ironclad, yeah.
While he was out here in Australia researching something else, and he just hit him because he was out there in the desert. He was out there at Alice Springs, I'm told, which is not far from Uluru and Ayers Rock and all that sort of shit. So, don't know where
Good
he went.
book, but horrible movie.
Yeah, they got a movie?
Yeah, it came out probably 10 years ago. Matthew McConaughey was the lead character in it. It was terrible.
So I like the books, and that my own imagination is far better theatre than what these fucking Hollywood types
Yep. All right, one more for the road for me.
All right, let's do it.
Everybody in the chat, thank you for stopping by tonight. We love hosting you. Crow in Florida and Colonel Shaw.
All right, gents, good night to you all. I know. Smoke and goat. Cheers to you. All hail the goat.
All hail the goat.
Oh, hey, Crow's got a goat emoji con. Hang 5, I've got to steal that.
Oh yeah, that's always been in YouTube.
I'd have been putting that up heaps ago. I knew. Now back, and I mean, they ain't even started. Sorry about that, Florida, but we're bailing out. So fire up again. All right.
Yeah, I got to work today, dude.
All
Like about 9 hours.
You get going. I'll fire up one more.
All right, guys. You all have a good one. And we'll catch you on the flip side.
Take care. Cheers, you canoes.
Yeah.